This weekend, the Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS Endurance Cup, heads back to the Nurburgring. It's a 3-hour endurance race and it's the penultimate round of the championship. After Ferrari scored well at Spa, the rest are eager for points here in Germany. A Spa 24 hours win and points for leading at the 6 and 12-hour mark for Alessandro Pierguidi, Coen Ledegaard and Nicholas Nielsen mean that they come to the Nürburgring leading the Endurance Cup, and another win here would set them up nicely for the championship. Alessandro Pierguidi looking for a win.
Everything very close. We are trying to prepare the weekend as well as we can. We still have some work to do it. Let's see. I know we are not the favorite. No, we are not the best in the super shape this weekend. We have to try to score as much points as we can. It will be not easy, especially with Mercedes. Still 2 races to go. So yes, we are really leading. Staying in front is better than behind for sure, but we have to work well and score as much points as we can in the last 2 races.
Charles Weerts and Dries van Thorp won the Sprint Cup at Brands Hatch. That's 2 years in a row. They made history by taking back-to-back titles. Now the focus is the Endurance Championship, but with regular third driver Kelvin van der Linde otherwise engaged this weekend, Robin Freins, after a Le Mans class win, joins the squad.
Coming to Nürburgring, it's basically one-off, obviously helping the guys to secure the championship. I think there's 2 more rounds to go. They're in a good position, so just to score as many points as possible. I always like Nürburgring. I like the flow of the track. Really enjoyed being here. The Audi has been quite competitive most of the time. We won some races here before. I think Mercedes are looking very strong as well. They've been very strong in Brands Hatch, for example. So let's see what we can do, but it will not be easy to have an easy win here, for sure not.
You think quick Audis, you think WRT, but don't rule out Santalok either, because this is another force to be reckoned with. Markus Winkelhock is one of the 3 drivers aboard Audi number 26, and he knows this circuit like the back of his hand.
Always lovely to come here to Nürburgring. It's kind of a home race of this calendar for me. It's a really nice track. I think for the Audi, the track normally suits quite good. We have so many cars, especially so many competitive cars with very strong driver lineups. So at the end, you just get in the car and then you push it to the maximum. And then at the end, we will see where we end up. We have the car, we have the team, and I think we have all possibilities to be, say, in the top 10. And this is our target.
Dynamic Motorsport won here last year, and the Porsche squad is back looking for yet another victory. They won at Monza at the very start of the season, so they're well versed in success in the endurance races, and Klaus Bachler is looking for a home advantage.
I really like the Nürburgring. I do a lot of races here, also at the Nordschleife, and I always like to come here, and it's always a good feeling to come here. It's a lot of uphill and downhill, and also has a lot of slow speed corners, but also one very fast corner that Michael Schumacher has. Last year my team Dynamic Motorsport was winning the race here. It's fitting our car, but there's also the Mercedes, the Audi, the Lamborghini and all other brands which can fight for the victory. But it's definitely one of our better tracks.
Maro Engel and Lukas Stolz have taken 2 wins in the Sprint Cup. They've had a pretty lean season though in the endurance races. This weekend, Nico Bastien is the 3rd driver, replacing Vincent Abril, who's away racing elsewhere, and they are determined to score well.
Well, it's definitely a track that we've raced on a lot. Lots of great memories here. It's always brings a smile to my face when I come to the Nürburgring. So it's just one of those places we like coming to. Zone 1 is definitely the best overtaking spot. It's quite wide. It sort of invites you to have a lunch. So I think we'll be seeing quite a bit of action there. And last year we struggled a little bit on pace here. Nonetheless, had a strong podium result, but couldn't really get into the fight for the win. Hopefully this year we can.
BMW should go well around here, the car with plenty of grunt, and Martin Tomczyk is one of the drivers involved in the number 35 Valkenhorst effort. He knows this place very well from his DTM winning days and should be on the podium come Sunday afternoon.
Yes, it's the home circuit, the Nürburgring. I'm really looking forward the whole season. I have good memories. This year's 24-hour race, Nürburgring, I finished 2nd. We for sure aiming the podium. The competition is so hard. We saw it the whole season already. I mean, different manufacturers, the driver lineup is just awesome. So you never know who is the closest or how close the competition will be on the next race weekend. So it is the same here at Nürburgring.
We showed quite a decent performance this year, so finally it would be good to finish it once on the podium.
The Silver Cup is ultra competitive. The Emil Frey Racing Lamborghini here of Alex Fontana, Rolf Ineichen and Ricardo Feller is definitely a car that's worth watching, not only for a Silver Cup win, but also for an outright podium.
Well, I believe so far we did a good job as a team. We had luck in some occasions, less luck in others, but overall we had a fast car, a fast lineup that worked together quite well. So in the end we are on top, I believe, because we have the potential to keep the lead and do so. But obviously the points lead is very small because the competitiveness of the Silver Cups it's increasing year after year. I have won the Endurance Cup in the Silver class in 2018, and I can tell the level went higher and higher by the season. So I would say we are going to fight it until the end for sure.
Other Lamborghini teams are available though. Don't rule out GRT Grasser Racing Team. It runs number 16 Lamborghini in the Silver Cup. Tim Zimmerman, one of the drivers, he has done a huge amount of miles around here in the last 6 years or so and is looking for a good result this weekend.
Nurburgring is a track I know really well. I've been here for the last 6 years in different categories, and yeah, I'm looking really much forward. Obviously it's a team effort, so we all need to focus on driving fast. We are going all in and try everything possible.
And just as Audis are pitching for outright wins, so also they're looking for Silver Cup victories. From the Attempto Racing squad is number 99, and son of the team owner Alex Acker is one of the drivers here who comes to the Nurburgring with real confidence, looking for a win.
It's kind of my home race. I'm obviously really excited to be here. Really excited to be here with the best team there is. So yeah, the home race always kind of the best thing there is. Just the same as the entire series. I mean, it wouldn't be GT World Challenge if the Silver Cup wouldn't also be kind of competitive. So yeah, I know I'm 18 points behind, I think, behind P1 in the Endurance Cup. So this is why I have to perform this weekend, and I'm looking forward to it.
The Sky Tempesta Racing Ferrari, run out of the AF Corsa stable, is leading in the Pro-Am competition, courtesy of Chris Froggatt and Eddie Cheever. Cheever skips this weekend, so Chris Froggatt has a chance to pull away in terms of points in the Endurance Cup.
Yeah, it's great to be leading the championship at this point after Spa. We didn't have the result that we wanted there, but we still got a good amount of points, and yeah, last year we didn't manage to win the Pro-Am Cup, so it's a real focus for us to do the endurance side of things and wrap up that championship, but it's still a long race. There's so many good cars, so I think it's going to be down to a little bit of luck, making sure we do a good qualifying and have a clean race, try and stay out of trouble and see where we end up in the last hour, and yeah, fingers crossed for a strong result.
Against the Sky Tempesta Racing Ferrari, this entry from Kessel Racing, a stalwart Ferrari team, and taking the fight to Sky Tempesta Racing within Pro-Am. Tim Koeman, one of the three drivers here, and he's confident going into the weekend.
Every weekend here is a new experience for me, so it's really all about the learning process, and my teammates, they help me a lot, they have a lot of experience, so yeah, I think we just try to keep the learning curve as steep as possible, and yeah, just maximize everything out of the weekend. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. I'm very excited, my family is coming, and very happy weekend for me.
Remember, of course, that the Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS Endurance Cup, is part of the Global GT Challenge, where all the different brands go head-to-head and they score points across the globe. Mercedes has had a fantastic season with points being racked up in North America, in Australia and in Europe, and comes here ahead in the point standings, with Lamborghini second, but third and closing fast is Audi. The weather this weekend has been absolutely fantastic here at the Nurburgring. We've gone without rain, without fog, without snow, without anything really other than dry, good weather, hot weather, warm weather, sunny weather, and it's set to remain for another 3 hours plus for this penultimate round of the Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS Endurance Cup. Gemma Scott down on the grid, David Addison and John Watson trackside, looking forward to a race that on paper is absolutely wide open. John, we've looked at free practice and qualifying this morning, and we're still no better place to predict a race winner, are we?
I think it's stick a tail on the donkey, frankly. I could go through the grid and say, oh, I think the 88 might win. Oh, no, the 63. impossible to tell who's going to win here this afternoon. Well, there is this Nurburgring circuit. 3 sectors, obviously, all the way down, back straight, turn 13 into the S's, so it's all over now. 5.137 kilometers, just over 3 miles around. 16 turns, well, we can work out 19 turns if you want to count every little curve and curb hop, but it's about 17 in fact, because it's the chicane just before that last turn, which counts as 3 corners, albeit there's only technically 2. And there is the bus stop chicane. The chicane we're going to use here for this event is the quicker of the 2. That was the one that was used, interesting, for the Lamborghini Super Trofeos. Sort of caught me on. I thought, where are the motorbikes? Because that's what they normally use.
Yeah, it's the softer version of the chicane for this 43-strong entry. 44 cars yesterday, 43 for the race. The story of the morning being the withdrawal of the Jota McLaren. We'll come to that in a moment, because we'll go to the grid first of all, and we'll see who we can find down on the grid. The pole position car is the orange one, FFF Lamborghini. Mirko Bortolotti, one of its 3 drivers. Let's start with him and join Gemma Scott.
Mirko, great to see you guys on pole. When we spoke yesterday, you had a little glint in your eye, knowing that you had something to pull out the bag today.
Well, I wasn't sure, but I knew what we were doing yesterday, which was getting ready for today, at the end of the day. As I said, you never know what kind of tires the others have. We can only do our own homework and focus on our plan. And at the end of the day, I think we worked really well, going in the right direction with the car, and the setup changes we made were good. But we weren't sure until qualifying if we were quite there or not, or where we are exactly. So happy that it worked out and we were competitive.
Absolutely. Great to see you up at the front. And of course, the hard work is yet to come. 3 hours, keeping it clean.
Yeah, definitely. Keeping it clean, keeping it at the front. And yeah, it's the 3rd chance for us this year to start from pole. Hopefully we can make it happen today. We will try everything, but look at the field. I mean, it's everybody has the same goal, and it will be a fight until the end for sure.
Thanks a lot, Mirko. Have a great race. Let's come across here. Giorgio, hello.
Hello.
Great for Lamborghini to see you across the front row and across the 3rd row.
Yes, I think all the teams are doing a great job. The car for sure is competitive here, but honestly, it was competitive for the entire season. As Mirko said, here the challenge is really high level. But I'm proud and happy to see all these Lamborghinis from FFF Racing and Emil Frey and Marwell too, also in Pro-Am, competing in the first part of the grid. So a good part of the job is done. Now we have to capitalize until the end.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Giorgio. Let's come across, stay with the Lamborghini theme. Albert, yesterday when we spoke, you were frustrated with the performance of the car, and here you are up the front of the grid.
Yeah, we did an amazing job all together. I'm really proud of the team, and also with the help of Lamborghini. It's from the night to today. It's been an amazing car, almost fighting in my qualifying for the pole position. And yeah, now as Giorgio said, one part of the job is done, and we need to finish. Not like last year, but hopefully we are there on the fight at least. And yeah, it's an enjoyable race, and we can finish on top.
You'll be taking the charge towards the end, I take it.
Let's see.
Thank you very much.
I don't say anything. Thank you.
Have a good race.
Yeah, because 12 months ago, it was at the first corner that we lost Albert Costa in an incident, and that was the car that won 12 months ago. Let me just quickly finish off the McLaren story. So Ollie Wilkinson, as you will know if you watch the Brands Hatch races, was involved in an incident. He hurt his knee quite badly in that, and although the car was rebuilt and he has been here driving it yesterday, the pain through his knee, especially under braking, was just too great. He spoke to the SRO medical delegate and was advised that really you should not be racing. You're not fit to race because of your knee injury. So Ollie Wilkinson had to withdraw. Trouble is, a Pro Cup entry can't have 2 drivers, and so Jota, without a reserve driver on site, was forced to withdraw the entry, which is a real shame after the hard work the team had put in.
Very much so. I mean, it was a very competitive car, and we saw that certainly at Brands Hatch, and we saw it here through the practice days. But if you've got a knee injuries are just one of the most uncomfortable things you can ever have. And if you can't press the brake pedal, throttle pedal is easy, it's a fly-by-wire throttle, but brake pedal requires a lot of physical pressure. Then, unfortunately, Ollie Wilkinson had to withdraw.
Now there is the Iron Lynx number 71 Ferrari that Callum Ilot's going to drive. But we're in a busy old place, and Gemma is down there trying to find drivers left, right and centre. Gemma, who have you got?
It's lovely to see all the drivers hanging out and just enjoying a chat prior to the race and mixing up the teams here. But let's come across and have a chat with Jules. Obviously, qualifying wasn't exactly where you wanted to be, but a great result, front row.
Yeah, I'm doing a mistake every quali myself, so I just have to learn a bit more the car, and I always push a little bit too much. But the car felt great, and to be honest, Lelo is starting right now, so I'm in full confidence. I know he's going to do a mega job. He's alongside his friend Marco, so it's going to be exciting to see. And as you say, it's always nice to be next to them. I don't understand what they say because they talk in Italian, but I'm just casually cheating with them, so it's very good.
Nice to see. Bit of banter going on as well. Raffaele, obviously, after Brands Hatch, it's nice to be fresh start, fresh race, and on the charge, I imagine.
Yeah, I mean, it's a long race, 3 hours. I hope after the start, I'm still friends with Marco, but no, I'm kidding. It's a long race, so I mean, we have to take care, and I think degradation will be a key point, so we have to focus for the last hour.
Absolutely. Well, have a great race, the both of you. And let's come across to Matteo. You guys are starting from 7th. Have you just been winding them up and letting them know you're going to be making a charge through there at the start?
That would be really nice, of course. I mean, the expectation were a bit higher than where we are at the moment, but still a good position. I mean, we are pretty much in front, so it's going to be a good race and a good fight with my good friend, hopefully. And well, I mean, it's open. I mean, we will see how it will be at the end of the race.
It's not a race that we can call easily with all the manufacturers. It's such a mix in terms of the times and such competitiveness as well.
Yeah, actually, I mean, it's great. I mean, I'm so proud to be part of this championship. It's extremely on high level of competition. So once you get to the front, it's really a privilege.
Thank you very much. Have a great race.
Thank you.
Yeah, Matteo Corrali, former Carrera Cup Italy champion, turned Super Cup racer, turned GT star, and certainly a man to watch. And even the drivers are agreeing with us here. It is absolutely wide open. It's a 3-hour, in quotes, endurance, end quote, race, but it's a 3-hour sprint, isn't it?
Very much so. Well, first of all, it's going to be 2 races. The first race will be when the lights go out into turn 1. The second race will be who gets out of turn 1 without any contact and who's leading, because without doubt, we saw it last year with Albert Costa and the Emil Frey Lamborghini. Without doubt, there will be an incident of sorts, whether it comes at the very front of the grid with Marcello trying to get into the corner ahead of Mappelli. I don't know, but it is always a contentious opening corner on the opening lap.
Well, there is the grid, 43 cars. The personnel now starting to make their way clear of the grid as you look at the GPX Racing Porsche that will start third. Earl Bamber does the first stint in it. And really, you can divide this up quite evenly, can't you? 1 hour pit, 1 hour pit, 1 hour flag. And the GPX Porsche one to watch. Now we've got 2 champions on the grid, Dries Van Thor, Charles Weerts, of course, and Gemma is down with their car.
Dries, Charles, I saw you just both there having a chat with Robin prior to the start. What's the feeling within the team at the moment?
Yeah, not bad. I mean, just we have to go forward, so that's our goal, and it's a 3-hour race, so it can happen. So let's see.
Absolutely. Charles, how are you feeling about the race? Obviously, it's been a bit of a struggle coming into the weekend with the setup of the car and getting the pace, but do you think you can turn it around in those 3 hours we've got ahead of us?
Well, that's at least our mission. We will try to do the best we can, as we usually do. Yeah, we'll try to take maximum points, try to reduce the gap with the 51 leading Ferrari, and try to not lose too many points with the 88. And yeah, I'm sure that if we do a good job, we should be somewhere up there.
You two have shown already this season that you're a force to be reckoned with, already taking the title in the Sprint Cup, and just now really pushing through to the end of the year, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Doing our best, huh?
Well, good luck and have a great race then. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
2 of the future stars of Audi in the stars now, but perhaps the old guard that you might say is starting to be less relevant, and the younger guys starting to uphold Audi honour. And there are plenty more, of course, on the Audi roster from other championships.
Well, it's one of the facts of life. It's the cycle of the duration of a racing driver, a professional racing driver's career. You come in as a charger, you come in, you kick everybody that's in your way to get out of their way and just move forward. And eventually then you become the victim of those coming forward behind you. It's not particularly pleasant, and you can defend and you can sort of sustain your position for so long, but the inevitable is like King Canute, you can't stop the tide coming in.
Indeed so. Well, the grid is cleared at the 1 minute board. The engines will fire up. The engineers will leave the grid there. The pace car, as it is, effectively the leading car, slots into position, and we'll have a look on that front row. There's the car that lines up second on the outside of the front row of the grid. Raffaele Marciello will go first in the number 88 Mercedes. And that car, again, one of this long, long list of potential winners. Raffaele has gone winless this year, which is a real surprise.
Yes, and he's got a great opportunity here today, and the run down into turn one, the Lamborghini alongside. I mean, there's very little to pick and choose in terms of straight line performance. The balance of performance, of course, has equalised these cars so much that there's virtually no difference whatsoever. It's only maybe as an aerodynamic tweak that you might have a higher top speed, but these are not running in low downforce configurations. They're running in a downforce configuration to make their car the quickest cars, as we've proven here in qualifying on the front row of the grid.
So the front row, Lamborghini on pole position. There it is, number 63 on the inside for the rolling start. The track licence such here that the standing start for a 1x1 grid puts you on the racing line on the outside. Looking further back down the grid there in the Silver Cup, number 159. Really good job done this morning by Valentin Asclo and Nikolai Hiergaard. It's going to be the British driver Alex McDowell that will start in that car. Silver and Pro-Am, two other battles to look for, races within the race, if you like. And that Aston Martin has got to be one of the favourites for Silver Cup honours, and it keeps out of trouble. Number 22 Porsche, that lines up third. Earl Bamber at the wheel of it. Last year GPX went for retro Gulf colours, this year Martini colours. It works well on that car.
That's a great colour. I mean, those iconic Martini colours, whatever car you grace them with, always looks just a fantastic car. Be it sports prototypes, be it GT3s, whatever. Just iconic. I still have got the jacket actually, but not from the days in GT racing, that's for sure.
And there, some way back, 12th on the grid. Robin Fryans will go first, guesting because Kelvin van der Linde is away for the DTM, so he joins Charles Witz and Dries van Thor to try and help them score points. They're already the sprint champions, history made by being back-to-back title winners. Can they add this championship as well? It's not going to be easy. There, 5th on the grid is Consul Lapalainen. He will go first in the Emile Frey Lamborghini that he shared with Luca Giotto. His debut in the championship in Arthur Rougier, and Norbert Siedler, Giacomo Altway and Albert Costa's car on the outside of the row. And rather than letting Albert start, because he got in strife here last year, it's Norbert Siedler that starts. Emile Frey Racing, incidentally, yesterday won the eSports Teams Championship, with Arthur Rougier winning his class, taking second in the race. David Pittard starts, number 34 BMW, which is 13th on the grid. And Jake Dennis, third driver in that car, making his GT3 debut, having been third in the Formula E Championship this season gone.
Yeah, car we know is very quick. We saw that this morning when David Pittard was behind the wheel running down, almost running over the back of the 22 Porsche when both were trying to secure an improvement in lap time. But car probably less likely to lead in the early laps, but you never know. By the time we get to the end of the third hour, it could be a car that's certainly in a podium position.
Callum Islet, number 71 Ferrari, good to go. Set to make his Champ Car debut soon, and it's been quite a season for him, having come into GT racing. Le Mans was added to the programme, and now Champ Car as well. Yeah, Jake Dennis, just to clarify the point, BMW GT3 debut, because of course he's been seen for the our motorsport Aston squad in the past, but it'll be interesting to see how Jake goes in that car. There's number 14 Lamborghini of Rolf Ineichen, the Silver Cup entry. Rolf knows this place very well, having spent many a year racing Carrera Cup Germany here. Alex Fontana and Ricardo Feller, his two co-drivers. Rolf got into a bit of hot water this morning for being investigated for blocking in the qualifying session, but you can defensively block come the race for position, can't you? As the engines now fire, the grid is cleared, and the race direction team will now take charge, ready for 3 hours for the Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS Endurance Cup. It's round 4 of the Endurance Cup season, led, of course, by the Ferrari, the Iron Lynx team of Alessandro Pierguidi, Coleman Edgar and Nicholas Nielsen after that massive haul of points at Spa, leading at the 6 and 12 and 24 hours mark where points were awarded.
Just going back to the point about blocking, you're allowed to make one blocking move, but you can't meander one side of the straight back to the other, back again. So if you start doing that, that will certainly get the attention of race director and you'll get penalised for it. But one move is permitted, it's considered to be fair. Of course, it's very important as to when that block comes. Some drivers do it extremely late, and that compromises the car that's trying to make the overtake.
Well, there is the view from onboard number 32 Audi then. That's the Car started by Robin Friends as the field pulls away. Santalot technicians have one last word before they have to get the race faces on, and so the pole position car, Marco Mappelli at the helm, leads the field down to turn 1. Let's look at the full grid. Marco Mappelli will start on pole position with Raffaele Marciello alongside, ahead of Earl Bamber and Luca Stoltz on the second row. Constant Leppäläinen is on row 3 with Norbert Siedler for company. Then Christian Engelhardt and Callum Eilert share row 4. Row 5, Nicholas Nielsen's Ferrari. Lining up alongside him, Clement Schmidt for the Grasser Racing Team Lamborghini squad, ahead of Alex McDowell and Robin Friends on the 6th row, Aston and Audi respectively. Jake Dennis, BMW with David Pittard starting it, lines up alongside Rolf Ineichen on the 7th row, ahead of Oscar Chuncho's Mercedes and Dennis Marshall for a Tempto in the Audi next on the grid. Then you go to Martin Tomczyk with the BMW alongside Bastian Buss, going well in qualifying in the Porsche, ahead of Ricardo Sanchez, who had a spin, and team patron Hubert Hampton, the HRT Mercedes. Konstantin Terashenko with a Silver Cup win this year comes next, ahead of Mathieu Drudi, then Marcus Winkelhock and Nicholas Bourne, 24th on the grid. 25th, Christopher Hasse, set for his 43rd GT World Challenge start in any iteration. Rino Mastronardi is next, ahead of Benja Highties and then Andrea Rizzoli. Benji Goethe comes next with Valdemar Eriksson for company on the 15th row. The 16th row, Sam Dehaan and Ahmad Al-Hafi. Next on the grid, you get to Stefano Costatini joining the FFF Racing Team, and Florian Scholzer with an injured hand after a jet ski accident. Louis Machiels, his 44th record-making start in World Challenge alongside Dominic Baumann, then Stuart White to the Bentley and Alexander West's Aston. Adrian Amstutz is next with Giorgio Roda for company, then Karim Auger, Duncan Cameron and Russell Ward round out the grid. Russell Ward having to get with Michael Grenier's steward's permission after they missed a time in Q2 and Q3 after damage done right at the start of Q2. So that is how they are on the grid. The field then behind the pace car as it is. Come up now towards the chicane, ready for the start of what's going to be an absolutely flat-out blast.
Another area we're going to have to keep an eye on is drivers running cutting corners and throwing a load of rubble onto the circuit, particularly up through the Schumacher S, as we noted that from the running on Friday and Saturday. So coming through there now, it is virtually clear, but there's no doubt there will be a build-up just off the line to the left of the cars as they're coming up through the Schumacher S's. So again, it's another little thing that drivers got to be aware of. If a car does go off track, you will drag on gravel, so you could be the first car around after there's been an incident. You need to be very much on your toes, otherwise you'll be the second car in that gravel trap.
So the cars then now to get themselves into formation, this 2x2 Noah's Ark formation ready for the rolling start, this 43 strong field. And in some cases, being at the back, at least you're behind all the incidents. Turn 1 is going to be the first major pinch point. If they get round the arena safely, then we're in for a good race.
Well, turn 1 will be the start of or the end of a race for one of these 43 or maybe more. I hope everyone gets through, but we know whatever drivers say beforehand, they will take it cautiously. They'll not do anything mad. Wait till they get to turn 1. The red mist will descend, and there will be undoubtedly some, maybe only light contact, but there will be contact of some sort.
So as the cars now turn their way into the chicane, the soft version, the motorcycle version, it's a more flowing left-right kick, but it's equally, therefore, not really as easy an overtaking opportunity. But for Marco Mappelli on the front of the grid, he is about to go racing with Raffaele Marciello lined up alongside the Porsche third of Earl Bamber, Luca Stoltz and the Pink Panther Mercedes, the HRT entry next. The lights will go green to get the race underway now. It is blast off as the cars accelerate down towards turn 1. The Lamborghini with good speed in the straight line. Callum Eilert being blocked there on the run down towards the first corner by Norbert Siedler in the background. But it is going to be Mappelli who leads the way, but only just. Marciello tries to stand his ground on the outside. He gets run out wide. Bamber goes third, Stoltz is fourth. You've also got there Norbert Siedler on the outside line trying to gain ground for Emil Frey Racing, and gain ground he does. He's gone up to fourth. He's on the outside line for third then, and if he stays there, the road will come to him for the next corner. Look back, there's the Porsche going back ahead of the Emil Frey Lamborghini. So Bamber is third, Marciello second, and it's Mappelli in the lead.
Well, against all expectation, I think everybody got through cleanly, let alone without having any contact. So good effort by all 43. And Marco Mappelli made that start. He anticipated it, maybe enough. Certainly better than Marciello did. Marciello was left a little bit lagging as the cars ran down into turn 1. There was no opportunity to dive around the outside as he did try, but look at the contact coming through turn 6.
Downhill they plunge then into the long looping right of turn 8. Look at this, 4 wide almost in the pack. That could end badly, couldn't it? Because something's got to give. Up the inside dives Bastien Bus in the Porsche. Runs the number 99 Audi out a little bit wide there, which is the Dennis Marshall-driven car. They lean on each other again, heading up towards the Schumacher S. Is there room for 2 of them to go side by side? Marshall gains the place. That was brave stuff.
Yeah, very tight indeed, because really going into the Schumacher S, there's not a lot of space. But look, Robin Fried's trying to make up ground already, getting past the BMW in the process. So on board with Robin Fried's now running behind. Is that the Iron Lynx? But I think it is the Iron Lynx. They're running directly behind the Ferrari. That's their principal competitor in this championship.
Well, Mappelli's getting away up front, isn't he? He's built a gap on this first lap from Marchiello in second place. Third is Bamber as they come up towards the chicane. Side by side there, the BMW. David Pittard at the wheel. Claims the place against the Audi. Back to the inside line. Dives Robin Fried's then up the inside, and he's done it. Good move. They're going to be side by side off the corner. Now it's going to be about horsepower.
Yeah, we saw David Pittard make that move this morning, trying to get a round car in qualifying. That was the 22 Porsche at that time. So Pittard and Robin Fried now going at it absolutely 100%. Nothing given, nothing conceded. But the Audi's got the inside line coming further over to the left to try and preclude the BMW going around the outside, as it succeeded, or up the inside I should say, in the S's, but had to concede on the exit. Robin Fried's quick to jump on that slightly slower exit for the BMW, and the Audi has regained its position.
So Robin Fried's then 11th as they turn through the arena for the second time. At the end of that one, Marco Mappelli 1.2 seconds to the good. Martin Tomczyk there getting into the back of Oscar Tunjo's Mercedes number 7 as the cars drop now down towards turn 5. Everybody desperately trying to gain ground early doors.
Yes, Marco Mappelli's made a very good start in that opening lap. 1.2 seconds advantage over second place Raffaele Marcello. And normally you'd expect Raffaele Marcello to be right on the rear of the 63 Lamborghini, but Mappelli doing everything he needs to do, benefiting from the pole position, being able to control the start and gaining that little gap.
So there the cars turning down through the long left of turn 8, I should say, as they come now through the Schumacher S. So flick through the chicane using the curve there, and as the race goes on, more and more of that gravel's going to get dragged towards the racetrack.
Yeah, very much so. But just watching the 63 lead Lamborghini come through the Schumacher S just looks sharper in the directional change than the 88 Mercedes did running in second place. So clearly, the Orange One FFF racing team have done a great job in the 2 days of running. Certainly on Saturday, where they just spent time fine-tuning, honing that car, and clearly is paying dividends for for Mappelli, with a 1.2 second as they came across at the end of it. It's more than that. It's probably up to 2 seconds now by the time they come up to the end of lap 2.
Well, there is Mappelli leading the way. It's been a long time, really, since we've seen that car running away and hiding up front. Think back to 2019, it was unstoppable. Last year was not a great success, and it's been a bit lean on results this year. But over the line, it now goes, and the advantage up to 1.7 seconds.
So that was half a second gain to Mappelli. I was a bit generous that I thought it might have been more.
Replay of the start here as Mappelli from pole position storms away. Look at Callum Eilert trying to get through the traffic, but he gets a face full of Lamborghini, so he's going to try and find a way round, but they all descend upon the first turn. Earl Bamber on the inside line in the Porsche, and all safely through thus far.
The one who's made good progress actually is Robin Fried. Currently, well, in 11th place, because he was sort of slightly boxed coming into turn 1, but there was Marcello looking to find a way around the outside of Mappelli, but it wasn't available. And the Lamborghini right now looks the sharpest racing car on his 4 Pirelli tyres of any out there.
1 or 2 getting run out wide as they work their way out of turn 4 on the opening lap. But again, thankfully, contacts averted, and this is looking back from Marciello's Mercedes at the start.
So there's the view Marcello has. There's 22 Porsche gun, thinking about, can I get down the inside, can I get down the inside? Well, there's a Lamborghini there, so he's prevented from doing that. Marcello runs the wider exit. You can see just how much wider he ran, thinking I'll get a better drive off turn 1, but it didn't materialize. Then the Lamborghini trying to find a way around Earl Bamber, getting run wide, or ran himself wide more than being run wide.
And this was Robin Fried's start, so it's a bit more crowded around him, isn't it? Cars behind, cars in front, cars alongside.
This is a danger area at the start of a race, starting in the 10th row or so of the grid, 6th row of the grid, 12th position. So you have to be aware that there's traffic going to come down the inside, there's traffic going to go down the outside, and there's traffic might be bumping into you from behind. But he navigated clearly and cleanly and got through and has made up a position.
Rino Mastronardi further back on the grid in the Sky Tempesta car, 13th row. Of course, you're arriving there much quicker, aren't you, than at the front of the grid, because the pace has already taken off, so you come out of the last corner being able to accelerate and keep that momentum going.
Yeah, the benefit of being that little bit further back is that if there is something going on ahead of you, you do have the opportunity to see through the corner and be able to be prepared to back out of it a little bit. The gap now back down from 1.7 to 1.5 seconds. So on this lap, Marcello's taking 0.2 of a second out of the advantage that Apelli had built up.
So does that mean the Mercedes takes longer to get its tyres switched on compared to the way the Lamborghini operates them? It's Porsche third, it's Lamborghini fourth, it's Mercedes fifth, it's Lamborghini in sixth place. Constant Lapalainen doing a good job in that fourth place, isn't he, at the moment? Number 114, having had that car on the third row of the grid as the field now drops downhill. But Marciello, having done the fastest lap of the race thus far last time around, trying to chip away now and see what he can do about the race leading car. There is the order by brand on the screen. As you see the cars plunge down the hill, different brands, different shapes, different sizes, different sounds, different classes, and another absolute best in the first sector from Marciello. So this lead gap is assuredly coming down.
It is, and certainly getting purple in sector one and having a quicker lap in the previous lap by just 0.2 of a second. That's why we went from 1.7 to 1.5 second differential first to second. So beginning through the Schumacher S's, there's the speed. Marciello quickest through that, quicker than we don't even have the lead car in the top five.
No, indeed. Comes to Lapalainen's Lamborghini, the second fastest, as there is Marciello. So he pulled back, admittedly only something like 8 thousandths in the first sector, but it was better. Responding in the middle is Marco Mappelli. It's going to be a real cat and mouse battle between these two, heading towards the end of the first hour, I think, which is when their drive time will be up. So Marco Mappelli, who quite often used to be given the middle stint, didn't he? Bought a lot of used to start Marco do the middle. They swapped it around for this weekend. Over the line goes Raffaele Marciello. The gap at the end of the lap is 1.5 seconds, and another best lap of the race by Marciello, again fractionally quicker.
Yeah, it took such a small fraction. It was only still 1.5 seconds basically. You could take a few hundredths or thousandths of it, but Mappelli has responded to that increase in pace from the 88 Mercedes as they come through the exit of turn 2 into turn 3. Hook the wheel over the curb on the inside, but Marciello staying slightly wider, but still able to get the car on the left to cut back to the right to make the run off turn 4, running very wide. They're allowed to do it because it's almost historic now, the short sprint down into turn 5. Get the nose in early-ish, then the car runs out to the right-hand side, stays more or less centre to right of the circuit, gets his entry into turn 6, and then it's flat out all the way down through the curve of turn 7, really. All you're doing is just, it's not even a corner, barely a curve. Pick your brake points now, and it's easy to outbrake yourself down the hill. Remember, you're braking downhill. The camera tends to reduce the level of decline that you're on. Now the climb back up the other side of the hill, then listen, he's feathering the throttle a little bit, because remember, full fuel load, so as the car gets lighter, it may be a little bit easier, but of course then the tyre will maybe be going off the peak of its performance, which it probably is, maybe in a brand new set of tyres that Marciello started on.
He's absolutely on the limit, trying to bring down that gap against the race leader, but 0.2 gained by Mappelli in the first sector, so he is definitely responding here.
Yes, it's a visual improvement as well. So maybe on the lap 2, Mappelli thought of, well, I've gained an advantage, but what he didn't respect or understand was that Raffaele Marciello was charging, but now the response from Mappelli, the gap was last time across 1.5 seconds. It's going to be back up to 1.7 or 8 maybe by the time they check it out and see.
So the leaders come through. There's Marco Mappelli just dropping out of shot ahead of Raffaele Marciello second. That gap 1.8, it's really shot up. Third is Bamber, fourth Lapalainen ahead of Stoltz. There's Siedler ahead of Engelhardt. Nicholas Nielsen is next ahead of his teammate Callum Eilert, and then to round out the top 10, they're just peeking into the shot, the orange Lamborghini, Clement Schmidt at the wheel. Robin Freins is next, he's in 11th place.
Yeah, Freins got a few, or actually a position or two at the start, but now, as is normally the case, his pace is being dictated by that of Clement Schmidt's, which is being dictated by the pace of the two Iron Lynx Ferraris, and on it goes and on it goes. So there will be spaces around the racetrack, periods when cars are, as we are looking at them now, and then that'll all of a sudden there'll be pit stops and people will get an opportunity to reset what they want to do, readjust their strategy accordingly.
71, Callum Eilert drops down the hill chasing his teammate, so Nicholas Nielsen upholding Ferrari honour at the moment, but they're not quite on the back of the Porsche, are they, of Christian Engelhardt. Eilert comes then down through Turn 8, there he is, the Iron Links duo running together. But after the Spa 24 domination, not finding it quite so easy around the Nurburgring, even though it's a local circuit to Spa in a sense, only about an hour and a half away, but a very different challenge around here than it was the other side of the hills.
Looking at the 22 Porsche, Earl Bamber now 2 seconds behind Marcello. And certainly in Sector 1 we saw Mapelli actually go quickest again, purple sector, by the best part of 0.3 of a second. So something has lit up Marco Mapelli, and he's managing to pull away. I noted on the opening lap, I thought the Lamborghini looked really, really sharp around the racetrack. Then suddenly the Mercedes was closing. Now the reverse is happening. Mapelli's being able to stretch that advantage. Certainly in the second sector, the difference is virtually equal. And we wait now for the conclusion of Sector 3 and to see what the gap is. Maybe now slightly over 2 seconds.
1.9 between the top two, but Mapelli is responding, and he's now done the fastest lap of the race. So the Lamborghini, the advantage switches back towards that against Raffaele Marciello. But there's nobody else working their way through the traffic either. Earl Bamber has got a bit stuck in third place. Lapalainen fourth, Stoltz, Siegler, Engelhardt, Nielsen, Eilert, Schmidt. That's the top 10 in the classes. The best of those in silver is currently Clement Schmidt in that 10th place, and Pro-Am is Rino Mastronardi doing a really good job in the Sky Tempesta Ferrari. He knows the cars well, even if he's a newcomer to the team.
I think if Callum Eilert could clear his teammate, then he could make some progress. Likewise, Clement Schmidt and Robin Fiends. Those three are all, in a sense, there. That Ferrari just on picture, the 51, is to a degree, I'm not going to say a cork in the bottle, it's a bit too early in this race, but it's certainly the pace, I think, of Eilert is a little bit better than that of Nicholas Nielsen. Likewise, Schmidt and Robin Fiends, they've gained a little bit of an advantage over David Pittard in the BMW, who was very, very feisty in the opening lap, but hasn't been able to consolidate that.
Somebody else making progress further down in the Bentley, Stuart White, holding that car up the order, and we know that that's going to be good through the speed trap, so that'll continue to gain ground in his 1 hour of racing, as they're going through is number 14, the Rolf Einichen second in Silver Cup, Emil Frey Lamborghini. It's the Grasser car going well in the hands of Clement Schmidt. Good to have Grasser sort of back being competitive. They've rather been forgotten about with partly Emil Frey and certainly the FFF team.
Yes, to some degree, well, not to some degree, to a large degree, they've been overlooked. And Gottfried Grasser, who ran so successfully, 4 or 5 years ago, representing Lamborghini, is now, well, hopefully they are back at a pace and a level which was comparable to what they were doing when they were the lead Lamborghini entrants.
Well, they're going through is Oscar Tunjo, who is third in silver, number 7. The Mercedes that was quick yesterday in the pre-qualifying session in his hands, and also Marvin Dienst's hands particularly, up towards the timing line. That now goes. And Marco Mapelli continues to hold sway by 1.8 seconds. 7 laps now in the book, the first 15 minutes up.
One thing is very noticeable, even in the commentary booth, the noise of these cars. Variety of engines, different configurations, aspirated, turbocharged, flat 6 V8s, whatever V10s. The noise is fantastic.
It is. The other noticeable thing is how warm it is as well for September at the Nürburgring, and that might be playing a part as well at the end of a stint. I know the drivers are fit, but for the AMs maybe it's just a bit harder work than they were anticipating here in autumn.
Getting very tight going through turn 3 and cutting back to turn 4 as we look further down through the field. And that was round about 24th, 25th, 26th. Oh, and again, side by side round the outside, and is it going to stick? Well, it's almost like Dodgem cars. 3 Audis trying to knock each other off the racetrack, and door handles and mirrors and whatever will be flying.
Marcus Winkelhock in 26, getting hung out to dry on the outside there, and Matteo Drudi in the Attempto car. And Rino Mastronardi here coming down the hill into turn 8. He's on the back of Drudi leading his class. He needs to keep out of trouble, doesn't he?
He's not in this race, but of course, if you're a racing driver, the temptation is to have a go. Every opportunity you have a go.
They flick through the chicane. There is Mastronardi in the AF course around Sky Tempesta Ferrari. Further up the road there, you can see the big battle that's going on, because Marcus Winkelhock is looking for a way to try to get himself further up the order and away from the rest of the Audi hordes.
Suddenly kicked a bit of dust onto the inside line into turn 12. And again, that's something we've seen happen a lot here. Certainly as progress was made on Saturday, there's a massive build-up on the outside of the exit of the Schumacher Esses, having to be very defensive to defend against Rino Mastronardi in the Ferrari through the through the S's.
So the lead gap, 1.4 seconds. Marciello brought it down last time. A fair chunk, actually, and he's done another fastest lap of the race. So 8 laps are in the book, and Marciello, on that lap at least, had the pace over Marco Mappelli. Mattia Drudi, in the meantime, has lost out to Winkelhock, who in turn is on the back of Christopher Hauser here.
Yeah, Drudi went a little bit more to the right of the entry into turn 1 than normally you would do. That was to preclude anything that the Ferrari might try and make an overtake. So back to this battle. Marcus Winkelhock struggling to find a way around the Mercedes directly ahead of him. Well, sorry, it was Hauser, then Winkelhock, then the Mercedes of number 40, Matthias Brun.
Well, there, 26 drops down through the turn 5-6 sequence. So Marcus Winkelhock on the tail of Christopher Hauser, looking to try to gain ground, but at the front of that queue, Nicholas Bourne with the Mercedes, he's the one they've got to try and find a way past. And in fact, a little bit further up the road, you've got Alex McDowell hanging on to 19th place ahead of Konstantin Terashenko, who's been a Silver Cup winner this year in the Mercedes.
So what is normal here at Nurburgring has very quickly folded into place. Gap, by the way, just first to second has come down from 1.9 seconds back down to 1.49. So again, on that last lap, Marciello, quickest lap of the race to date. So interesting sort of swing between the two lead cars. Suddenly the Lamborghini gets a spurt, then the Mercedes seems to gain a bit more steam and it pulls up to the... So a battle for the lead is still close enough to keep both of those drivers very much aware that this is not going to change much before they come to the conclusion of their stints.
Yeah, it's going to be a real cat and mouse battle, isn't it? Somewhat elasticated thus far. That gap as they come over the timing line again, it's gone up again, 1.7 seconds that time around. The better lap done by Mappelli than by Marciello, but this long stream of cars comes over the line. Martin Tomczyk there looks to try and unsettle Oscar Tunjo, who in turn is right on the back of Rolf Ineiken. Ineiken also needs to keep that car out of trouble because they're aiming for Silver Cup championship points.
Well, everybody was saying at the beginning of the weekend that this is a Mercedes circuit. The car was there. Oh, they tapped the back of the Lamborghini. Oh, dear me, that was a very, very light touch, but that's all it takes. A light touch is as effective as giving it a right old thumping.
Yeah, around goes Ineiken, and of course Tunjo there, number 7 Mercedes in the same class, the Silver Cup. So it's a change of place on track and significantly in the class as well. Martin Tomczyk next in the queue, but we await news of that being looked at by the stewards, and we'll see what they think about it.
I think they might say that was an avoidable incident, but whether they will penalise it, whether it'll be a drive-through or whether it'll be a time added on, let's watch and see. Tunjo coming down. Ineiken runs very wide at the exit of 2, so the thought was there an opportunity? Well, there wasn't really, and you know, he didn't need to run into the back of Ineiken in the Lamborghini, but he did.
Yeah. As you say, it was a light touch, a brush, and enough to unsettle the car with it all loaded up for that left-hander as Martin Tomczyk there, DTM champion, blasts on. DTM champion for Audi, but very much part of the BMW family these days as he accelerates out of the Bilstein curve through turn 12, and he in turn is chasing after Oscar Tunjo. So these two benefiting from the Ineiken spin. The race leaders, incidentally, have just broken the beam. There they are. And the gap was 1.7 seconds, and the gap is still 1.7 seconds. So not much to choose between them that time around, but it was the Mercedes that was quicker by something like 34 thousandths of a second, that's all.
Well, even a racing driver would struggle to see that in terms of distance close on the car you're running down. And now look at Robin Freins getting very close to the tail of Clement Schmidt. That's about as close as we've seen the Audi to the tail of the 16 Lamborghini, and we're still waiting to see Callum Ilott. Can he find a way around his teammate in the 51 Ferrari? Because I still maintain, can Ilott get through, then he would have a chance of running down 7th place Christian Engelhardt in the Porsche.
If Mappelli is able to build this kind of advantage and look so strong early on, that car's looking very, very good indeed for a race win, isn't it? Because Bortolotti and Caldarelli will match that pace, if not go quicker. And right now there's nobody else suggesting they're going to be able to creep into the mix unless things really change on the first round of pit stops, if somebody loses a massive chunk of time.
Well, this is the time in America at some of their events they would throw a professional full course yellow or yellow flag. Let's get the field all bunched up together again.
And then see what happens, but I offer you that Mappelli would pull clear again. Interestingly, El Bamba down in third place, starting to up his pace in the first sector, not yet matching those ahead, but at least the Porsche now starting to come alive as well in third, ahead of Lapalainen and Stoltz. This long queue of cars lower down the order, coming out of turn 8. 19th and back here, Alex McDowell in the Garage 59 Aston Martin. He's at the head of that queue, 26, riding the curbs. Is Marcus Winkelhoff in 22nd position, a long way down. The leading Audi, of course, at the moment is Fries, only in 11th place.
Yeah. And another driver pairing that I would have thought might feel a bit disappointed, Lucas Stoltz in the HTP Mercedes. Started in the second row of the grid, lost a place, but you didn't really want to do that. You wanted to maintain at best, or sorry, at worst, your 4th position going into turn 1 or coming out of turn 1, but not to lose a position on that opening corner. So Lucas Stoltz, a lot of work to do. Still only half a second behind Lapalainen in the Lamborghini in 4th place, but being a half a second might as well be half an hour, because can he find a way through?
Field pouring out of turn 17 up towards the timing line. Alex McDowell still leading that long freight train of cars, that line growing all the time. Matthew Drudi, Miklas Born, Rino Mastronardi, and then Benja Heitie's almost on the back of it there in the Rinaldi Ferrari. There is Mastronardi, and you're with him now heading into turn 1.
So gets the car in nicely, does all he has to do. So it's just Milas Born and the Mercedes directly ahead. Of course, the Mercedes we have seen all weekend. Now this is the battle up the inside. Well, that was very ambitious. Christopher Hauser tried it. I wonder, is he wearing his pink racing boots this weekend? There's lucky pink racing boots.
Well, he needs something, doesn't he? Because he's
involving car 7 and car 14 in turn 3 under investigation.
That's the voice of Alain Adon, the race director, and not surprisingly saying that the Tunjo Icon clash is under investigation.
I don't think you can put any blame on an Icon in that one, can you?
No, not really.
Not really, no.
No. But I don't think Tunjo did it deliberately either. I think he might have just been a little bit caught out by the speed of the Lamborghini. In terms of speeds, the top speed in the Pro Cup, this is Martin Tomczyk's domain at the moment. He is faster than teammate David Pittard, so the BMWs on the VMAX fastest around here, and Robin Fry's Audi, interestingly, 247, third, Callum Isle at 4th, and Earl Bamber is the 5th fastest driver thus far. That's out of the pros alone.
Well, that speed advantage gives the BMWs an opportunity here, for example, coming into turn 1 or going up into the soft S's, the return leg of the circuit. But if the lap time itself isn't consummate to the straight line performance, then you're running a car maybe on the slightly light side of downforce on a racetrack that has traditionally been on the heavier side, as Lucas Stoltz in that 5th position, still trying to find a way Lapalainen in the 114 Lamborghini, and not really making any inroads. It was half a second the last time around, and it's half a second this time around.
Well, there, the Mercedes inching up as they come through the arena, almost at the end of the first half an hour of the race, as Mapelli leads by 1.9 seconds. But yeah, the closest battle is that for 4th, isn't it? Lapalainen under attack now from Lucas Stoltz. The two of them sprint down through turn 5. The Mercedes chipping away onto the back of the Lamborghini. In free practice yesterday morning, the Lamborghinis looked nowhere, but they have really built a strong weekend from there on in. Mercedes has looked pretty strong all weekend, but is it strong enough when it matters come race day?
Well, that's an if and an and a but question. So lots of things are going to take place, but no doubt at some point we'll get a full course yellow, then maybe a safety car intervention. So many things can take place, but so far, other than that one incident where Tunjo tagged the back of the Lamborghini in turn 3, so Robin Icon might be feeling a bit sore about it. Where has he fallen down to 18th position? So he is feeling sore about it, but so far it's been a very clean race.
51 goes through, Nicholas Nielsen, so he's still stuck down in 8th, yet to really be able to put a move against that Porsche, but just up the road ahead of him, Christian Engelhardt in the car that won here in the 6-hour race that we had last year, accelerates down the hill through the right-hander of the Ad Van Bogen, and now the climb up towards the chicane.
I remember that climb driving many years ago in a Mercedes-Benz W125 pre-war Formula 1 car. And I was probably quicker than these were, believe it or not. But I didn't make the chicane. I had to go across the gravel. I was just too quick. And there was a centre throttle and a right-hand brake pedal, so a bit confusing to boot.
I'm not surprised. Porsche goes through, and Nicholas Nielsen breaks the beam half a second back against, you can see there, Christian Engelhardt just up ahead of him, and Callum Islet's fallen away slightly from his teammates. So Nicholas Nielsen here for Iron Lynx, looking championship leading car that he shares with Cobb Ledegaard, and Alessandro Pierguidi wriggles his way now up through turn 2 there, up into the top 10 now. Robin Freins, so he's dispensed with Clement Schmidt. He's taken a step forward.
Didn't see that overtake, like to have seen it, because Robin Freins definitely went closed in on the tail of the Lamborghini, and he found a way around, one of the few drivers to make a pass of a competitive car. So whether that was a mistake from Schmidt or whether he was compromised for some other reason, but we didn't have a little look and see if that's on our back catalogue of incidents here at Nurburgring. Few of them so far today.
Yeah, it's been remarkably calm by Nurburgring standards, hasn't it? As the field drops now through the right-hander of turn 8. Lukas Stoltz getting away from Seidler, but there, if a battle's going to come, it's going to be here, isn't it? Porsche being caught by the 2 Ferraris. 2 great sports car brands, Porsche and Ferrari, getting themselves together, and there, through the Schumacher S, turning to the left, use the curve, it's getting ever more scrofulous on the right-hand element of it, and now up towards the Ravenel left-hander.
So a funny old corner, never really could get to grips with it. I like turn 12 because the camber worked for you, and you could get the nose in, you could run the curve on the outside, just watch the gravel if you drop a wheel off. And then the run through turn 13, and just wait until you get your braking zone spotted, and try and make your entry and exit as clean as possible.
Now, we talked about Robin Freins having broken into the top 10. Let's try and piece together how he did it, because the Audi needs to be going forward and scoring points for Charles Witz and Dries Van Thor for the championship. So this was it. It all started coming off the last corner.
Yes, good exit, running under the rear wing effectively of the Lamborghini. Clement Schmidt stays on the left-hand side as they come down into the braking zone, but watch what happens now. Well, Robin Freins very late indeed on the brakes. Can he get it stopped? Enough of that overrunning on the exit. Does a good job in doing that, because he didn't allow Clement Schmidt to make the undercut and trying to get back. So Robin Freins, last of the late breakers at this stage, only 15th lap into the race, but immediately has been able to open up to a second of a gap over the orange Lamborghini. Now his focus has got to be in the back of Callum Ilott and that Ferrari trio of Nicholas Nielsen.
And having been released from behind Clement Schmidt, he's away, isn't he? So absolutely storming now, Robin Freins, in this Audi that's looked really... what's the best adjective for it? Lethargic, undercooked, you name it. But it has never had the pace all weekend. All they can hope for is to outlast others at the end of 3 hours.
Yeah. By the way, it wasn't a trio, it was a duet.
Forgive me. Now, that car still struggling in terms of pure pace, Robin Freins, but it is there, running at the top 10. Marcus Winkelhock's gained ground as well, but he's still a long, long way back. So Christopher Haas is up to 19th at the expense of McDowell, and now Winkelhock, having got past Terashenko, is going to come up and have a go at him as well. There they are. So Winkelhock bit by bit chipping forward, and look here, Christopher Haas, having been released from the Aston Martin, he is gone.
Well, there's no surprise whatsoever, because there's always been these cars slightly lower performance but in track position. Once Christopher Haas has gotten ahead, he's just steamed away without any difficulty whatsoever. McDowell and the Aston Martin dropping back by about 2 or 3 seconds in that lap.
Now that's the top 2. Look at the gap from them to the 3rd place Porsche. Earl Bamber in the background, ahead of Konsta Lappalainen and Lukas Stoltz. But 2nd to 3rd, Marciello to Bamber, that is over 7.5 seconds. So that's a big chunk of time to be lost early on in the race, isn't it?
Yes, we're only just 30 minutes into the race, so if you can keep it within 10 seconds by the time you finish your first hour, I think Earl Bamber will have felt that's about as much as he was able to do. The gap between first and second for the first time is up to 2 seconds. So the battle between lead and second place cars just sort of seesawing all the way through lap upon lap.
Yeah, 2 seconds. It's just tipped over, isn't it, between the top 2? But there is Bamber 3rd. 4th is Lappalainen. Lukas Stoltz again chipping away at him. The Nurburgring has always been a tough circuit to overtake around just because of the nature of it. So it is very easy, under the way that BOP works, that if you've got a quick car, you can, if you're on your own, do really, really good times. But as soon as you get into traffic, you're really stuck. There are relatively few overtaking opportunities. This is one. We saw it in the Lamborghini race earlier on in the day. The other, of course, is diving down into the first corner. But on this configuration, the chicane rather less so.
Yeah, the chicanes are more difficult because it's quite a quick chicane in reality, somewhere around about 100-something plus kilometers per hour we saw on the AWS timing and speed. So there is Colin Fried's coming up through the Schumacher S's as we cut back to the exit of turn 12.
Well, Al Bamba is doing his best to stay in the hunt. On the plus side, he's keeping clear of the 4th and 5th battle, who in turn were a long way clear of Norbert Siedler 6th. So it's interesting, isn't it, to see, despite, we talk about the cars being evenly matched. In Q2, we had the top time from 2 drivers to the 1,000th. They match one another, and yet come the race, the gaps have opened up quite early on, really.
I mean, the two things: one is qualifying, where everything is tuned to that one single fine fast lap. Now we're in a race. The situation, the setup, obviously fuel loads are different, and again, depending on which sets of tyres the teams had saved over the previous days running and then saved from qualifying. So you want to try and not compromise your qualifying by maybe not using a set of new tyres to save those for the race. So teams will do whatever they need to do at that point to gain track position, and I suspect people would use new tyres in qualifying, knowing the value of position, track position. When you've got track position, you can defend it. If you haven't got it and you're trying to win it, it's a lot more difficult.
There's not much in terms of gaps here, is there? As over the line comes Rino Mastronardi. This Ferrari 25th, Nicholas Bourne up the road, and he's involved in a big battle with Matteo Drudi in the Audi. He in turn is trying to get onto the back of Terashenko, who's almost into the back of Alex McDowell. And look there, Rino Mastronardi under attack, because right with him now, Benja Highties.
Round the outside, Benjamin Highties tries to go, but easily to be run wide, and it is run wide, and the Gulf Porsche sees the opportunity. So Highties, I mean, you can only do that if you've got your nose in front before you enter into turn 2, and that was sort of that's where the track knowledge of Nurburgring really will come into play.
So Mastronardi keeps his place, and now that puts Benji Goethe up against Highties, and behind the pair of them is number 20 there, Dominic Baumann in the SPS Automotive Mercedes, trying to forge away up with a big flash of the lights there, trying to get himself up through the order. Down towards the right-hander of turn 8 they come. Now this is the opening lap of the race, and there is the 188 Aston getting involved with the Barwell Lamborghini at the exit of turn 4. So Barwell will not be amused about that. Adrian Amstutz being given a bit of a rough time by Alexander West.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a hip and shoulder, and again, I don't think there was any premeditation about it. Just everybody's doing what they're doing, and the Aston just happened to be fractionally quicker at that point in the corner, and the contact occurred. But again, it's something that will be looked at and either referred up to the steward or no action to be taken.
Well, race control again, have a look at it. They've noted it, they'll have a look, see if anything needs to be done. It's a busy old place, race control, because you've got to keep on tabs of the race itself, plus any contacts, and have a look at that.
We have 2 incidents under investigation. The contact between car 7 and car 14 in turn 3, and the incident between 188 and 77 in turn 4.
There's confirmation that they're having a look at it. Alain Adon gives the news. To the inside line there goes the Rofco Benji Goethe driven Audi, moves ahead of Rino Mastronardi. So good pass that on the inside line. Benji Goethe is getting better and better and better all the time.
I mean, after Brands Hatch, when he had that shot, unprovoked shot, I would agree with you. But that was a perfect pass. Everything was done correctly. He got the run down into turn 1. He got alongside the 93 Ferrari, and he took away the ground that the Ferrari wanted to have, and therefore that was a clean, and that is how you make your overtakes. Clean and well executed. Now the 93 coming under challenge from Hites, who lost position because he tried to go the long way around.
Time penalty to car 7 to be performed at the next pit stop for causing a collision.
So there it is, number 7 at the pit stop. He will have to serve 10 seconds. That was Oscar Tunjo, who, if you remember, tagged the back of Rolf Ineiken, turned him around, and the stewards agree with you. It wasn't Ineiken's fault. Oscar Tunjo takes the penalty, takes the pain.
Yeah, I mean, it's an unfortunate penalty because I'm sure there was no intent intended, but the consequence is that it spun the Rolf Ineiken round. It lost on track position. Let's watch again and see. Tunjo gets the run down just there. That the lightest, I mean, it's like the lightest of contact, but the car was in the most unbalanced phase of the corner, and it didn't take anything more than that just to spin the car around. So because Ineiken was the victim and the gain was to Tunjo, then it's quite right that there should be a minor penalty. 10 seconds might seem an eternity sitting in the car, but it's a lot less than it could have been if it had been a more serious incident.
Absolutely right. And we'll see what comes of the Alexander West and Adrian Amsterd's incident as well. Number 20 Mercedes there, hustling on. That is Dominic Baumann. That's another of the cars in the Pro-Am competition that comes up towards the line. Alex McDowell here in the Silver Cap Aston with this long queue behind him. He is hanging on to 21st spot. The likes of Haser and Winkelhock that finally found a way past have scarpered up the road. And Mapelli now leading, by the way, by 2.4 seconds over Raffaele Marciello. Despite Lello's best efforts, that gap has not come down. And McDowell here is feeling the pressure.
He certainly is. So what's he going to do? How's he going to defend Terashenko, looking clearly that he's got the quicker car, quicker through turn 4 by a very fine margin. But he's been kept on his toes because Matteo Drudi, who's likewise in the Audi, looking for another opportunity. The 66 attempt to Audi, always a car that has, well, in the past has always been a high performer, but again being stymied by not being able to run in his own clear air.
So Konstantin Terashenko, 8th in class, the ACA ASP entry that's had one Silver Cup win this year, the car shared by Simon Gachet and Thomas Drouet. He's on his toes looking to try to get past the Aston before he is passed by the Audi behind number 66, Matthew Drudi at the wheel in the Attempto car. He in turn has got Nicholas Bourne behind him, and then Benji Goethe look in the Gulf-coloured Rofco Audi. There'll be one for Father's Collection in the fullness of time, won't it? Roel Goethe has the Gulf Collection, and the Goethe family getting both of his sons now racing, and mum as well. I think she was doing the Fun Cup race at Le Mans this year.
Was that in Citroen 2CVs?
No, they're a kind of VW Beetle clone, 1800 turbo Volkswagen engined clones.
Close.
Yeah, 5 hours of racing, and watching them start, it was like being in suspended animation. 89 of them started the race. They just kept coming and coming and coming and coming over the line. Now there, Rino Mastronardi under attack. Right up behind him is the recovering Benji Highties. Dominic Baumann is next in the queue. Mastronardi's dropped off the back of that trail a bit, hasn't he? He goes defensive.
Yes, and Highties is looking to find a way past as quickly as possible to make up for the you might say, the misjudgment rather than mistake of running too wide, coming through the exit of turn 2 and then consequently losing track position. So wants to get ahead of the 93 Sky Tempesta Ferrari and Mastroianni. Well, this is even another battle. Alex McDowell under real pressure right now from the 87 Terashenko, Konstantin Terashenko. So he backs off a little bit as they come into turn 3, hugs the curb, but Matteo Drudi's the one car. Look at even Benjamin Goethe. The two Audis look very good in this phase of the lap.
Now bear in mind McDowell and Terashenko losing places. They're silvers, and there's contact. Matthew Drudi tries the outside against the Mercedes, gets run out wide onto the grass, so past him there. Dives, number 40, Nicholas Bourne, who also tries to get around the outside of Terashenko, and he gets roughed up for his pains over the curve and through the gravel. Goethe goes through. In the background, look, Mastronardi in the white Ferrari. His main rival for Pro-Am is the Mercedes, the second of the Mercedes, and Highties dives up the inside line. Both run out wide, and through goes Dominic Baumann, and Highties gets some damage, possibly a puncture for his pains.
I think his damaged radiators are there's fluid coming from the back of the car, and well, whatever it was, it certainly was a consequence of that damage. That was a fairly heavy impact on the left rear of the Ferrari. Thought it might have been a tyre being cut down, but it looked to me to be much with a lot of dust and being kicked up as the car, somebody came into the Schumacher S's. Whether that's a car running wide or whether that was just the residue of what had been in the circuit from the previous lap around.
Was that a bold dive or a bit desperate and a bit over-optimistic?
I would say all three.
Yeah, okay. Well, the bite a bit in the end, because Highties made that bold move and has come away with damage. But for Pro-Am, we've got them nose to tail now. Rino Mastronardi just ahead of Dominic Baumann, and Baumann, I think you put your money on as being the faster of the two, given his CV. So Dominic Baumann now looks to try to gain the class lead and another place overall as they come over the timing line.
And in the meantime, Alex McDowell has consolidated. He was under a big threat. And there is the Ferrari, that's the left rear has been damaged as a consequence, and some would say, well, that was justice, but you never want to say that about a driver who was having a go, and that's what Benjamin Hittes was having a go going into the turn 8 down the bottom of the circuit.
Well, let's see whether that ends up being investigated as Dominic Baumann presses on in the meantime, closing on Mastronardi all the time. So 25th, 26th they are, but this is for the Pro-Am lead. Ferrari versus Mercedes. Dominic Baumann right there on the back of the experienced Italian racer. Out of turn 4 now, speed building on the run down the hill. But Baumann trying to work out exactly where he can make this move.
it's the straight, such as it is, between the exit of turn 4 and entry into turn 5, not really long enough. It's all about the acceleration and the building of speed rather than reaching a terminal speed and sort of then stalling out and allowing a quicker car to make to catch you up. So the straights here not particularly long and intersected by some slow corners, some quicker corners. Now the run out of turn 8 up the hill. Baumann is going to look one way or the other way, but not able to find the space up the inside into the Schumacher S's.
Well, Mastronardi possibly on borrowed time here. That Mercedes looking oh so strong. It's chipped its way up the order. And Dominic Baumann, who is the pro in the Pro-Am combination here, will be using all of that experience to good use. He's done many a mile around here in different GT categories in the 24 hours. Benji Highties is in with the shredded tyre, but now, of course, the Rinaldi team need to see what other damage is done.
Yes, there's certainly bodywork damage, because that's what had cut the tyre down, so that there was something dragging, and that's how about, oh, yes, so that's...
So Bourne was run out wide over the gravel. That's why he's slow. Mastronardi makes his move, and then Highties thinks, I can have a go.
Yeah, but he was carrying way too much speed, and then you can see immediately there's damage to that left rear. I thought there may have been damage to some kind of either fluid or whatever, but maybe just simply it was tire smoke. Immediately the contact took place.
10-second time penalty to be performed at the next pit stop for car 188, causing a collision and gaining an advantage.
That's Alexander West from the opening lap against the Barwell Lamborghini number 77. So number 7 gets a 10-second penalty on its pit stop. So does 188. And we'll see what comes for Benji Highties. He's kind of given himself a penalty by that pit stop. He's now dropped a lap down.
Well, Bamber now has got a 12-second gap between lead Lamborghini and the third place Porsche. 10-second gap between Marcello and himself. And that's about as far as you wanted to go. We're still 17 minutes away from the pit window being, or people choosing when to come in. Yeah. There's our race leader, driving, I would say, almost in a majestic manner, has not put a wheel wrong, has got a 2.5-second advantage the last time through, waiting to see 2.2, so it's come down again. Marcello has made, again, a small gain.
Now Mastronardi trying to fend off Baumann has got himself a bit stuck behind Alex McDowell, who gradually has dropped down the order. He's still defending. Which way does the Ferrari go? And here comes Baumann to the outside line. Shows intent. So Mastronardi now trying to attack. Gets up the inside of the Aston. He will go through. The Mercedes tries to squeeze by as well, and he's done it. Has McDowell got a problem? Because they didn't seem to have anything in retaliation.
I think he was just out of position coming into turn 12. So there we see the 3 cars. In fact, the Aston's lost 3 positions in the space of that one corner, and I don't know whether simply he maybe went a bit wide, got a bit of dirt onto the tyres, and therefore the grip factor had disappeared, but it allows the Ferrari and the 2 following Mercedes to gain ground, and that was almost a bonus for Baumann.
Yeah.
And yeah, for Milas Braun.
Well, over the line they go, but the Aston Martin, having lost those places, it is now down in, what, 27th, and we had it 21st a little while ago, so McDowell has steadily dropped down the order, and there's seemingly nothing he can do. He's not staying with them either. As soon as he loses a place, he falls away.
Yeah, I mean, I still go back to what my thought is, that when he ran wide, he got onto the dirty part of the racetrack. It takes maybe half a lap to clean your tyre up, and also you lose 3 places in the space of one corner. You're not exactly over the moon about it. You have to reset your own, get back into control, get the focus back. Look at Baumann now, thinking about a move into turn 5, but still not anywhere near in a position to make it stick.
And then behind the pair is the Nicholas Bourne Mercedes, trying to recover, having been forced out over the gravel here a couple of laps back. So downhill they come, and again now you can see Dominic Baumann going for the Pro-Am lead, looks to try to make a move against the Ferrari, but to no avail this time around. It does not work for him. Mastronardi doing a good job of defending here.
Driving very well indeed. The Mercedes clearly quicker off the corner, but being denied. Now looks to go up the inside, but he's not close enough. And I wonder why Baumann is pulling out all the times we've seen him do it. Partly you do it to, you know, distract the driver you're challenging, but maybe also he's feeling, I'm running behind this car, I want to keep my temperatures in control, brake temperatures principally, but also your coolant temperatures. You don't want those to get up to the maximum, and then have the presets maybe want to change how the car is running.
through the Schumacher S. Baumann is the fastest, as you can see, 180 kilometres an hour in Pro-Am from Rino Mastronardi, so he's certainly putting in the commitment as he tries to get past the Ferrari. This is the chicane, and then up towards the end of the lap, turn 17, there's Nicholas Bourne next up in the Mercedes. Now that's a Silver Cup entry, so Nicholas Bourne, yes, battling on track, but not for a class position. The Ferrari has escaped a length or two more this time around, as we've got Konstantin Terashenko down the pit lane. Now that's too early to be a routine stop, and it's not a penalty either. So 87, that was part of this battle a little while ago, there it is in the pit lane. Is that a tyre-related issue? No, it's more sinister. It's going for a garage.
But he's also bumped into the back of somebody. You can see the grille on the left-hand side of the front of the Mercedes has been damaged, so he has hit somebody with the left front of the Mercedes, and that may be part of the reason why the car is being pushed into the garage, to let the team, more than two people, work on the car to get it turned around and get it back on track.
So Dominic Baumann continues his pursuit as Benji Goethe up the road has got himself onto the back of Matteo Drudi now. So there is Rino Mastronardi. Nicholas Bourne turns through at the back of this little battle, but Dominic Baumann, as I say, he's the pro in the Pro-Am car, gold-graded driver, hustling on behind the bronze-graded Rino Mastronardi. Rino is not short of experience, but he's not got the CV to match Dominic Baumann's, hence the different grading, and down towards turn 8 they come. But actually, having said all of that, it's taking Baumann longer to clear the Ferrari than one might have anticipated.
The Mercedes looked quicker here on the previous lap than the Ferrari, but other parts of the circuit, the Ferrari's got the performance that's denying Baumann an opportunity to get up and alongside. Baumann is not going to take a risk. He's not, to me, the kind of driver that'll throw it down the inside and hope to sort it out without any contact. So he's just being careful and cautious, thinking about it. As we go back to the rest of the field, coming now down on to what is now the 25th lap.
Cameron Schmidt just drops out of shot ahead of David Pittard, who in turn is having a lights flashing Oscar Tunjo behind him. That Mercedes, though, will drop away on the pit stops because of its 10-second penalty. This is the line of cars taking you through the top 20, and then for Pro-Am, Mastronardi 23rd, Baumann 24th, coming up towards the right-hand of turn 17. So we're going to get about 5 or 6 more laps out of this opening stint of the race before the pit lane gets busy. The teams will be starting to prepare. They'll be getting the tyres ready. They'll be making sure the fuel rig is all operational. They'll be making sure the personnel are ready and on their toes, and they'll make sure the driver knows exactly when to come in. As I say, it's not imminent. It's got another 5 or 6 laps yet, this stint, but we're not far away from stops.
Well, Marco Mappelli finishes his stint. I think the team are going to be very pleased indeed. He's got a 2.6-second advantage over second place Marcello. This is a battle going on for positions outside the top 20. Outside the top 20? When do we ever get to see that?
But it's a significant one for that class lead, isn't it? And Mastronardi again feeling the pressure. These two quite a long way clear of Sam de Haan in the Ram Racing Mercedes. He's third in Pro-Am. But there, look, Dominic Baumann pressing the back of that Ferrari.
The back of the Ferrari was getting a little bit on the loose side through the exit of turn 5, and that'll be music or whatever you want to choose to the eyes of Dominic Baumann. He will know that the pressure he's applying is working, because Mastronardi, and again you see down here the lowest part of the circuit, the back end sliding still, so he is struggling with certainly low speed exit. Round the outside, no, that you can't take the chance, because the track already, you can see at the outside on the exit of the Schumacher S, a build-up of rubber and whatever else. Can he go down the inside into turn 11? Raven Oil, no, doesn't think it's worthwhile. And in the meantime, he's being now shadowed all the way by Melis Braun, and he does not want to allow that Mercedes to make the easy pass on either one or the two of these 3 cars.
Well, here, up through the Ad Van Bogen towards the chicane they come. Mastronardi still doing a very good job of defending that place with few errors as he comes then now into the chicane again. But Dominic Baumann sitting tight up behind him as the cars now turn once again out of turn 17 up towards the timing line. Ferrari, Mercedes. This is for Pro-Am honours. Rino Mastronardi, having maintained the advantage for the bulk of this stint, is not going to give it up without a fight. And try as he might, Baumann just can't really mount a proper bid, can he? He closes, but then drops away again.
Closes on different parts of the circuit. The best part of the circuit for Baumann is actually down at the lowest part of the racetrack, turn 8, where he closes right onto the rear of the Ferrari, gets a better drive off turn 8, doesn't quite get up alongside the Ferrari to take over the control of the entry into the Schumacher S's, thinks the better of it, backs out of it, but in the process then the gap is sort of stretching. So it's a bit of a seesaw battle between the Ferrari and the Mercedes. again pulls out just to let a little bit more air get into the radiators and the brake duct as the Sky Tempesta Ferrari team is preparing, and I suspect this may be on the earlier side of the 10-minute window.
Well, Jonathan Hui looks like he's going to be the driver that takes over that car. Dominic Baumann again closing up just a little bit. 87, the Mercedes we saw in the pit lane. John identified the damage. It's a radiator drama, so that damage has done the radiator, Gemma Scott tells us from the pits, and it looks like they're set to retire the car. So out of the Silver Cup we lose 87, but in Pro-Am, battle is joined again. That Mercedes really good up the hill, but then the aero of the Ferrari helps it through the next section of the circuit.
Yeah, you get the aero effect, likewise the wash coming off the back of the Ferrari affecting the nose of the Mercedes, so probably the steering is going a little bit more to the understeer side than Baumann might prefer. Then out of turn 12, the drop down the hill. Speed of the Ferrari in a straight line, very, very impressive. Mercedes has got no answer here to what the 93 Sky Tempesta Ferrari is able to deliver.
So another 4 laps or so before they're due into the pit lane, or can be expected into the pit lane. The SPS Mercedes, Dominic Baumann, Valentin Pierberg, and for the endurance races, Martin Conrad, they've really taken a big step forward over the last season and a half, up towards the timing line. But the AF Corsa run Ferrari clear ahead. The Sky Tempesta car leads. Now don't forget Marco Mappelli, because there he is, self-isolating. So far ahead is he now?
Yeah, I mean, he's got an over 3 seconds advantage at the end of lap 26. There is the ever-charging Raffaele Marcello, and Marcello has no answer whatsoever. The pace that he has, Mappelli hasn't been able to respond. Okay, it's only a 3-second advantage. It's not a massive advantage there. You can see as they come out of turn 12, it only takes one situation coming up to some of the tail enders whether this is going to happen before we get to the top of the first hour. As third place Earl Bamberg comes through with the ever-charging Lapalainen in the 114 Lamborghini.
And we were concerned a little while ago about Alex McDowell losing places. Well, he's come into the pit lane, and that's a bit early for a routine stop. So clearly the Garage 59 Silver Cup entry has got dramas. There, 114 Conta Lapalainen. Well, McDowell's done a driver change, but I think that's a little bit on the early side. Well, he just about get away with that. 65 minutes is your maximum, but he can probably just about get away with that. But it is early to bring the car in relative to everybody else.
Yes, for a first round of pit stops, you're quite right. Is sort of 53 minutes into the stint, and the pit lane is empty other than those with damaged cars.
Except now Lukas Stoltz has brought number 4 Mercedes in, so that's interesting. That's another one early to get out of the traffic. So it's a short stint for Stoltz. That's going to give either Engel or Bastien a longer middle stint. So 65 minutes is the maximum you can do. So they've got to make sure these numbers all stack up at the very end. Stoltz brings in number 4 then, which was running in 5th place.
It's a real roll the dice move for the HRT Mercedes-Benz team to come in this early. They're maybe gambling on when the pit lane, well, it's been always open, but when the window that most people are going to make their pit stop in, they want to be on the racetrack making hay, and with a clear track they can do that. If you come in when everybody else is coming in, you've got the congestion in the pit lane, then you're going to go out, you could be out of position. So it's a good play for the number 4 Mercedes. It may be one that will pay dividends by the time we get to the end of 3 hours.
And 1 or 2 more now starting to cycle through the stops as well. So away goes the number 4 Mercedes, and back into the race it goes. It will of course drop down the order, but back into the race behind the sister FFF Racing Team car of the leading squad, and Mauro Engel takes it over. Interesting that they're keeping Nico Bastien for the last stint here.
It is, and he's been given almost the best opportunities. So that's Mauro Engel. What can he do in the Lamborghini? Which one was that? I didn't see.
Leader comes in, Marco Mappelli then to serve his first stop, and again not quite on the hour mark, so it's still intrigued as to why so many are coming in a little bit earlier. However, into the lead now goes Marciello, so into the pit lane comes number 63 at the end of lap 28. 27 laps done by the number 4 Mercedes.
And that should be Mirko Bortolotti getting on board, so the Orange 1 FFF race team need to make the pit stop of their lives to ensure that when the whole cycle of pit stops is complete, that their car remains in the lead. So they're still changing the tires.
Incident between car 87 and 159 in turn 1 under investigation.
So 87 Konstantin Terashenko out of the race, and 159 Alex McDowell has come into the pits and handed that car over. to Nikolai Kiergaard. So if there is anything heading the Mercedes way, it's all a bit academic, but it's going to be looked at. Right, away goes number 63. In a slightly busier pit lane now, but nobody impeding that car as it heads down the pit road, back into the race. It'll trip the beam at the end of the pit road, and then it will blast back onto the racetrack.
But just what the 63 Lamborghini didn't really want is behind that battling trio, duet again, of Audis. And it's Andrea Caldarelli. I'm surprised. I thought it would have been Mirko Bortolotti. So it's the team boss in behind the wheel. So Raffaele Marciello is out on his own. His last lap was 157.3, his best lap so far, 156.2. So again, now that he's got the benefit of being in the lead and the relevant clear air, he needs to find that little 3.2, 1/10 of a second per lap just to give them that extra factor. But he's now up behind, what is he behind? So that's behind the Matt Griffin. He's also into the pit lane. So it's interesting, even before we get to the top of the hour, the two race leaders have made it into the pit stop for their first round of stops.
So a lap longer goes 88 and 63, which might be significant later in the race. But Andrea Caldarelli, as John says, taking over number 63, so they're shuffling the order. Normally it goes Bortolotti, Mappelli, Caldarelli. Mirko given the last stint today, as 88 is about to cycle through the driver change there. Marciello hops out of the car. New boots go on, full tank of fuel, and let's see how close or not that is at the end of the stops to the number 63 Lamborghini.
Quick blow of air onto the radiator just to blow any residue of rubber and whatever else might have got into the air intake. So another taking a screen wrap off as well. That's unusual to do it in a 3-hour race after 1 hour. But whoever's going to be behind the wheel of the 88, whether it's going to be Felipe Fraga or Jules Gugnon, we assume it might be Fraga. There is the Lamborghini coming up to the completion of its outlap. Andrea Caldarelli behind the wheel. The Mercedes is rolling. It's going to be very close indeed. Whereabouts is the Mercedes in the pit lane? It's rolling down. It's just about midway down the pit lane. Still not in sight. There it comes now.
Acca is at the top end, so it's got a long drive. It's not going to get the lead.
No, it's not. And I don't know what the gap is going to be. An increase. Now we can get on the throttle as the 63 comes through. The gap probably almost even Stevens, maybe a second or more. But even worse, they've come out. Felipe Fraga's got to find a way of not getting involved in this battle with Dominic Baumann and Rino Mastroianni. Now he's got to find a way around the Ferrari at the earliest opportunity. He's got full fuel, but he's got fresh tyres.
That pit stop for the Acca Mercedes was over 2 seconds slower than the Lamborghini. 69.3 seconds for the Lamborghini, 71.7 for the Mercedes. So it's not kept the battle as close as it needed to. If anything, it has lost a further 2 seconds and got itself stuck in traffic.
Well, that 2 seconds is the reason why he's stuck behind the Ferrari, and that is a serious strategic error. And I know that everybody works flat out to make these pit stops as seamless as possible, and you can see that Felipe Fraga's on the headlights trying to get the Ferrari. Get out of the way. I am effectively the second place car in this race. You're going to be in your pit stops, so give me a break, let me get through. There he comes. They got the better drive, but now side by side up the hill. Fraga's going to shut the door. He thought about it. He's going to make the undercut. Be careful you don't tip the back of the Ferrari. You're all over the road. Dominic Baumann thinks, I've got a bite of the cherry here as well when you come up into turn 11, getting a bit frenetic.
Well, Mastroianni is trying not to give away too much time. Eventually he has to cede the place to the quicker car, but again, yet more time lost there. That's the best part of 3/4 of a lap that Fraga was stuck behind the Ferrari.
Yeah, but he had the benefit of fresh rubber that gave him the drive off turn 11 and put him in a position to find a way around the Ferrari. But look, the Ferrari's fit, and now Dominic Baumann thinks, well, I can maybe slide up the inside, while the focus from the Ferraris on maybe thinking about, well, what we're going to do with the 88.
Baumann with a flash of the lights finally prizes the door open. Mastroianni goes a little bit wide into turn 17, realises the error, tries to cut back to the apex. It's all good value, this. It's all going to come to nothing when they get to the pit stops. It'll carry on the other side with fresh drivers. But for now, Mastroianni is determined to end his stint as the class leader. Dominic Baumann, likewise, he has a look to the inside, and this time he does commit. Yes, the Mercedes goes through. Now, does he go too wide, too deep into the corner? There's lots of Nurburgring experience in that Mercedes, and Baumann uses it to good effect. He's finally done it. Goes through, takes over the lead of Pro-Am.
Basically taken over half the stint to find a way around the 7. The 93 Ferrari, great drive by Rino Mastroianni to defend, doing so strongly, doing it fairly.
More pit stops at WRT and Santaloc as they cycle through. Also, Grasser's Lamborghini has been in. Driver change there. Kiko Galbiati takes over the orange Lamborghini. Staying out a long, long time here is Earl Bamber. This is now the leading car. It's leading by default, as in it has not pitted. Consul Apolainen is up into second, but interesting to see the way that the GPX team are keeping the Porsche out that bit longer. And other teams have already pitted 2-3 laps ago.
The Porsche, I believe, is coming in at the end of this lap. The team are prepared. You can see the engineers, as we see the number 30 Audi coming out and, well, getting by the race leader, struggling with the 66, which has just entered the circuit. So race leader wants to consolidate, and he may well have to concede.
Again, fresh tyres on the Audi, very used tyres with over an hour of life taken out of them on the 22 GPX Porsche. So now Earl Bamber's lap times are in the 1:57s. One of those drivers doing that have pitted, they're in the 56s. So he's leading, but he's got two problems. One is that the tyres are past their best, and the other is that he's stuck in traffic. So Bamber needs to bail at the end of this lap so as to minimise the damage, really. There in Robin Freins to give way to Charles Weerts.
Yes, and they are working the field as best they can, and it's been a difficult start. They're running in 11th position, maybe got up into the top 10 as Charles Weerts attaches all the 6 points of the harness. There's a radio connection, there might be a drinks bottle. You've got to make sure the belts are tight before you roll down the pit lane. None of the good old days when you did your belts up when you're halfway around a lap. Pull one side, pull the other side. They've got to be fully in position before you roll.
So once the tyre change has been completed, the car will be dropped down. That's the leader, expected imminently into the pit lane for Earl Bamber to give way to either Cam or Jam in the Van Cam Jam Porsche. Earl Bamber doing the first stint. We'll see who's ready to take it over for the second. Speed building all the time here on the run up towards the chicane, but he's not cleared that Audi, has he, in the lap that we've been looking at this?
No, he hasn't, but I'm assuming this is going to be the lap. Yes, the Porsche has been coming in now. Oh, very late cut. Interestingly, just thinking further down the field, it'll all work its way out, but the gap between Andrea Caldarelli and Felipe Fraga, 7.8 seconds, two of which, or just over two of which, were down to the pit stop. So the pace of Caldarelli clearly quicker than that of Felipe Fraga.
And some also, you could argue, down to the traffic on that outlap. But down the pit road now comes Earl Bamber. Consul Apolainen is in as well. And the Porsche makes that long drive down pit lane. More and more appealing in. Engelhardt is in, Eilert is in. So we're going to have a really shuffled order at the end of this lap. And finally, because it's nearly at pit out, the GPX Porsche arrives where it's needed to be, but overshoots because it had to swing past that other car. So there's time being lost here. Get out of the way.
This is one of the problems at the pits, particularly if you've got neighbours who are doing their job. They're not going to give you any slack. But it was mentioned that something about, no, I'm thinking of another event that's going on today about a very small grid and a lot of cars. So the Martini Porsche certainly had to overshoot and then push the car back. That's time again that they can daily fear to lose.
And that BMW, I think it is, the Button-Gignon car, is compromised as well, because they're going to have to push that back now because it's been hemmed in by the Porsche. So again, you could argue that the GPX squad mistimed that. There was a car there, they knew they were going to be in strife, and well, the car came in a sense on the wrong lap, and that BMW losing yet more problems now because it's not yet been released. Now the Porsche gets away and the BM is still stranded because there's another car coming down the pit lane, and it's the Engelhardt car. The BMW gets away now. That was all very messy.
It was very, very inconclusive. They could have let the Button-Gignon car go a little bit earlier, and that allowed the 22 Porsche to get a clear run down into pit lane exit as the 32 goes around the outside, but trying to avoid any contact. Charles Weerts behind the wheel. So side by side with the 71, and the Ferrari has got good drive, but he's going to be in the outside coming into turn 3. Runs the grass on the edge of the racetrack, has to get out of it. And now, where is the Button-Gignon BMW going to be? Well, Weerts manages to clear that without too much difficulty, and gets a run down the hill. The Ferrari slipstreams the Audi all the way down, and we've got Ferraris all over the racetrack just as we come into turn 5.
I have indeed. So Charles Weerts then just ahead of number 71 Ferrari, as you see. So the shuffling here is after pit stops, but that means now Alessio Rovera is at the wheel of the Iron Lynx Ferrari and heads down the hill. But Charles Weerts, out of all of this, looking to gain ground, moving himself up the order then. We'll confirm that at the end of the next lap. Matt Campbell is into the Porsche, but that of course also will now lose places after that most recent round of stops. So as far as the overall situation is concerned, it's still looking Very good indeed, all of this, for number 63 Lamborghini. Andrea Caldarelli at the wheel of the car, 8 seconds up on Felipe Fraga. Mauro Engel, though, I think has benefited a bit on the pit stops by coming in and should be able to vault places. That Mercedes, one of the earliest in at the end of 27 laps to relieve Luca Stolz. Engel then trying to benefit. You can see the damaged Ferrari down in 40th place there in the background. Now the Rinaldi car, number 33, presses on, but Benji Heitie's car showing the battle scars of earlier.
Yeah, but nice to see that little bit of bodywork either being taped up in the pit stop or literally just dropping off and it's going to go into the pits now, and that'll give the team an opportunity just to get that back in play or just rip it off.
So there is the race-leading car, Andrea Caldarelli, 8.1 seconds ahead of Felipe Fraga, with Mauro Engel in third. So it is therefore Lamborghini from Mercedes from Lamborghini, because Luca Giotto is fourth, Matt Campbell is fifth, but he's nearly half a minute away from the leaders now.
So there is the lead car now. Andrea Caldarelli at 8.1 second advantage. He's going to get this group of cars directly ahead of three of them, as the Mercedes just exits now out of turn 8. So Caldarelli will need to be careful and select where he can use the pace that he has got against the pace of the Mercedes, which is, and of course looking behind, because there is the second place, not this 57 but the 88, just about to make his way into turn 11. Caldarelli needs to find a way as quickly as possible, and three cars all getting close together coming up towards the chicane is not going to work much in the favor of Caldarelli, I would imagine.
No, I'll go along with that, as there is Fraga then pressing on, but Caldarelli, having been impressive in the qualifying session this morning, leads by 8 seconds, but now of course it's a slightly different feel to the race, more the field dotted around the circuit rather than running in groups after those pit stops, so there might be a bit more traffic to fret about, and he's found a big clump of it right here.
Yes, he's going to be alongside the Mercedes, take that position away easily and cleanly. Can he slip up the inside of the Bentley? Does the Bentley know he's even there? Well, enough space was left, and the Caldarelli got the job done. That was a good, positive move. He got his nose there, he stood his ground, and he made the Bentley step sideways and allowed the Lamborghini, the lead car, to take the lead. That's, again, some racing drivers have got a racing skill and actual ability to overtake, and that was a good example of using a situation which wasn't easy, but to your advantage.
Stefan Tribodini at the wheel of the Bentley getting out of the way, but right now Caldarelli is away and gone, isn't he? Although the gap was down slightly last time because of traffic, now Caldarelli, certainly not under immediate threat, comes up onto the back of the number 52 Ferrari, Andrea Bertolini, having taken over that car. And here is another fight for position, because on the outside line, Matteo Cairoli is about to get mugged by Com Ledegar in the Ferrari, or is it the other way around? It's the Porsche getting ahead of the Ferrari, so Cairoli has gone through. Side by side they run up the curb, goes Ledegar as he tries to fight back, but Cairoli has gone 7th, and the Porsche comes out ahead. Good move as he swings out of the arena there to keep the Ferrari behind him.
That's what I would call a committed overtake. Again, was the long way around the corner. He had to be sufficiently far ahead going into turn 3 at the apex to enable him to get ahead of the Ferrari, and that's what he achieved, and has got the Porsche ahead of the Ferrari. A clear road now for Cairoli to make further progress, and for Com Ledegar to scratch his head and think, well, what am I going to do about that? How am I going to get back on terms? I don't think you are. I think the Porsche's got the pace right now, and you're falling back by the corner.
Indeed so. And the Ferrari then drops back. That puts it into 8th place. Matteo Cairoli still over half a minute away from the leaders, and the leader, Andrea Caldarelli, taking over from Marco Mappelli, and Marco is with Gemma in the pits.
Marco, a great first stint from you, a great pit stop from the team, and Andrea now struggling a little bit within the traffic, but all in all, seems to be a good race.
Yeah, the start was crucial to keep the position. Follow here is not easy, especially if you have clean air. Is easy for the brakes and tires, so we maximize everything, and we get some gap to Lello, which was a difficult friend, let me say, but of course traffic will play a big game during the race. I hope all the amateurs respect the blue flag, all the other cars respect the blue flag, because it's a big issue this year, so let's race fair and clean and fun, everybody. So
thank you.
Thank you.
Well, this driver order shuffle seems to be working, doesn't it? Marco Mappelli certainly running in that clean air that he was talking about, because he was pretty much on his own the whole stint. Andrea Caldarelli, 7.2 seconds. Felipe Fraga is taking the battle to him. How much of this is down to pace and how much is down to traffic, we'll have to wait and see over the course of the hour. But the gap starting over 8 seconds, he's down to 7.2 now.
Yeah, I think Felipe Fraga will now have to contend with the traffic that Caldarelli did over the last couple of laps. And I mean, what Marco Morpelli was saying about respecting the pro cars, the problem is the Pro-Am and the Silvers are in their own battle, and you're getting clumps of 3 or 4 or 5 cars. Now, this is where Felipe Fraga is going to struggle to find a way past the Mercedes unless there's cooperation between the brothers and brands. He dives up the inside, a very late dive, but the space was given and Fraga gets through. So there was cooperation between the family at Mercedes.
That shot coming up the hill, you could see what the gap was, and in the first sector of this lap, 3/10 lost by Fraga in the middle sector that he's about to come to the end of now, heading up towards the chicane, half a second loss. So the advantage will swing back to the Lamborghini this time. There is Mauro Engel in the Mercedes, and he is lapping quicker than the pair ahead of him, but of course he's yet to come across the traffic. That will then really affect his lap times.
Very much so, but he's been lapping 4, 5, 6 tenths of a second quicker over those previous laps, but due to indeed to the traffic. So now that Fraga has cleared the sister car, Mauro Engel can look down the road and think, well, when I catch up, am I going to be given similar kind of privilege?
Well, the lead gap, 7.8 seconds, so Caldarelli does pull away. Engel is 5.8 back from Fraga. Fourth is Luca Giotto, number 114 Lamborghini. There he is. GT3 debut. Comes through the turn 1, turn 2 S. And this loops him round. We understand 25 has been off the road, having clobbered the barriers and rejoining. That is Alexandre Cunha in the Santaloc Audi, so that'll drop that down the field.
Interesting how people like Giotto, Calamila, Jack Aitken's come out of Formula 2 single-seater racing, how quickly they're adapting to an entirely different style and discipline. I mean, this is hard work compared to racing a single-seater.
Well, there, 163. Giacomo Altway, and there in 22 is Matt Campbell. So Altway is chasing this car, in fact. That's 5th, and the Lamborghini you see there dropping down the hill 6th. So the margin between those two at the start of the lap, just over a second between the Porsche and the chasing Lamborghini.
So once again, a back marker will maybe have an influence in this battle for 4th place overall as they begin to climb back up through the S's. So Matt Campbell, knowing very well that Giacomo Altway has only got 1.1 second deficit to the back of the Porsche. And again, it only takes 2 or 3 corners to lose your momentum behind the back marker, where Altway can run up to the tail of your car. And maybe once the Porsche clears, you can go through and generally be the beneficiary of how you use traffic.
Well, there is 163, Giacomo Altway, and Matt Campbell is indeed about to encounter the traffic as they flick now up through the chicane. 15 minutes effectively into this second hour there in the Grasser Racing Team Lamborghini to lead the Silver Cup, Kiko Galbiati. And where's his class opposition going to come from? It's the Alex Arca 99 Audi, and then number 222 Porsche of Joel Sturm, 3rd in class. But right now there are 2 cars between this and the 2nd place Silver Cup entry.
And that was the car driven very effectively by Clement Schmidt, I think, in the early stint. So the gap up to 8.5 seconds between 1st and 2nd, and that is the consequence of Felipe Fraga having to deal with the back markers that slightly earlier in the stint that Caldarelli managed to clear.
Well, there is 99, so that is Alex Arca, 2nd in silver. And he's found himself onto the back of Thomas Neubauer now, the Valkenhorst BMW. The BM's not really gelling in this race. Jake Dennis, having his first GT3 BMW drive, is only in 12th, and Neubauer is 13th.
Well, I think the team themselves admitted this maybe not the best circuit for the qualities that the BMW has. So they like the longer flowing circuit, Spa in particular, Paul Ricard likewise. So it's very much more a stop-go, and you want a very nimble car to be able to change direction quickly, and you use that to your strength. Alex Arca in the 99 Audi pursuing the BMW, pursuing the Butcher Gignon. It steps aside and lets this battle again. Oh, I was going to say good work, but well, he allowed both cars through cleanly. It was interesting the way that it all unravelled.
True.
Wasn't possibly what one would have. Jens Leberhausen was the driver behind the wheel, running currently in 40th position. He got the job done, but in a slightly unpredictable way.
And at the back of that queue, Joel Stern, who is third in the Silver Cup in the Allied Porsche. Now you're looking at 22. Earl Bamber did the first stint in that car. Let's hear from him now. He's with Gemma.
Earl, obviously you were third as you came in. What happened?
Yeah, I mean, we were running third. We had a good start and just held our qualifying position. And to be honest, the other two, they were gone. They were up the road, but I think we're the third best car. We went long, they stopped short, so they benefited on the undercut, and we'll have that later on in the race. But then we had the 10 come in at the same time. We had to push back. Lost 10 seconds, which is obviously brutal because we're fighting for every second, then we just lose 10 here. But yeah, we're going to keep fighting. I think a podium's possible. And yeah, let's see. It's still 2 hours to go.
Matt's certainly pushing hard out there.
Yeah, it's hard work, and you know, the tyre degradation is really difficult. It's great for you guys at home. There's people going fast and slow at different times, so it's going to make for great racing, but it's tough for us out there.
Well, I hope it goes well for the rest of the race. Thank you.
Do you have any sympathy?
Absolutely, 100%. I mean, I feel totally for Earl Bamber, the Earl of Bamber. And I mean, it's the same for everybody, but some cars are more gentle on their tyres than others around. So we always believe, look at those times. So 248 in the Pro Cup for Jake Dennis on the Race Vision powered by AWS, 248 kilometers per hour. Matt Campbell only one down on the Porsche. Caldarelli equaling it, so it's pretty much even Stevens.
Well, Caldarelli leads Fraga, Engel is third, Giotto is fourth, Campbell's car is fifth, Altway sixth, Cairoli seventh, Ledegar, Wirtz, and then Rovera ran out the top 10. That means it is Lamborghini, Mercedes, Mercedes, Lamborghini, Porsche, Lamborghini, Porsche, Ferrari, Audi, remember them, Ferrari.
Matt Campbell in fifth place is one of the few drivers able to run in the low, well, certainly his last lap, and just now his cars come across the start-finish line lap are beginning to change. Last lap, best lap, last lap for the 22 Porsche 156, and that was actually fractionally about the same virtually as race leader. So the pace of the Porsche is there when it's in clear air, but of course he hasn't got position in relation to the two lead cars, well, was it now the four lead cars.
Matt Campbell saying they lost 10 seconds in the pits. Well, even if you take 10 back from him, that would still leave them in fourth, 19 seconds adrift. So that undercut he's talking about with people stopping early will pan out. It'll sort of cycle through everybody over the course of the race as we ride now with Charles Wirtz, and he's in 9th place, just over a second behind Koen Ledegaard. So the Audi is on for another place before the end of this stint, that's for sure.
So that long turn 2, just keep the lock on, straighten it up, and then you make the cut into turn 3, a little movement on the steering wheel just to try and balance the car. So into turn 3, then quickly back to turn 4, then accelerate hard out of the exit of 4, then the short sprint down into turn 5, pulls a gear, running behind the Ferrari, and would love to get on terms with Koen Ledegaard. The gap, well, it's almost irrelevant because the gap is, what is it? Well, it was 1.1 seconds. It looks to be, well, round about a second, I suppose.
Well, they're down at turn 80, Charles Wirtz. You can see him at work. You can see what the car's doing on the racetrack. And you can also see how close behind him is Alessio Rovera now.
Yes, if I was in the situation of Charles Wirtz, while my focus is on running down Koen Ledegaard, I'd be very concerned that Rovera is running at my pace, and I'm running down the 51 Ferrari. So the 71 on the 71 on the 22 cars, or 32 cars, running similar pace. That's slightly quicker than that of the 51 Ferrari.
Well, Charles Wirtz continues to press on as we approach the halfway point now with an hour and 40 to go. And what can Wirtz do as he comes up now into the chicane? Well, he's got to be mindful of the Ferrari behind. If anything, Rovera looks just as committed to gaining a place as does the curb-hopping Wirtz.
First pub question of the weekend, or of the race. What have we not had?
Full course yellow, safety car, all of the above. Yeah.
Correct. I don't want to be the commentator's curse, because we've got some great racing going on all the way through this 43 car field. I think it's now a 42 car because the 87 Mercedes was retired for that impact. We don't know who it was he hit, or do we know who it was he bumped into?
Yes, it was being looked at, wasn't it? I'll come back to that. I'll be reminded in a moment. I'll have to scroll through.
Runs wide-ish into turn 3. That was a little bit wider than I think Comledagar would have preferred, but seems to have consolidated sufficiently. But that's the kind of hope that Charles Bates is looking for.
Aston 159 is the answer. That was the car that he made contact with. Charles Bates brakes here for turn 6, drops downhill a little bit closer under braking, but then the Ferrari will get away as they head down the hill.
Yep, the old seesaw. Seen it here and saw it there. So, a bit of bodywork out there on the racetrack just to the left as they came into turn 8. Well, that came from the 51, or whether it was actually the residue of somebody else's earlier incident, now up through the Schumacher S's. And Ledegar able to stretch fractionally. That's just simply because he came out of turn 8 that little bit ahead. And then when they get up to turn 11, the gap will close down as the Audi gets on the brakes that little bit later. So out of 11 into 12, Ledegar runs a very neat, tidy line in and runs the curve neat and tidily on the exit. 190, 200, 220 kilometers, what are we going to 240 maybe before we get onto the brakes. 238 to that, yes, 240, just fractionally over.
Still the fastest lap of the race, that from Raffaele Marciello from the very early stages, lap 8. At the end of lap 41, Caldarelli's lead is extending again, 13 seconds over Felipe Fraga. So this wave of cars over the line here is for 8th, 9th, 10th, Ledegar, Wirtz, Rovera, Ferrari, Audi, Ferrari.
Interestingly, Maro Engel in the number 4 HTP Mercedes, which made that very early pit stop, is only now just under 4 seconds behind Felipe Fraga, and he's been making progress. He's been running in relatively clear air for a good portion of time. I know he was going to catch up to the back markers at some point, but nevertheless, that's improvement for the number 4 Mercedes, and they're certainly by no means out of this battle for the lead later part of the race.
No, although his last lap wasn't quite as quick as Fraga's nor Caldarelli's. He had been doing better laps when he was clear of the traffic earlier, when they were suffering and he was fresh into the stint. But yeah, that car is still there or thereabouts, and if we get one of those things that we haven't had thus far, without mentioning them by name, like
the unspeakables.
The unspeakables, yes. You never know what that could do to the Mercedes, and having pitted early, it's given them an advantage in this middle stint potentially. Now, Charles Wirtz still pressing on. Here's an example of how the BOP worked, because Wirtz, Ledegar and Rovera are so evenly matched, barely are those gaps changing. Up the curve goes Coram Ledegar, given the middle stint in the championship leading number 51 Ferrari. There he is 8th, and there's the sister 71 car, Alessio Rovera, taking the seats for Davide Rigon, who we wish well after his accident at Spa, and hope that he's recovering quickly, ready to get back behind the wheel before season's end.
This little battle is going to come apart probably by the time they catch up to the Aston that's just slightly further down the road, and there's going to be another lap and they'll be right on the gearbox or the rear wing certainly of the Aston. All three more or less running at the same pace. Probably Comme Ledegar, the slowest of the three. I think that Rovera and Charles Vetch could lap quicker. They could clear the 51 Iron Lynx Ferrari. So Comme Ledegar, top speed going down into turn 1, 244 kilometers per hour.
So Comme Ledegar, also with that traffic to consider, turns his way then up the hill now into turn 3, loops round and round and round.
Certainly hooks the inside wheels well and truly inside the curve to get the better approach and entry, then exit off turn 4. But the Aston, it hasn't made any ground in the Aston through those sequence of corners. Does under brakes going into turn 5, and then the return down through turn 6.
It's one of the frustrations, isn't it, for a driver, just can't make the progress despite all the hard work. And equally, of course, Ledegar can't back off because he's mindful of where Wirtz is. Finally, he cracks the Aston, gets through, blasts past on the run down the hill. Wirtz will go through, and I think so too will Rovera. So the message has got through to the slower car. Let the quicker guys go by. And there in strife is the number 11 Ferrari that's been off the racetrack.
And that was at turn 6. Smoke came off the left rear tyre. Whether that was the consequence of a contact or whether that was something else, but certainly just very quickly cutting back to the incident as we see the 35, which is currently Thomas Neubar in 13th position in that battle with Gaviani in the Lamborghini in 12th. So there.
The Ferrari that went off the road was that of Francesco Zollo, and here it is again, all self-induced.
Yep, just too hard and too quick around turn 5, and that'll not do that set of tyres very much good. I suspect there'll be at least 3, if not 4 flat spots on it as it rotated.
That's Joel Sturm in the Porsche. He's one of the more flamboyant racers in the GT4 European Series, in a Porsche, in a Cayman, but now in the 911. Hustling on, he wants to clear the back marker as quick as he can, but Joel Sturm, fresh into car racing this year, doing a really good, impressive job, and he wants to get past Zollo. The back marker not really diving out of the way, but hopefully he will do clear of this corner as up the road. Neubauer versus Alex Arca, BMW and Audi together there.
And still caught behind the Ferrari, so that is a little bit of frustration. Anyway, here we go.
Now there, look, Cairoli is catching Altway, isn't he, for 6th place now. So Lamborghini ahead of Porsche in the chicane in the Pro Cup. Who's the bravest? It's Jake Dennis from Luca Giotto. Mauro Engel 156 kilometers an hour, then Alessio Rivera and Felipe Fraga on 155, but 158 from Jake Dennis into the chicane. That's pretty impressive.
Yes, good speed again, an indication that the BM likes the slightly quicker corners, so although it is a chicane, nevertheless it's a quick one, as all chicanes in my opinion should be. So down at the bottom of the hill, once again, the status quo come Ledegaard, Charles Vert, Alessio Rivero in the second of the Iron Lynx Ferrari, giving almost equal distance between these 3 cars. And Ledegaard's been able to consolidate that pace, and he's not allowing Charles Vert to make any kind of, or mount any kind of attack to take away his current 8th place.
So what else do we need to be keeping an eye on? Well, let's just go back to Pro-Am for a moment. After the pit stops, Valentin Pierberg has kept the advantage that Dominic Baumann had taken. So we have number 20 ahead. Rob Collard is 2nd in Pro-Am in the Ram Racing Mercedes, and Hiroshi Hamaguchi is 3rd, which now means that Jonathan Hui is down in 4th in the class. So the Sky Tempesta Ferrari that was leading the bulk of the first hour is now 4th. That is the Pro-Am leader, and you can see what the gap is, because look in the background, Rob Collard is getting closer and closer all the time.
Rob likes a race.
Oh, he does that. He does that. They're the Mercedes together, and 3rd in the class, Hiroshi Hamaguchi, and he is in the mix as well, isn't he?
Well, basically those 6 cars are all pretty much, any one of them at some point could end up being the winner of that Pro-Am category. And right now you have to say the 69 Mercedes currently being driven by Rob Collard, and you're going to put then Sam DeHaan into it. No, Fabian Schiller. Fabian Schiller will certainly hustle that car along.
Well, there's the leader, Andrea Caldarelli. Gets past Rob Collard, so clears the backmarker Mercedes. Next target will be Pierberg's Mercedes up the road. Caldarelli 14.4 seconds clear at the moment of Felipe Fraga. Find wood to touch, but that Lamborghini is looking unstoppable right now.
I mean, it's 14.5 seconds ahead of the Mercedes. Now, what Rob Collard might want to try and do is follow as best he can the lead Lamborghini, that when it catches up to the tail of the pursuing Rob Collard, then that might be the best chance Collard has, is to get himself into the lead of this Pro-Am category. Pierberg might be a little bit generous in letting the lead Lamborghini go through, and hopefully Rob Collard's racing a guile might be alerted to that.
Still trying to work out why 93 has lost so much time, because having been 2nd up to the pit stops, there it is. It's a rather distant 4th, isn't it now? So Pierberg to Collard 1.4 seconds, a further 6.6 back is Hamaguchi, a further 4.3 is this car. So what happened to lose that time? It's not Jonathan Hui's pace, that's for sure, because he's a quick driver normally. Let's have a look at what the speeds are like in Pro-Am heading through the Vidal chicane entrance. Hiroshi Hamaguchi's Lamborghini ahead of Oliver Grutz by 1 kilometre an hour, and Grutz sharing 151 as a top speed with Giacomo Petrobelli in the Oman Racing Team, Aston Martin, and Andrea Bertolini in the Ferrari. Rob Collard on 150 kilometres an hour. The Pro-Am speeds taken in isolation there. They're not the fastest overall, but that's what the Pro-Am order looks like into the chicane. So Hamaguchi running there, look, 3rd in class, closing up onto the back of the cars ahead of him. So Hamaguchi last time around was did lap time like against Collard, who was a little bit quicker, so the gap is coming down between the Mercedes and the Lamborghini here.
So whether that's the cause of the Pierberg-Collard battle, but interestingly, the speed through the Vidal chicane between the pros and the pro-ams, the difference is about 6 kilometers an hour between the quickest of the pros and the quickest of the pro-ams. And one might say, well, that's roughly where it would be.
So there you've got the Pro-Am situation continuing. Pierberg, Collard, Hamaguchi, Hui, Bertolini, and then the Barwell, Lamborghini, Enrique Chavez further down the order. Up towards the chicane. Race leaders on lap 46. There, Hamaguchi at the moment with nobody to battle against, but that's good news in a sense because he's got the clear road ahead of him. So he's playing catch-up. And Jonathan Hui, in turn, trying to catch this car for third in the class. There in silver, number 16, this is Kiko Galbiati. So the Grasser Racing Team Lamborghini, dare one say, having its strongest showing of the season. It's not looked as good in previous rounds, but a good first stint by Clement Schmidt, and Galbiati maintaining the pace here ahead of Alex Arca and then Joel Sturm within the Silver Cup.
Yes, it's pleasing to see Grasser Racing back at a competitive edge. In a car that or a brand that they've been loyal to over what, the last 6 or more years, with the Gallardos, now with the Huracan Evo 3s.
It's an interesting change of tack in a sense, isn't it? Rather than trying to conquer the overall situation now, regroup, go and hunt class wins, bring on the next wave of GT style, which is what the Silver Cup is all about, really. Over the timing line now goes Galbiati, and maintaining this healthy advantage over Arca and Sturm, who are in the background, all busy squabbling, and they've got other cars around them, like Neubauer's Pro Cup BMW, which will further compromise them to an extent because they can't find a way past him.
No, and Arca's only just 3/10 and a bit behind the 13th place BMW, and that will be, again, a difficult overtake, and that's going to allow then Sturm and Marvin Dienst to close up. Patrick Hatzheimer in the number 5 Mercedes. They're all much of a muchness in terms of lap times and all fairly close to one another.
So there's the Lamborghini out of turn 5, drops down the hill. As in the meantime here, Luca Giotto being caught a little bit by Matt Campbell. This is the fight now for 4th and 5th places. So there's the Porsche, and Matt Campbell's stint starting to look a bit more optimistic now because lap by lap he's been chipping away. He's got far more GT3 experience than has Luca Giotto, but Giotto has taken pretty adeptly to a GT3 car and right now hangs on to that 4th place, but Campbell is bearing down on him.
Certainly is. I'd be interested to see how Giotto deals with a battle in a 2-seater GT car as opposed to what we're familiar with him, and he's been racing. Oh, and hits the car pretty heavily, as does Matt Campbell for that matter. Little spark coming off those titanium tips to the front spoilers. So big battle for Giotto to deal with. Different to driving in a Formula 2 single-seater to driving in a car that's virtually double the weight of that single-seater, and probably, well, maybe not even quite, roughly the same horsepower, but the weight factor is the big difference. Aerodynamically also, of course.
Gap between them at the end of the previous lap, just half a second, so Matt Campbell has done the first part of the hard process, catching. Now the arguably even harder process starts, trying to find a way past. So using lots of curve at turn 3, tries to shorten the lap a touch, riding on board with the GPX Martini Racing Porsche. Now onto the power once more, at the other side of the arena, and now down towards turn 5. Let's go left, drop down the hill, 3rd gear corner. Back onto the loud pedal, and the Porsche drags itself out of turn 6. But of course, that Lamborghini, a good aerodynamic shape, and that's going to help it down the hill here.
Ooh, getting a bit congested coming out of turn 1.
It is indeed, that's in silver. Joel Sturm has got himself up past 99, so we've had a change for place there. And in fact, Marvin Dienst has got ahead of all of them. So there, look, number 7 Mercedes has jumped the Porsche and the Audi, despite serving an extra 10 seconds on that last pit stop by way of a penalty.
Well, Marvin Dienst was extremely impressive when we saw him running on Saturday. He really came to terms with the Mercedes, dragged it round at a pace that you'd assume with the 88 or maybe the number 4 Mercedes.
Patrick Attenheimer comes up to have a go next. Now, here's what happened. 3-4 abreast almost coming over the line, but Marvin Dienst had already cleared them. That was good stuff coming out of turn 17. Joel Sturm then made his move against the Audi and was able to dive up the inside line. Number 5 Mercedes there of Patrick Assenheimer, and Alex Fontana a long way back for a change in the Silver Cup. Number 14 Lamborghini, that too looks for a way by.
So there is that battle further around the racetrack. The Porsche Audi. So the 99, Alex Acker, waiting to see whether he can get back on terms with the Porsche. Whereas this battle now for third place, Maro Engel, sorry, Giotto and Matt Campbell for fourth place. So Matt Campbell is closed. Now it's the usual story. Where are you going to find a way past, my friend?
What was the gap last time then? 0.6 of a second. Campbell on the back of Giotto. We've got 24 minutes before we need to worry about the next hour mark, but some of the teams might be pitting a little bit earlier, of course, to balance out the strategy. There, the drivers look on in the pit bunker. And Matt Campbell knows now how hard this is going to be, because the Lamborghini is a very rapid car. He closes here going into turn 5, but the danger is that gap will widen on the way down the hill.
Yes, it will do, because the Lamborghini is obviously accelerating that a little bit earlier and gets the benefit. But now on the brakes, so there's closing up again. Oh, Giotto a little bit wide, a little bit messy in the middle part of turn 8 and runs the curb. So clearly the pressure that Matt Campbell's applying to the young Italian in the 114 Lamborghini, the Emil Frey Racing, he'll be looking in his mirrors, or maybe even looking at his video screen, depending which the Lamborghini is equipped with, to see where exactly the Porsche is. Of course, GT cars don't have the nimbleness of a high-powered, high-downforce single-seater, so that's all part of the new learning curve for Luca Giotto, but I think he's acquitted himself extremely well in his first race for Emil Frey Racing.
I'd go along with that, as Matt Campbell there flicks the Porsche through the chicane, hunting him down all the while, applying the pressure, hoping to force a mistake out of Giotto, but this, the highest place of the Emil Frey cars. Onto the pit straight, though, comes Campbell, 5th. Just rattles up the curb. You hear it in the background as the tyre goes over that rumble strip, past the pits, down towards turn 1. And is Matt Campbell near enough to make a move? Not this time.
But he's just about halved the gap. It was 0.6 of a second, now just over 0.3 of a second into turn 1. So he knows he's getting, the pressure is beginning to work, and Giotto is having to, what am I going to do? I can't go any quicker. All I can do is not allow myself to be driven into an error or driven into the control of Matt Campbell, and that's what Matt Campbell's trying to exercise. He's trying to control the young Italian, make him do things that he wouldn't want to do in defense of this 4th position.
Downhill they drop into turn 6, but now that Porsche is looking far more combative, isn't it? So he's hunted down the Lamborghini and he's staying on the back. The trouble is he's running in dirty air. He doesn't want to be there for too long, overworking the tyres. So heading into turn 8 now, Giotto still clear of Campbell, but only just. And there the Porsche mid-corner closing up, but of course the Lamborghini gets onto the power much sooner.
Yeah, and there was a better corner this time for Giotto. One lap ago it was a little bit untidy, but he's consolidated, got the car back where he wants it, got himself back where he wants to be. Then the run up the hill into turn 11. He runs the curb. Sometimes running the curb unsettles a car, particularly when you're now sort of 2/3 away or 2/3 through the stint. So you don't want to be maybe being abusive to the tyre and end up where the tyre performance is failing before you get to the end of your stint.
Earl Bamber still staring at the screens, his stint done, but he's barely moved since he got out of the car and put himself in front of that television with all the data on it. Here is Matt Campbell out of turn 17, past the hotel on the left, up through the gears, again up the curb as well. And we'll go over the timing line now to break the beam, and as he does so, the margin is 0.6 of a second. And in the background, Matteo Cairoli's Porsche, and that is lapping a little bit quicker, only by 1/10, but Cairoli chipping away at the gap to the similar car run by the rival GPX team.
Well, this is an opportunity for Cairoli, because Matt Campbell is sort of marooned in his 5th position, and whatever he's done and tried to influence what Giotto is doing, it hasn't really worked.
We will do a short full course yellow. We will do a short full course yellow to remove debris close to pit exit in the straight.
So a full course yellow is imminent to get some debris off the road. just watching the marshals opposite our commentary booth. There on the left, just behind the graphic, that's where the marshal yellow flags and boards are going to come from, and the board is about to be hung out, I think, when
full course yellow in 10 seconds.
Calls for it in 10 seconds time. The full course yellow board is out.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, full course yellow now.
Well, Matt Campbell responded immediately. Giotto was maybe a second or more. Now there's the
restart on short notice.
Boom, here we go again, but Matt Campbell has marginally lost out.
4, 3, 2, 1, green flag, green flag.
So out comes the green flag, and that's where the beauty of a full course yellow is. If it's something very simple like that, you don't need to worry about safety cars to bring everything back up to temperature, because they barely cool down. So quickly that debris removed and away we go. So really, all the record books will show is that there's one slightly slower lap for most cars.
Yep, and it worked extremely well to get that bodywork removed, and nobody was the real loser. I mean, I thought Matt Campbell might have been, he was very early when the yellow, full course yellow went. Giotto was a little bit later, but in effect he's closed down. As look at the view from Matt Campbell looking forward to the back of the Lamborghini. In the meantime, Caroli in the number 54 Porsche, that gap is, well, looking at watching, in fact, now Mauro Engel, who's still in third position, but only, can't believe it, half a second behind the second place 88 Mercedes, according to time and scoring.
Yeah, there he is, look.
He's benefited from that full course yellow, because he was running just under 4 seconds behind Fraga, so somehow it's worked big time for the HTP Mercedes now to put itself in a position so it's almost be a threat to the 88 Mercedes.
I think possibly Fraga got stuck behind the traffic during that full course yellow period, so he couldn't clear them quickly enough, and that enabled the car of Mauro Engel to get up with him. Now they've got themselves through most of the back markers, but yeah, that gap is just half a second between Fraga and Engel. Second and third they run, then down towards turn 8. What it has done though also is helped Caldarelli's advantage yet further. It's up to 15.9 seconds now, that leading margin. But Mercedes second, Mercedes third. Giotto to Campbell, half a second as well. Cairoli 2.8 back. Altway 2.5 back. So there are still plenty of battles to be resolved, and we've got over an hour and a quarter yet to go.
In fact, Caldarelli has lost out to Felipe Fraga, because he had actually a 17-second advantage over the second place Mercedes prior to the full course yellow. So again, whether that was traffic having an effect on Andrea Caldarelli, or maybe he just wasn't as sharp on the draw, but whatever it is, the gap's still a healthy just under 16 seconds.
And here, as Fraga gets in the traffic, that's the new Pro-Am leader. So Hiroshi Hamaguchi has got himself ahead of Valentin Pierberg. So he was chasing for third. Suddenly he's jumped past Collard and Pierberg, and he's in the lead of the class. 88 and 4, the two Mercedes, second and third, off turn 17. Mauro Engel then now in the wheel tracks of Felipe Fraga, the Brazilian, as they come across the line. The gap between those two for second and third place is now 0.4 of a second.
So Felipe Fraga must be concerned. He had a fairly comfortable second place, and now that's all evaporated, just under half a second, and Mauro Engel clearly realizes that he can do some good work now, 16 minutes before we'd anticipate. In the case of the number 4, they came in with about 52, 53 minutes into the race. They had a very early stop. So will they stop again early, or will they manage to eke it out a bit further?
They're going to have to balance it, because the maximum you can do is 65 minutes as a driver. Fuel's not the issue, it's the maximum drive time. So they need to make sure that neither Caldarelli nor Bortolotti are over 65 minutes to a stint. They could always do a drive-through to reset, but it's such a long pit lane, that would cost you more time.
Certainly would. Not at the pace this race has been run at, not with the competitiveness between the various categories, not with the gap between here second and third. Would you want to be doing a drive-through penalty? That would see you probably ending up around about 10th position. No, maybe even further down the field. Up through the Schumacher S's, that's the view looking back from the 88. And that pink number 4 Mercedes, once again under brakes, hones in. Mauro Engel makes a nice, neat, as always is his way. His driving style has always been neat and economical. Not running the curbs coming into turn 12, runs them on the exit, but just thinking about, maybe I'm just going to consolidate my Pirelli tyres. I don't want to be too aggressive or too abusive at this stage.
So we are currently working lap number 54 for the race leader, because Caldarelli has gone through. And they're second and third. Fraga and Engel up towards the line. So Mauro Engel again, he's done the catching, but can he stay on the back? Can he mount a bid before the next round of pit stops are due? Over the line they go. And the margin is up to 0.8 of a second. So Fraga is responding and getting away once again.
Yes, and the gap between first and second likewise has opened up from 15 seconds back up to 17.8 seconds. So Caldarelli has been able to use what it would be, as for him, I assume, reasonably clear air and track. Mauro Engel has dropped back in the space of, what, half a lap or so.
They're further down the order, the Mad Panda Motorsport Mercedes. Ezequiel Perez Companc at the wheel is on the back of Alexander Cuno, and just ahead of Frank Bird as well in the WRT Silver Cap Audi. The car, the virtual version of which won a race last night, because in the Esports Championship, Broturo Tomita won the Fanatec GT Pro Esports Series race held here at the circuit, and dominated the race. In fact, Dries van Thor took pole, but Tomita dominated the race. Frank Bird right now running in 24th position overall.
And racing the wheels of that Audi.
Replay here, down towards turn 1. The two Sansalok Audis together, 25 passes 26. So that is Cunha ahead of Finlay Hutchison. Easy pass.
Yes, I mean, that was I would say that was a team overtake, not necessarily one that was purely competitive, but you have to work as a team, the two team drivers. What works for the team is the car that's the quicker of the two. Let it have a go. So that has been a turnaround. So the 25 is up to 21st, looking up the road to Stuart Hall, and that's what, 12 seconds between 20th and 21st. So probably not achievable before the final pit stops.
Now 52 Ferrari battles here in Pro-Am with 77 from Barwell. That's Andrea Bertolini versus Enrique Chavez, and they have got themselves ahead, have they not, of Jonathan Hui now, because he's behind them and he was ahead at the start of the lap. So what's going on for the 93 Ferrari? It's losing place after place, and time is ebbing away from that, given that it was in the lead of the class in the first half.
Clearly there's something not working for Jonathan Hui. Worked very well for Mastroianni, but whether that's a car setup or whether it's just maybe a set of tyres that hasn't begun to turn itself on, but whatever the reasons are, that car is now down into 33rd position, and the lead Pro-Am car is in 28th with Hiroshi Hamaguchi in the number 19 Lamborghini.
Yeah, he's just lost another 2 seconds, as well as 2 places on that lap. So Bertolini now runs 4th and Chavez 5th within Pro-Am. Andrea Bertolini and Louis Machiels as a double effort here, with Nick Homerson sitting out the weekend. Louis Machiels now putting himself in the record books for the most starts, and this is 93 losing those places a lap ago down towards turn 1. So to the inside line suddenly dives the Ferrari. Where's the Lamborghini going to appear from?
Probably up the inside following the Ferrari, I suspect. But you can't go around the outside like that. I mean, you've lost the position and you're in danger of losing another one. So again, that's just experience and race craft. Some drivers are excellent at it, some are still in the process of adapting.
But having lost that place, Hui has lost yet more to quicker cars, and he's fallen off the back of comparable class cars. So I don't believe it's purely down to him. There's something not right there. I agree with you, whether it's tyres, whether it's a mechanical problem starting to take effect. He'll get it to the pit stops, and then they'll see what they can do before the third stint in the race. Now there, up the curb goes Bertolini, FIA GT champion, FIA GT1 world champion, Pro-Am champion in the Endurance Cup, and the very rapid Enrique Chavez from the Barwell team is behind him, and that's Finlay Hutchinson off the road down at turn 1.
Well, that was either self-induced or a bit of assistance. We need to see a replay of that, but that's cost him track position and time.
Well, here he is.
Oh, there was contact with the Mad Panda, so that he can claim was not my fault, Gov. Oh, and look at the mess of trying to get himself sorted out. Cars going one side of him and the other side.
Well, Hutchinson back on the road. Who is at the helm of the Mad Panda Motorsport? It was the Mad Panda himself, the team boss, Ezequiel Perez Companc. So he might find himself with a case to answer out of all of that. Finlay Hutchinson's car.
Not me, Gov. Not me. I didn't do it. It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
It was the Panda.
Blame the car. Blame the car.
Right, there's the race leader, Andrea Caldarelli. Nearly 18 seconds to the good now. This was a car that yesterday had the very quirky experience of having a rear wing fly off during one of the practice sessions coming towards turn 5 that never really was fully explained, but that was a bit of a scare for Marco Mappelli.
Certainly is. sometimes when you push a car, and a lot of times cars are pushed by rear wings or they're pulled by rear wings, and actually you can put a load into the wing which is not a load it's designed for. No, that's just a, you know, whatever thought. I mean, I've experienced in the past that engineers and designers do not like seeing team members pulling on rear wings or pushing rear wings.
Well, there's the lead car. Caldarelli about to put a lap on Frank Bird in 25th in the Audi. So that would drop that one lap down the order as Caldarelli comes out of turn 17, up now towards the timing line once more. And there is a suggestion that the reason that Hamaguchi is in the lead is because he wasn't quite as observant of the full course yellow situation as others. Now, race control has all of the data to see speeds and overtakes and whether people slowed at the right time or too late, so it might be that that will be looked at, and more news to come.
Well, one thing I can tell you, and I can guarantee you, that Matt Campbell in the 22 Porsche, as soon as the message was out, that Porsche stood on his nose.
Yeah.
Whether everybody else was as conscientious about it, well, that's up to the race director to have a check through. Could be quite a lot of time spent checking who was truly correct and who was maybe swinging the lead a bit.
Well, that Mauro Engel's car sliding its way out of turn 3. He's absolutely on it. He tries to get back onto terms with Fraga, but he's dropped away lap after lap after lap, and it's now up to, what, a second and a half?
Yeah, no, he was within a second, half a second, and now it's a full second gone, so whether that's a consequence of the number 4 stopping earlier. Look at this little battle going on.
Brave stuff from Kob Ledegaard, because he's got to clear the traffic. There you've got now Charles Wirtz looking to get past Oliver Grutz. Up behind him still Alessio Rovera. And then next in the queue is Jake Dennis. So all of this, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, and there's back markers to sort out as well.
So the 7th, Ledegaard has gotten past Charles Wirtz. Wirtz has got past, yes, Wirtz has got past Ledegaard.
No, Ledegaard is there. There is Wirtz, and behind him is Rovera. So there's no change in the order. It's the traffic that's in the way as well.
Indeed, it was Rovera.
Yeah.
Contact.
Ooh, nearly.
Very close.
Yeah. You can't exactly miss that bright yellow Mercedes, but Alessio Rovera cannot afford to get stuck for a split second. He's on the lights, but Oliver Grutz almost moves across on him there, coming down into turn 8. Jake Dennis dives up the inside, takes full advantage of that, and gets almost up alongside the Ferrari. Oh, didn't quite work, but that was a really good, ambitious effort by Jake Dennis. Saw a possible move and tried everything he could.
Yes, he did. He read it very well, saw the little bit of messing around, and thought I can get the Ferrari as well. So trying again, still coming up the hill into turn 11. So Jake Dennis very, very racy here this afternoon.
So number 4 Mercedes going further in numbers of laps in this middle stint than it did in its first. And so also number 63. So they are both doing longer second stints here to try and balance out the short first.
But they must be coming in, what, in the next couple of laps, one would have assumed?
Yeah, to make sure that 65 minutes isn't exceeded by the drivers.
Certainly the number 4 must be very close to it right now. Well, another lap it will be.
Yeah, and that would just about work for the third stint for Nico Bastian, 65 minutes, which is your maximum. So over the timing line goes then Kob Ledegaard. That Ferrari, a bit like the Audis, has never really looked as racy here as it needed to be.
Jake Dennis again with the straight line performance of the BMW, sticks the nose up the inside, but was unable to make it. Still contact! Oh, and that was certainly, and not Jake Dennis is the winner on that one. I would have said almost for sure, because he's on the inside. The Audi's been compromised. The Aston, and the Audi gets backwards now. Jake Dennis is compromised. No, it's not, and it's, well, what would you do if you're in the Audi or in the BMW? You wouldn't know where to go.
Giacomo Petrovelli at the wheel of the Aston Martin, and he's almost in the way there. He's trying to keep out of the way. He's trying to take a line for the corner. He can't just vanish, but all of these 3 pro cars desperate to get past him instantly. Giacomo Petrovelli returning to the championship. We last saw him in this in 2014, and he's had a real wake-up there, because all of a sudden those pro cars arrived out of nowhere. But look, Rovera has gained places and got through the traffic and got away. So has Dennis. So Wirtz, at the end of his stint, actually falls back.
Yes, indeed, and Jake Dennis is principally the beneficiary of that. But let's look again as we come down into turn 1. So the Audi gets up alongside, watch Ledegaard and Dennis So now you're going to go around the outside, you're going to get hung out. Contact between Ledegar and Weerts. Now Jake Dennis gets up alongside, puts Weerts in a difficult situation, but then the Aston again backs out trying to be helpful, and in the process is just tripping over and everybody else tripping over it. So 4-1, never going to work, but they all finally in one form or another have sorted themselves out and are all continuing more or less unencumbered.
Well, Alessio Rovera, certainly brave, the Italian GT champion. This is how Charles Weerts saw it. So there is Giacomo Petrobelli in the Aston. He tries to clear him. Can't do it, but up the inside, whoop, there's the bang as Alessio Rovera says, hello, I'm coming through.
Yeah, he knew that the Ferrari was there. And again, of course, the Aston trying to get out of the way, and there's the BMW who now is in the pits is the number 4.
Okay, so that's got it to lap 58 this time, and there's enough time appropriate for Nico Bastian to get to the end of the race. That is fine, and anybody else that pits afterwards will be in the same situation. So away now goes Bastian, and in comes Charles Weerts.
And he had, the number 4 had to wait momentarily because the 32 Audi was coming in. They couldn't allow the 4 to be released. It would have been a non-safe release. There might have been contact. So again, a second here, 2 seconds there, lost to the number 4, and that's again very difficult to make up. But it works maybe in the interest. Charles Weerts gets out, and he's had a tough stint.
Yeah.
That 1 hour. So Audi 1 stint to go. And let's go and see what Dries van Thor has got left in his tank. It looked pretty drained pretty much all through the weekend. He didn't look the effervescent young Belgian that we have seen so many times. Just resigned to the fact that they don't have the pace here to compare or compete with their principal rivals.
Into the pit lane also is coming Felipe Fraga out of 2nd place. But yeah, there it is, coming into the pit lane, the black and red Mercedes. Bearing in mind that Weerts and Vantor won a title a week ago, they would have been coming here full of bounds, but that soon ebbed away. Out gets Fraga. Jules Grunot to bring the car to the end.
Jules Grunot, tall. Felipe Fraga, let's say not quite as tall, but maybe deeper in his depth of body. So easier for the skinny one to get in than the fuller bodied one to get out.
Yeah, screen is cleared. So now Jules Grunot, who's been one of the more versatile racers, from Corvettes to Audis to Bentleys to Mercedes. See what he can do in this stint, as in the Pro-Am battle. Now number 77 hustles along, the car of Enrique Chavez, just up the road ahead now, 99 Audi. And we're getting more and more pit stops because Giotto is in and Kohl-Ledegaard is in as well. But right now 35 of Thomas Neubauer comes under attack, and it's Matteo Cairoli looking for a way past. In fact, it's Nick Katzberg, because that BMW has just had a pit stop, so Katzberg takes it to the end now. Right, there's Grunot back onto the circuit.
And can he get in? Can he get in before the sister Mercedes? I think he might have done. There is the number 4 who's had its first flying lap. So just about Jules Grunot got that job done, and crucial for the ACA ASP not to get. And there's the race leader, Andrea Caldarelli, great stint. And who spun on the exit of 17? Is that the 26 or the 25? I can't quite see it. Was that again an assist, or looks like it's crabbing?
Yeah,
the car looks like it's crabbing or down the straight.
It's 25, so it's the Santalok entry. Goes through, into the pit lane comes then Andrea Caldarelli to give way to Mirko Bortolotti. So far, there's just nothing troubling this car, is there?
Well, the race has been one, I hate to say it, a seamless race for the Orange One FFF race team. They've done all they've been required to do, and they've had that comfortable advantage over the 88 Mercedes pretty much from the point when the lights went out, and they've been able to extend it up to 18 or so seconds at the point. So Caldarelli slams the door, takes his seat fillet, because Mirko Bortolotti is a few centimeters taller than Andrea. And while some cars have got adjustable steering columns, some drivers prefer to use a fixed position and use seat inserts to get themselves into the proper position.
Well, the pit stop from ACA ASP, 69.6 seconds. From the HRT team, the pink Mercedes, 71.8. And that pit stop is for Bortolotti, 70.5. So they lost a little bit of time to ACA in the pit stops there, but not
so
much.
they're in the middle of those top 3 pit stops. So with the gap or the advantage that they have, I suppose a second isn't going to be here or there. The key will be more about the traffic that's around them. So Matt Campbell again still not finding a way past the Aston. That's a frustration because that's going to cut into the potential that car would have had.
Alessio Rivera into the pit lane, number 71. So pretty much everybody now diving into this last hour, the last pit stop, the last scheduled stop. Anybody else that comes in after this is going to be with a problem or a puncture. It won't be for fuel, so it'll be because of a drama that they've had. Into the race goes 77 once more, the Barwell Lamborghini that Miguel Ramos will take to the end, and that car still fighting for Pro-Am honours. Away goes 71.
Furuko behind the wheel.
Should be, indeed.
Another little charger.
Yeah, it'll be worth watching, won't it? Away he goes. So we'll look at the order at the end of the next lap. We've still got to have the number 22 Porsche into the pit lane for its last stop.
And it's been sort of landlocked behind the Aston, hasn't found a way around it, and hasn't been given any assistance in the process.
And it's into the pit lane now, so the leading Porsche comes in, and it is making its way down the pit lane. Also coming in will be more from the Emil Frey team. We should have Altway in soon. There's Matt Campbell to give way to Mathieu Jaminet to bring the car to the end of the race.
And he's got a clear entry into his pit box, so no need for the car to be pulled back, and again potentially losing time. So there it is, gets stops on the marks. So Matt Campbell gets out, Mathieu Jaminet climbs on board.
And Hiroshi Hamaguchi is in. So leading Pro-Am, despite one or two teams saying foul, but he's leading, and there's no news of an investigation yet, but it might be being looked at internally. So the fuel goes in, driver change to be done, tyres to be changed, and there Matt Campbell walks away, his hour behind the wheel all done, and blasting down the pit road goes number 19 then, still very much in the mix for a Pro-Am win here. Phil Keane at the wheel now.
So I know that Phil Keane can do a great deal of good work, but he's got to wait. Now he can get on it as Mathieu Jaminet comes out behind him in the 22 Porsche. So I don't know what Phil Keane will do when he sees that car behind him. Will he just continue on at his own pace, or will he assist that car in its quest for overall victory?
Well, Matt Campbell's pit stop to give way to Mathieu Jaminet, 70.4 seconds. So that car back on track, and 1:14 there up for Rougier. He needs to get ahead of Phil Keane because they're on different laps.
I suspect Rougier and bodywork, you can see just by the edge of the track and the edge of the turn four. I don't think Arthur Rougier is going to take too long to find his way around Phil Keane. They are in different classes, and Rougier has been one of the finds, I think, of the season so far. I think there'll be a little bit of internal assistance between the various Lamborghini teams.
Now we've got an absolute storming lap being put in by Bortolotti on his first flying lap. He's done an absolute best in the first sector, so yet more evidence of the pace of 63 Lamborghini around here. There is the Jaminet Porsche climbing the hill, but we need to see at the end of this lap where he's going to slot in. It's the Ram Racing Pro-Am Mercedes behind, but that Porsche then, having lost those 10 seconds earlier on, has been fighting ever since. Bortolotti's on for the fastest lap of the race right now. Two absolute bests.
Absolutely, I mean, Bortolotti is nailing the Lamborghini. At the point last lap, 1:55.832, fastest lap of the race on lap 62, first flying lap. Go for it, Mirko. Yeah. That's mega.
Well, there, number 19, Phil Keane, still trying to win the class. Hiroshi Hamaguchi, having done the middle stint in that car, putting it into the lead. And there is number 63, Mirko Bortolotti. Then he has done the fastest lap now. It's a 1:55.832. Best lap of the race, Mirko Bortolotti.
What a kick in the guts for the 88 and the number 4 Mercedes. First flying lap, absolutely 100% on it. Done at turn 5. So swings in, of course, fresh rubber, brand new rubber, no doubt, for Bortolotti in this last stint. Albeit with a full load of fuel, but the performance gain with the new set of tyres outweighs the additional penalty of carrying a full load of fuel.
So there is 63, Mirko Bortolotti then, who will be back in the lead at the end of this next lap. The only car notionally ahead is Jake Dennis's BMW, that will have to pit again anyway, do the final pit stop. So Bortolotti continues the domination that we have not seen for a couple of seasons, really. This is what we got used to in 2019, be it endurance or be it sprint, but it's been a long time between wins, hasn't it, for Andrea Caldarelli's team?
And certainly they've shown this year that they were back at the races, but this is the most emphatic, I think, event for them that we've seen. There was the 88 just going through and the 4 following it with the 14 in between. So Nico Bastian behind Alex Fontana. So Nico Bastian fulfill my desires to see you in a pro car and deliver. And well, you can see what's going on, and Jules Gounon clearly anxious to build as quickly as possible.
Well, there, Jules Gounon hustling on. He's got some more traffic to clear. And there is Nico Bastian, no stranger to the Mercedes, whether it's been in Europe or Asian GT racing. But he's also got traffic to clear, hasn't he? Because he's got Fontana up the road ahead of him. So number 14, which is yet to serve a second stop, staying out there. Alex Fontana having taken over from Rolf Inlyken. There is Ricardo Feller yet to go. Jules Gounon up the inside as he tries to clear the traffic. There's also Marvin Dienst's Mercedes yet to serve a second stop. So the order for the moment a little bit jumbled, but one thing is clear, Bortolotti has the advantage most definitely.
Oh yeah, by I would say a considerable margin. His last lap was 1:56.1 against Jake Dennis. Okay, he's got to yet to stop in the BMW as a 57.8. The next best time, the Rouge did a 56.011, which on that last lap was probably the quickest of anybody in the field.
So Jake Dennis leads on the road, but has yet to serve another stop. We're looking back at Nico Bastian's car. So Alex Fontana running in 5th on the road, but again, a second stop is still owed for that car. And from the 43 that started, 42 still circulating. So remarkably, we've had relatively little in terms of drama. One brief full course yellow for debris. And there is Nico Bastian being held up effectively by that car that's out of position.
So up the hill we go. And how many times have we seen this throughout the first 2 and a bit hours? From the climb up from turn 8 all the way through the Schumacher S's. 88 just ahead of this group of 2 cars. And, well, what can Nico Bastian do? Can he find a way through? Well, the gap's been opened up on the exit of turn 12. Can Bastian get the run? But the Lamborghini is able to just maintain that gap. Bastian might hope for a little bit of cooperation, but he's not going to be able to make a dive down the inside. He's too far behind.
I mean, it's a genuine battle for position. It's not that he's lapping a car, but it's a car that's due a pit stop and comes in this time. So that makes life a lot easier for Nico Bastian. Finally, he can get on with the job.
Oh, I can breathe now. I can breathe now.
Right, there's Dries Van Voor hustling on behind Alessandro Pierguidi. This will be worth watching, won't it, for 11th and 12th right now. Ferrari versus Audi.
Deja vu to 1 month ago in different conditions. There in Spa, it was a wet racetrack. Here it's bone dry, unseasonal weather here at Nurburgring.
And they battle on up towards the chicane. So 32 Audi inching up onto the tail of number 51 Ferrari. And right there behind them, to as ever, thus is Antonio Fuoco. So it's exactly what we had just before the round of pit stops. Same order, different drivers though.
And Fuoco's laps very quick right now.
Up towards the line they come. Pierguidi and Van Voor having had that great fight at Spa. Over the line, Van Voor would dearly love to put one over on Pierguidi. Well, he kind of has in a sense, because he's already won the sprint title, but looks like it's advantage Pierguidi for the endurance, because he's outscoring the Audi driver right now. Down towards turn 1.
So, again, I mean, Audi very good under brakes into turn 1, but the Ferrari has always been good at other parts of the racetrack. Again, you can see just the way he's able to run so close to the back of the Ferrari. It's as if the Ferrari really hasn't quite come to terms with Nürburgring in the way that some of the other competitors have done. So that may be the one hope that Dries Van Voor has had. But look, Alessandro Pierguidi ain't any walk in the park, and he's not about to concede. So we're going to sit on board with Dries Van Voor and watch his racecraft from behind the wheel of the 32 Audi. What do you do? How are you going to find a way past? You can make a lunge down the inside and overrun, and not only make a mistake mentioned, but lose a position to Fuoco and the sister car directly behind. I mean, he's all over the back of the Ferrari as they climb out of turn 8, up the hill, into the left of the Schumacher S's. Audi probably going to be marginally quicker, because I think it's just a slightly better car at this phase of this 3-hour endurance race. Then the short sprint up to turn 11. Where can Van Voor make that Where can he pounce? Well, the best hope will be the car that's directly ahead of Alessandro Pierguidi. That will come into play, maybe not at the end of this lap, but going on to the next lap, a couple of laps. And that's maybe the best that Van Thor will have in his tank. Up to the chicane. Again, in curb on the inside, curb on the middle, and then runs the curb on the exit. So beginning to come into play. I can't quite work out who that is. To you, David, who the car is directly ahead of Alessandro Pierguidi?
Trying to work it out. Let's have a look. It is the Barwell Lamborghini, number 77.
So it's a different race. So
yeah.
Should it stay to the side or not? Oh dear. Well, that's Miguel Ramos behind the wheel. So I look, Fuoco was the one. Believe me, Fuoco was the one who's going to make the first of going to make a move. He will certainly think about a move before Dries Van Thor does.
Yeah, Van Thor trying to attack, trying to defend. Bortolotti, Gounon, Bastien is the top three. Lead gap 18.5 seconds. Fuoco dives to the inside. Couldn't do it. Backed out of it to avoid the contact and loses time himself as a result.
Yeah, but the intent is there. So tension in the WRT pits as they watch this action going on. So Alessandro Pierguidi in the 51. Antonio Fuoco in the 71. Both Arne Links entered Ferraris. There's a bit of a pincer movement for Dries Van Thor. He's caught between two cars that he would love to. It was clear of one of them. And then we've got the Audi also. That's going to be...
Well, here is Fuoco on his toes again. He looks to get past past Van Thor. Van Thor is now losing touch, isn't he, with Ledegaard, because he is much busier having to go defensive. And so now Pierguidi in the car he's taken over from Ledegaard clears the back marker, clears number 77 of Miguel Ramos, and so also does the Audi and the second Ferrari. So they've all gone by.
And the second Ferrari really sort of put his foot in the door to keep it open, to find a way past the Lamborghini, and has benefited from that. And now this is a danger to Dries Van Thor, because, well, Fuoco, again, just using the car to try and force an issue with Dries Van Thor. But there's always been, for me, Fuoco is going to be, of these three cars, the one that's going to be the most dynamic, put it that way.
Well, right now, the Audi in the middle of all of this of Dries Van Thor is a little bit stuck, isn't it? And it remains the best placed Audi down in 9th place. And whereas Mercedes and Lamborghini and Porsche are having a reasonably strong weekend in most cases, it ain't happening for Audi, is it? Nor BMW, in fact. The best of the BM's only 11th, but Ferrari likewise, you could say, off the pace here, but you can't have everybody up at the top end of the order, can you?
No, and it's amazing just to go from one circuit and down the inside. Dries, be very careful. Any contact could see a penalty applied. And remember, Fuoco is sitting directly behind you. He'll be reading what you're doing and looking for a way to jump on a potential improvement up from 10th to 9th. You'd almost say that Alessandro Pierguidi back up Dries Van Thor into the arms of Fuoco to try and take the pressure off the lead of these two cars.
To the inside goes Fuoco, has a look, tries to force a way by, but to no avail. And is he going to be able to attack on the way up the hill? All of this should be playing into the hands of Pierguidi. He should be getting away, but he can't really break clear of the Audi just yet. This fight is still 8th, 9th and 10th, but it's one of the best battles on the racetrack.
Well, that's what I think. That's why I think Pierguidi is trying to back the Audi into the Fuoco to get Fuoco to get ahead. So as they got that buffer between the Audi in 10th place, or the Audi in 9th place, the Ferrari, lead Ferrari in 8th, so making a Ferrari 8th and 9th. Maybe that's being a bit creative, but certainly I would like to put my two Ferraris nose to tail and demote the 32 Audi down into 10th position.
So to the chicane they come on this section of the circuit. Maybe the Audi a little stronger because it's just edged closer again to the back of the Ferrari. Out of the chicane, up the curb goes Pierguidi and also goes Fuoco. So 8th and 10th, the Ferraris of Arne Links, sandwiching the WRT Audi up towards the line. The lead gap still 18 seconds, by the way, Bortolotti to Gounon. And the last time around, Bortolotti stretched that a little bit further as well. What was that from Van Thor?
I don't know, put his hand again over the air inlet on the car. Whether it's not working or his hands are just getting very warm, I don't know. But certainly, we've seen that in previous events this year, that drivers are putting their hands up just to maybe absorb some of the sweat, that the gloves get very sticky. So again, this little group of three cars entertaining us.
So lap 68 we're currently on. 45 minutes to go, and there's a yellow flag out in sector 3 as Giorgio Sana watches on with Andrea Caldarelli. So something has happened in the last sector to bring out a yellow flag. They're in sector 1 still at the moment, these cars. Sector 2 will be down the hill, and that's the reason for the yellow. It's the number 10 BMW that has ground to a halt coming out of the chicane.
Well, it actually never made the chicane. It actually
you're right.
went through, or it pulled through the, what you said, the bus stop chicane, and it stopped in a place. Now, it's not in a dangerous position, but it might mean that that sector of the circuit, sector 3, could remain under a yellow flag for the remaining part of, what, 44 minutes of this race. Long time to have a yellow sector, unless they can find a way to get that car. Maybe it'll be a reset, fire it up again, and see if it can roll under with some energy and power. Jens Klingman at the wheel of it, experienced BMW racer, so if anybody knows how to restart it, it should be him. Riding back on board here with Dries van Thor, but he's not close enough to Pierre Guidi to attack. But where's Fuoco? Well, Fuoco's also that little bit further behind the Audi than he was a couple of laps ago, but up the hill into the braking zone. The young Italian, very good on the brakes, and Alessandro Pierre Guidi manages to stretch maybe half a car length, but Fuoco now looks like he means business. Still, he could do with being half another car's length nearer to the back of the Audi. Watch with Van Thor has to go to the right of the racetrack as he comes down into the braking zone to prepare defence. Doesn't need to do so because Fuoco didn't have the straight line speed, but watch for an undercut. Again, just where can you find a way past? Where can you make a move without compromising yourself? We're back to green flags, by the way, at the chicane, so the BMW has been moved or has got going. The 3 cars nose to tail here coming out of turn 4. And as they accelerate down towards turn 4, let's head to the pit lane and hear from Andrea Caldarelli with Gemma.
Andrea, certainly dominating, but it looks like you put in a lot of effort in that last stint.
Yeah, I mean, we pitted really almost like only with 2-second gap, so I knew that after the pit stop I should push at least for the first 10 laps. The car was great, so I was really comfortable in the car and just put my head down and try to pull a big gap, and I tried to make Mirko's life a bit easier.
Well, I think you did, so we'll wait to see how he finishes now. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we could be on for a 4th different winner out of the 4 Endurance Cup races thus far, and the 2 cars that were battling for the lead at the end of the Spa 24, battling here for 8th place, a far cry from what we had in the Spa 24 hours just a month ago. Yes, then it was a sort of an extraordinary performance by Alessandro Pierre Guidi in those closing moments. We're going to go full course yellow according to the race director. It's come up on the screen. Full course yellow in 20 seconds.
5, 4,
and counting.
3, 2, 1, full course yellow now. We will remove a car that stopped, car 10 is stopped at the chicane.
And interestingly, into the pit lane comes Antonio Fuoco's Ferrari. It's a faster line through the pit lane. The circuit speed is on the Delta, and it's 50 kilometers an hour down the pit lane. So can he gain places by driving down the pit lane here? It's a roll of the dice, but it's a shorter lap in. Let's see, the team looks like it's ready for him, actually, so I'm not convinced this is necessarily a roll of the dice to try to gain places, but you can see the board is being waved by Iron Lynx. Now, they are expecting him in. So, I mean, it's strange. There's no indication at any point that the Ferrari would make a pit stop. So, water's going in. There's a fuel stop. I mean, can't believe that they underfueled it. Maybe they had a problem when the car made its pit stop in the first place, so maybe there's a fuel flow issue or that, whatever. I mean, it's taking a lot of fuel. It is, isn't it? And also in has come 34 BMW, Nick Yellerly. There it is in the background. Very strange. Now, what do these teams, what does Iron Lynx know about making that sort of splash? And in fact, it was more than a splash. And he needs to get that car back out to make sure he gets ahead of the Ferrari. It's back on the circuit. I mean, again, you can try and take advantage of that while there's this delta speed being adhered to on the circuit. But if you don't need fuel, why not just do a drive-through? It was stationary for quite a long time, so unless there was a drama with the fueling rig that they've had to combat. How long was its last pit stop? Oh, we won't know now because it'll have been reset for that one that it's just served, but if it was a shortish last pit stop, that would explain not enough fuel going in. It'd be nice to find out from the team the strategy behind that stop, whether it was a strategy that was part of a plan
or part of a reassessed plan.
Or maybe Gemma can go and investigate from Iron Links. Maybe Iron Links themselves can shed light as they were doing at Spa. So we'll try and get to the bottom of it.
I suspect they don't want to give anything away.
No, quite.
They don't want to say why we did or what were our reasons. Hey, we've still got 39 minutes to go.
BMW is clear of the circuit. It's just been brought back down the pit lane, so hopefully it won't be too long before we can go back racing again.
So that strange play with the 71 coming in through pretty much, well, both of us in the commentary booth, as we see still the situation as it has been. 8th place Alessandro Pierguidi, Dries van Thor in 9th, the gap 4/10 of a second, and they're running under this delta time. So I suspect, I hope that we're going to see this race back under green conditions. Well, the car has been removed, unless there's another reason we're not aware of why we're still under full course yellow conditions.
The only other thing might be to get the course vehicle that brought it back out of the pit lane and back to
its station.
Yes, its station, a place of safety, yeah. So it needs to drop the BMW off, return it to the team, and then get out of the pit lane. So maybe that's it. But of course, the longer this goes on, the more likely we are to nudge towards a safety car, because temperatures of tyres and brakes are dropping. So 38 minutes and change on the clock. Lead gap over half a minute now as Mirko Bortolotti dominates the race.
Yeah, that's a massive... I mean, it got up to about 18, 19 seconds during the mid part of phase 2 of the race. Now it's virtually doubled. So, I mean, Bortolotti has been absolutely stellar all the way through his stint, and Jules Gougnot in the 88 Mercedes has had no answer whatsoever, and Nico Bastin in the 4 Mercedes likewise is running just under 4 seconds behind second place Jules Gougnot.
Safety car on track, so we are going to go safety car in order to bring everything back up to temperature, and Alessio Rivera from Iron Links might be able to shed light on that interesting pit stop. Let's join Gemma in the pit lane.
Alex, we've just seen the car come in very unexpectedly. Why?
Yeah, we had a problem with the splash, and we had to refuel another time. It's a shame because the car was really good. The pace was there. It's really difficult to overtake here, but I was trying to give the best, and also Antonio made a fantastic job. And now we try to recover.
Thank you.
Well, that answers that then. It was indeed a fuel refill drama, and we are now behind the safety car, so that will take away some of the lead of Mirko Bortolotti, but I have no doubt he'll be able to build it back up again.
Well, when you've done all the hard yards as the Lamborghini team have done, and you've got an advantage of 34 seconds, that's going to dissipate, and you know, it's a bit heartbreaking, but for everybody else, fantastic.
Well, 34 seconds was the gap to Gounon, but look, even though the gap will come down, there's a lot of traffic in the way as well, so by the time Jules Gounon has cleared that, Mirko Bortolotti will have built the gap again.
Yes, so that's the one salvation that the 63 Lamborghini has. I mean, their lead will not be 34 seconds, but it'll still be a significantly healthy lead, I would imagine.
Absolutely. So it's not going to be the end of the world as far as number 63 Lamborghini is concerned. It's 6 back markers looking at that between the first and second place cars. So Jules Gounon there, 002 on the windscreen is the Lumirac display for his position, car 88, the number on the side, but he's got 6 back markers to clear. Over the timing line goes the traffic. 5 back markers, he's the 6th car behind the leader, just counting them over the line past our window, and there the lights flashing, at least one more lap for the safety car.
Safety car in this lap, safety car in this lap.
Well, I guarantee you one thing, Jules Gounon will be on his toes to try and clear these back markers, to try and get something back, having really ended up well and truly out of the race. The gap as we came across the line, as things stand behind the safety car, was down to 5.4 seconds. But of course, Mirko Bortolotti will be the first car to go back to green racing, and he can use those 5 cars between himself and here the 88, and certainly maybe build a gap up to nearer to 10 seconds in the opening 2 or 3 laps as Gougnot fights his way past some of the back markers.
So safety car pace quickens then. You can go faster behind the safety car than you can under the full course yellow, so the speeds start to increase to get the tyres back up to pressure and to temperature, to get the brakes back up as well if they need to use those in a big hurry. And Mirko Bortolotti will lead the way. The gap over the line was 5.4 seconds, but Gounon's not going to clear all the traffic by turn 1, is he? He's going to have to work at that for a good part of a lap.
If he can clear it all in one lap, it would have been a genius.
Yeah.
It's very unusual. You require, I mean, anybody from ACA ASP should be going down to the respective teams and saying, please let your driver know that we're in a battle for the lead. Don't make our life hard.
Well, this is Gounon's view. It's going to be worth riding with him when we restart, isn't it, to see exactly what life is like out there. There'll be some back markers that are very conciliatory and let him go. Others, having their own race, will be focused on that rather than what exactly is happening around them. But now in the Silver Cup, it is currently Tim Zimmermann here, heading the class. He's taken over the Grasser Lamborghini ahead of Paul Petit, who is there. So he's got a back marker to clear. And then Ricardo Feller in the Emil Frey Lamborghini next up. So those three, the top three in the Silver Cup. And in Pro-Am, Phil Keane ahead of Fabian Schiller, Lamborghini Mercedes, and then Martin Conrad in the SPS Mercedes that was leading early on. Right, we're going to go racing this time.
Safety car lights are off.
Let's see how out. Safety car lights are off. We're going to be back racing this time then as Mirko Bortolotti slows the pace right down. Gounon flashing his lights. Now, of course, the earlier Bortolotti goes, the better, because Gounon can't overtake until he gets to the timing line anyway, so Bortolotti can build that gap while Gounon is still stuck in the traffic and he really wants to get through it as quick as he can.
Oh, what frustration. What an awful situation. Jules Gounon, he can see the lead Lamborghini powering away and knowing he can't make a move until he gets across the line. Now he can go, and he's having to defend the dynamic Motorsport Porsche, all looking as if it might be a threat to the 88, and that is one of the consequences as the 4 follows through in 3rd place.
Yeah, that Audi looking a bit towy as well. The Sansalot car looking, it's a lap down on the inside, but fighting for position number 26, Fred Verviche at the wheel of it, so he loses out now. As up the inside line goes Nico Bastien, up the curb goes Gounon, but he's really only got past one back marker. There's a lot more yet to do. So there's the leader, Bortolotti. How many more slower cars? 3, and a lot of real estate for Gounon to gobble up here.
There is.
And a yellow flag in the background as well, John. So has something happened in the arena? The yellow flag still waving there.
Okay, so we haven't seen that on camera as yet. We haven't got any notification that there is a solo yellow flag station in. That's come up now. Yes, it's just come up on the screen now. Oh, there 25. That's been tagged.
Yeah, it has indeed. So the Sansalot Audi is off the road. It's Adrien Tombe, and he's in the barriers. So is that going to be able to rejoin, or do safety cars breed safety cars again?
I think you've got it right in that one, David.
Well, indeed so. There you've got the 2nd and 3rd battle then. So Gounon under attack from Bastien.
But if we do have another full course yellow and therefore a safety car deployment, that just puts the 88 nearer to the lead of the 63 Lamborghini.
Well, right now, yellow flag still being shown. We've yet to hear any more about an interruption. The race director will hope the Audi can get away. But for the moment, the yellow flag still being shown in that sector on the timing screen that all the teams are aware of. So they'll relay that to the drivers and say, be careful, there's a yellow flag out. We might end up having to go further on that with a full course yellow or a safety car to remove the errant Audi. But up front, Mirko Bortolotti just trips the beam at the end of lap number 73. And as he does so, the gap that he's now got over Jules Gounon there in 2nd place is, after 2 hours and 28 minutes, 5.2 seconds.
And he basically pulled about 1.5 seconds in that lap over the 88 Mercedes, and the number 4 Nico Bastien running now, well, just under a second behind the 88, and it's almost like a refreshed Nico Bastien having now the opportunity to challenge the 88 for that 2nd place.
32 through, which is the Dries Van Voor Audi. Now, where did 71 end up after the extra pit stop? Well, actually, it's still in 9th position. So Antonio Fuoco is pretty much where he was before the stops, and Van Tor now has got a chance to have a go at Pierre Guidi, who is also stuck in the traffic.
Oh, it's a mess going into turn 5. And who's in the wrong part of the racetrack? Well, Dries Van Voor thinks he's done it. He's gone round the outside of the 2 Ferraris, and he's made the pass, and he's made it stick. Alessandro Pierguidi's been outsmarted by the young Belgian driver, and he's got the position. Finally.
Hey, Alessandro, remember Spa? Take that, thinks Dries Van Thor. So the Iron Lynx Ferrari drops back, and Dries Van Thor clears Pierguidi. That brings him up now into 7th place. He's not done yet, so Dries Van Thor still charges along. 30 minutes to go into the last half an hour of the race as of now.
Well, he wasn't that far behind Albert Costa in the 163 Lamborghini, so that might be... They've got the Mercedes in between, of course, but that might be an opportunity to get that finally. We are currently in 7th place, so top 6 might be achievable if we can catch up to the 163 Lamborghini.
So Bortolotti, the race leader, another big gaggle of cars coming through here in Pro-Am. Phil Keane, Fabian Schiller, and then Chris Froggatt. So it was a long stint by Jonathan Hui, but the number 93 Ferrari third in its class, as Julian Apotelos has just brought the 222 Porsche from the Silver Cup into the pit lane. That's the Silver Cup leader, Tim Zimmermann, you see going through the chicane.
Yeah, I just wonder, was that contact between the Porsche and the Audi? That might have been the reason why we saw the Audi off at turn 4, but look at the traffic as they come out of the turn to go on to lap 75.
In the midst of all of that, Tim Zimmermann has got Paul Petit right behind him. So look for the orange Lamborghini. Right on its tail is number 7 Mercedes, which is fighting for Silver Cup honours. Down they come, and 57 is behind them. That's a lap down, Mikael Grenier. But the Lamborghini just ahead of this car for Silver Cup honours. Tim Zimmermann. Great to see Grasser going so well. Good to see Zimmermann going well. He knows this circuit well. It's his home track. But remember, he was another casualty of Spa. That knocked his confidence when he damaged the car badly on the Thursday.
Real tight motor racing. But still that waved yellow flag. You can see the marshal's been working to try and clear the Audi. So that should be very shortly a green zone once again. Up the inside, contact. 57, well, that's out of position. It's not even in this race. That might be Mikael Grenier.
Lap down now for second in the class here. Ricardo Feller tries to make his move up the inside line. Does so, goes ahead of the Paul Petit Mercedes. So he's been put off his line by Mikael Grenier. You say coming from a lap down, interrupting that fight a little bit. It all takes the pressure off Zimmermann, but it's now a Lamborghini 1-2 in the Silver Cup.
Who's gone off?
There it is. Was that Fuoco? It looked like an Iron Lynx Ferrari by livery, but he's in the barriers. It is. It's Fuoco. Antonio Fuoco is off the racetrack, and he's hit that tar stack pretty hard, and that can't stay there.
That's not going to go anywhere. That car is out of the race. I wonder, did he catch? There's a lot of build-up on the outside of the exit of Schumacher S's. I wonder, did he catch that? It's the kind of situation where you get the build-up. If you run wide, you catch it, you'll be sailing straight into the tire bales.
Right, so we've got yellow flags in 2 of the 3 sectors right now. Gounon needs to clear this traffic as soon as he can, just in case there's another interruption. Zimmermann is ahead of Feller then in the Silver Cup. That just happened before the Fuoco incident took up attention. That's the Pro-Am leader. That's a very rapid Phil Keane arriving at turn 1. Drops down through the right-hander. But Antonio Fuoco off the circuit. And let's see what pans out next. How easy is that car to remove? Phil Keane leading Pro-Am from Fabian Schiller and then Chris Froggatt. About 4 seconds between each of those 3. Out of the arena they come. There's Fabian Schiller. That's second in Pro-Am, that pink Ram Racing Mercedes. Dan Shufflebottom's team. And in the background you can see the recovering Sky Tempesta Ferrari.
Fabian Schiller, I sort of thought might have been slightly further up, but right now running in second in the class, but Schiller himself particularly quick, as there is the Tempesta Ferrari running in 3rd place.
Yeah, that's sort of come back into the mix a little, hasn't it? Because Jonathan Hui was dropping place after place, but then brought some of them back by staying out longer, and Chris Froggatt now carrying on that good work. He's got a lot of ground to make up before he can attack again, but even so, he's pressing on.
And more cars running wide. Is that another car going off, or...
Fuoco's trying to get going, isn't he?
But maybe he didn't hit the tire wall. It looked as if the nose had gone in, but because we couldn't see, because we were Porsche, the 22's gone off.
That's Jaminet. So Mathieu Jaminet, and he has hit something, I think, looking at the rear wing. Has he hit the Ferrari?
I don't know if he's hit the Ferrari, but he's gone off and gone into the same zone. The Ferrari is rejoining the track. I think the Porsche Jaminet has just had his own incident again on the exit of the Schumacher S's, and again I wonder, was that the consequence of catching the debris that's just slightly off the racing line. There's the rear of the Ferrari, again looking crowd-wise with the 22 Porsche. What a shock.
So here we go.
Oh, he's up the inside, he gets on the dirt. Look at that, undrivable. Those conditions, he shouldn't have been there. He's just had never a pup's chance, and you know where, of making the corner.
It was a yellow flag zone. It was a yellow flag zone because there was a car off the road. We've now, as you see, gone full course yellow, and full course yellow conditions applied, but it was the gravel on the outside that's built up that he was caught out by.
Yeah, he got on the wrong part of the racetrack, but you could see once he went through, there's troughs in that gravel where the tyres just had no bite, and he was sitting there. He was a passenger, not a thing he had any hope. Look at the rear of the car. Well, the ring certainly, it is Jaminet beckoning, watching it again. Here he is, tries to get up alongside, and in a yellow zone, as you've quite rightly pointed out, but he shouldn't have been there.
No, for two reasons. And this is it from another angle, so there he goes. We don't actually see whether he connected with the Ferrari, but he certainly bounced off something, probably the barrier.
Well, what are these two? I mean, they're almost battling over position as well in that yellow zone.
Well,
bit messy.
Yeah, I agree with you. But Mathieu Jaminet then is out of the race with the damage to the car. Antonio Fuoco is in the pits with his Ferrari. There's the Porsche onto the gravel. The Ferrari, we know, is still there because we saw it recovering afterwards. So there's the Ferrari. So that's why the yellow flags were out, and he was lucky not to collect that.
That could have been a big accident had the Porsche now being removed and it's been pulled back into the paddock rather than into the pit lane. You can see the bodywork at the rear is, or the rear near side rear guard and bodywork partly detached. So it was almost as if Mathieu Jaminet got caught out by the fact the two Lamborghinis were doing something maybe they shouldn't have been doing themselves, and he ended up on the bit of the dirtiest of the racetrack around the Nurburgring and just was a passenger.
To give him some credit, one of the Lamborghinis was wide up the curb there where the gravel was. If he was trying to give it space to come back onto the racetrack, that would have forced him onto the gravel, but discuss whether he was giving it room or trying to overtake. Anyway.
Well, it may have ended up being force majeure. This is
Fuoco.
Fuoco. What does he do?
He hits the curb, he gets all unsettled.
He hit the curb and got driven across onto the gravel on the outside. Gravel on the outside of this corner has been an issue and a problem, and it's something that needs to be addressed for events in the future.
Well, right now, full course yellow period number 3, and this will end up surely being a safety car like the previous one was. So we got through the first, hour and a half without any dramas, and then they all come thick and fast. And with 22.5 minutes to go, of course, this will slightly help Jules Gounon. How many back markers? 1 between him and Bortolotti now. But even so, the Lamborghini's looked the faster car all day, hasn't it?
It's been the class of the field throughout. And no matter what's been thrown at it, it's always come out on top. But with 22 minutes remaining and the threat of Jules Gounon being 1 car between you and the second place car, well, Bortolotti knows what he has to do. He will control the restart. And, of course, Gounon cannot overtake any car between himself and the race leader until he crosses the start-finish line. That's the salvation that Bortolotti's got. But fundamentally, he's got the quicker race car.
Absolutely right, and he's got the buffer of the Mad Panda Mercedes as well.
Would you want the buffer of being a Mad Panda Mercedes? I'm not quite sure. I mean, is it Ezekiel behind there or not?
I think it's Rick Brokers now, isn't it?
Rick Brokers.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure who was just, would I rather have Rick Brokers or Ezekiel Perez Compact?
So 21.5 minutes, counting down. It won't be long, I think, before we can get things back underway, either through the safety car or releasing that full course yellow situation, because the Porsche is off the road. But again, you need that incident vehicle to be back in a place of safety. But 2 incidents at the same place, unrelated. And again, everybody bunched up through this situation, ready for the restart. We're surely going to end up with a safety car, aren't we?
It's the normal feature, a normal procedure. 20 minutes to go. So a safety car will be another, 2 laps. So that'll take another 5 minutes roughly. So it should be about 15 minutes of real racing once we go green.
Absolutely right. So race control will have quite a lot to look at there, I would have thought. riding on board number 32. This is the Audi of Dries van Thor. He's in 6th place. Well, he can gain ground from there. He's on the tail of the Lamborghini. You can see just up the road ahead. And there's the leading car down towards turn 8. So the gaps don't come down as yet because we're under full course yellow, but if we and when we go safety car, yes they will, they'll all get into a line.
Not an awful lot you can do running at this pace, 80 kilometers per hour. You want to try and keep as much temperature in your tyres as possible, keep your brake temperature up as well, so when you go into turn 1, when we go green, you'll have a level of braking power and grip through your tyres, but I don't like that. That is, to me, not acceptable.
Now, in terms of speed in the Pro Cup through that Schumacher S, Jules Gounon, the bravest, 184 kilometres an hour. Dries van Thor and Nico Bastian, 181. Mirko Bortolotti next, and then Alessandro Pierguidi. If you go to GT World Challenge Europe's website, find the link to the calendar, which will give you the dates. Go to the Nurburgring round. There's another button that takes you to the Race Vision website, and from that you can choose what you want, but by brand, by class, by car, by driver almost, by which part of the circuit. You can have a field day with all of this. We're just being able to look at snippets of it here, but if you go to that Race Vision website, the link from the GT World Challenge site itself, then you can explore all of the different classes, all of the different sectors of the circuit and brands as well.
Now, I'm being critical about the gravel on the outside of the circuit, but I have to point out the gravel is there only because drivers are kicking the gravel up by cutting inside. So the issue might be resolved. Let's put another surface or whatever on the inside, but something that cannot be used to gain an advantage. So I don't know what you do. Put a brick wall or something like that?
Well, exactly, because if you put runoff tarmac, they're going to abuse that, aren't they? But yeah, in the old days, you'd have had a barrier and they'd have avoided it. It seems to work well at Indianapolis or Monaco.
Yeah, nothing wrong with a good solid barrier. But that's the cause. I mean, it's not great to see because in the case of Mathieu Jaminet, I think it might have been a slightly force majeure situation. Fuoco was wide. The first part of the chicane bounced across, so that was very much down to him as a driving error. But Mathieu Jaminet, I might give him the benefit of the doubt and say it was more a matter of having to take avoiding action to get around the two Lamborghinis that were sort of having their own private little battle during a full course yellow.
We go safety car, as you see. Speeds increase, and therefore the gaps come down. And this will take us to about 15 minutes, won't it, when we get back racing, at least. So through the arena they come. But Mirko Bortolotti, having dominated the day, right at the last knockings, is going to have a much reduced gap to Jules Gounon, and Jules has got to drive like never before. So everybody now accelerates over the line. We've got one car diving down the pit lane as well, which is 66 Christopher Mies, interestingly. So the Audi of Attempto comes in, but on track, Bortolotti leads. There is Gounon second. Then there's another back marker, and third, Nico Bastian.
So there's a car between the first, second and third. I don't know what Nico Bastian would be able to do to try and elevate himself up to second, but certainly Gounon will be doing everything possible to try and take the lead away from a race that's been dominated by the Orange One FFF Racing Lamborghini team.
Bortolotti, we know, is a class act, but so is Gounon for that matter. It just depends how quickly he can clear Rick Broker's Mad Panda Mercedes, and indeed when Bortolotti floors the throttle. If he does it early out of the chicane, then he's got a greater time to stretch that margin over the second place car.
I mean, you've got to think that ACA ASP is going to go down to Mad Panda Racing and say, listen guys, smell the coffee. You know, we're here to win this race. Don't allow Rick Brokers to delay Jules Gounon for 1 millisecond.
Well, where is Brokers in his class battle? He's quite a long way down, isn't he now? Mad Panda Mercedes is 17th. It's off the podium in silver, so relatively speaking, little to aim for, but it could play a major part in the outcome for, as you say, the ACA ASP team.
What was going on is it's like a dust storm was descended, and we normally get rain, fog. Oh, it's not. It's the safety. Is that the safety car? Somebody's pouring out smoke. It is the safety car. Well,
I think you might be right.
There's smoke's pouring out of the back of it. It was like black soot almost.
Well, that's going to go in the face of Mirko Bortolotti then, isn't it? So he's not going to like that. as the cars now come out of the turn 17 right-hander. Safety car goes over the line. We're going to get one more lap behind it. Looks okay.
That's very weird because there was clearly maybe a recovery truck has been the responsible whatever. I mean, it looked very weird because it was the safety car was the first car to come through.
Yeah,
so that was what was kicking up.
Yeah.
So safety car absolutely perfect, and the poor guy, recovery truck, he has to shoulder the blame.
In fairness, a recovery truck has just gone down the pit lane, so certainly one has been out on the circuit, so it would explain it. Yeah, that safety car looks okay, doesn't it? Anyway, it means that the track's a little bit grubby at the chicane, and Mirko Bortolotti saying, come on, I want to get on with this. I've only got a quarter of an hour left, and I want to win this race. Safety car in at the end of this lap, but that dust, I was saying a moment ago, all been thrown into the face of Mirko Bortolotti, so visibility might not be perfect anymore.
No, but the problem for Bortolotti is he'll be the first person into the chicane at a race pace, so he knows that the track is going to be not clean, but he doesn't know how far or how late or how early he might need to brake to ensure he gets through it cleanly, and of course that applies to pretty much the rest of the field, but he is the pioneer in this particular phase of the race.
He is indeed.
Oh, Rick Broekers almost ran into the back of Bortolotti.
Right, so safety car in this time. We're going to have, what, 13 minutes, 12 and a half? And that's going to be about 6 laps at the very extreme. So through the Schumacher S they will come. Jules Gounod desperate to get on with the job and try and clear that other Mercedes. Nico Bastian there. Now, Albert Costa running in 4th. He's 6 seconds back. So Albert Costa and Emil Frey need a bit of cooperation as well. There are lots of teams on the message app saying to other teams, please do us a favour here. Of course, all those other teams are in their own races anyway. They want to maintain position over their rivals.
Yeah, in the good old days, you'd see the team manager stomping down the pit lane to the respective team and saying, listen, now it's all done by electronic communications. It's boring.
Well, let's see whether it pays off. There is Mirko Bortolotti then, with 13 minutes and counting of this race. 3 hours it was to begin with. Counting down, and Bortolotti stacks them all up. Gounod sits on the back of Broekers thinking, you swine, Bortolotti. I know exactly what you're going to do. Or words to that effect. Because Bortolotti now accelerates, he's gone.
Yep, and he's away. But look how dusty it still is. Rick Broekers pretty good on the throttle, but again, look at the lights. Jules Gounod saying, get out of my way, please.
Actually, Broekers has broken clear, hasn't he? Because he's gapped him by a couple of lengths. So, over the line goes Mirko Bortolotti. Gounod is there looking for a way past the Mad Panda Merc. 1 second back, 11 tenths, but he's got a dive bomb him up the inside line, and here comes Bastian doing exactly the same thing. So Gounod goes through, Nico Bastian goes through as well. So now it's game on. A clear circuit between the top 2 cars, and with everybody in a line, they're not going to encounter much traffic for a while.
No, they're not going to catch up to the tail of the field. Only 12 minutes remaining. So the next car that needs to get through will be the number 4, and I think there was very much a family affair. The Mercedes stepped aside, let the 2 Mercedes in contention get through. Rick Broekers still hasn't let the number 4 Nico Bastian through, but key is the number 88 manager further down the field.
That's for the lead of Pro-Am, and that is a bold move. Fabian Schiller goes through, takes the lead of the class away from Phil Keane, elbows up, but he's done it. And there Chris Froggatt tries to muscle in on the axe as well and get up past Alessandro Pierguidi.
Smoke coming off the rear of one of the cars. I'm not sure that's a right rear tyre. That might have been either cut down or rubbing on the bodywork. Can't see which one it was. I think it might have been the Ferrari, I'm not sure.
Yeah. Well, Chris Froggatt here trying to get past Alessandro Pierguidi, who says, no you don't, I'm a lap up on you and I'm 7th and I'm staying there. And I'm keeping track position, but Froggatt wants to go after that Lamborghini, which has just lost its class lead. And contact there as 163 Albert Costa elbows his way up alongside David Perel, and he finally goes through, but blimey.
I tell you what, the boys have lost it. They're going absolutely nuts. But this is proper. We sometimes have processional races. Shame we can't have all races that are just 12 minutes long. Everybody's stacked up, track in a fairly rudimentary conditions. But there we go. Froggatt again looking to make a move, but it's very difficult because the Ferrari performances are very matched.
Indeed so. So over the line, Mirko Bortolotti stretches the lead. It's gone up to 1.8 over Jules Gounon. Look back, the pink Mercedes runs third, and then for fourth and fifth, Albert Costa and Otto Rougier, 2 tenths apart.
Car 188, drive-through penalty car 188, pit stop infringement.
Pit stop infringement for 188. That's Jules Gounon running wide out of the chicane and losing a little bit of time, but nothing too major, but it's cost him a few fractions of a second.
So into turn 3, and still we're seeing the number 4 behind Rick Roykers on the 90. And somewhere in that melee there is the 32, Dries van Thor, who is running 6th place, only, well, just 2 tenths of a second behind Otto Rougier. So, in fact, it's more than 2 tenths, because the gap between there's the Audi and the Lamborghini is greater than that.
Right, there's the top 2. But that gap is widening once again, despite Jules Gounon's best efforts. The best battle might be coming here, you know, for this Inter-Nissan-Enil Frey battle, because the two of them, there they are together, with Albert Costa just up ahead of Arthur Rougier, and if they delay each other, that'll bring Van Thor into the mix. That's the Pro-Am leading Mercedes. Then for Ram Racing, Fabian Schiller with that great move on Phil Keane, and Phil is no slouch, he's no soft touch, we know that.
Well, that was a real elbows-out situation in turn 5, and Phil Keane sort of got mouthed by Fabian Schiller. And once the Mercedes got his nose ahead into turn 6, then he had taken away the advantage.
So Phil Keane down to second in class, and Chris Froggatt still third, but is he in danger of being caught by Miguel Ramos before the end? 2.7 seconds is the margin. Keep an eye to that, because there in the background is the Ferrari, and Ramos will be hunting him down. But Fabian Schiller for Ram Racing could be on for a first win in World Challenge Europe here. Up towards the chicane goes the Mercedes, running in 23rd place outright. 9 minutes and counting. Over the line have gone Bortolotti and Gounon, and the margin between them now is 1.4 seconds. That time around, Gounon was a little bit quicker.
Just watching that battle between the Pro-Am battle between Schiller and Phil Keane. Phil Keane very keen to get back onto terms. Just got caught out with the traffic around and went to Schiller's advantage. So Keane to make this, sorry, Phil Keane to make it an Orange 1 FFF Racing double victory.
Absolutely right. We've had it before, going back 2 seasons when Hiroshi and Phil were Pro-Am champions in Sprint Cup and Endurance, but right now it is Fabian Schiller leading the way. It's a wave of cars pouring down towards turn 5, effort being made there, up on the inside from the Santalok Audi. Arthur Rougier has fallen back a length from Albert Costa, but he'll get that again. I would have thought he'll claw that back as they head down the hill, because the traffic is in the way of Albert Costa.
Albert Costa's not shy about being, leaning on somebody. No. So he's got to deal with the Audi and the Mercedes directly ahead. Now look, he's almost running into the back of the Audi as they come through turn 8. The climb up the hill, Rougier running directly behind. Rougier no slouch when it comes to dragging a pace out of the Emil Frey Lamborghini either. Need to be careful coming through the Schumacher S's. Don't run wide on the exit, you get caught, as we saw Fuuko in the Ferrari, and of course Mathieu Jaminet in the 22 Porsche.
So Alexander West's car, but Johnny Adam at the wheel, serving this drive-through penalty. That drops it way, way down in Pro-Am. That Aston Martin, in fact, neither Aston Martin really have had a good day, have they? They look very ordinary, the Garage 59 cars, for whatever reason. And the Oman Racing Team TF Sport car, that too has struggled. Maxime Martin at the wheel, that's in 28th place. Now here are the Emil Frey Lamborghinis, Costa versus Rougier, and another dive there up the inside of Mercedes number 40. So Yannick Mettler being attacked by Fred Verviche. It's a shame that Verviche isn't fighting for outright honours here, but over the timing line go the race leaders. The gap's down again by a tenth, 1.3 seconds, so Gounon is certainly not giving up.
He's not at all. He's actually on a very good run with 6.5 minutes of the race remaining. Focusing on this battle between the two Lamborghinis and just ducking in without getting tagged. And that was Albert Costa. And now the back marker between the two Lambos is going to be, he's now being delayed. So Albert Costa thought he was smart making that move, and Rougier gains marginally in the exit of turn 4. So now Costa, let's see him get his elbows out. He's not going to mess around here too much.
So there's the race leading battle down the hill. Let's just have a quick look at sector times. Bortolotti in sector 1 relative to Jules Gounon. The gap to the eye looks like it's extended, and it has by 0.3 of a second. So Bortolotti just perhaps to emphasise the point about who's in control here, just edges away slightly further.
It's always nervy moments, 5 minutes of the race remaining, and you've had 2 safety car interventions, and you've had a 34-second advantage before that all occurred. Now you've got a 1.3 second as they came across the start-finish line. That's extended through the lap. On board with Jules Gounon out of turn 12. And what he's seeing is the Lamborghini getting slightly smaller in his vision. Somebody's been off again at the exit of turn 12.
Porsche slow.
The Schumacher SS, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, that was Mikkel Pedersen in the Porsche that was slow. And there he is. Got a problem, actually. He was. Oh, and it's Schiller who's gone out wide. So he's lost his Pro-Am lead after all of that. Got on the marbles. At least he controlled it, but he's thrown away the class lead in avoidance, really, of that slow Porsche that had a problem.
Yeah, I mean, that's the danger. You've got less than half the track width at that point when you get 2 cars trying to get through because of avoiding action. If you go to the outside, you're going to be in serious trouble.
Well, it means he's fallen back to 3rd in class, so Phil Keane is back in front and up to 2nd. The Sky Tempesta Ferrari, there's going to be 2 more laps, maybe 3. There is 63 Lamborghini then. It's a grubby, grimy car, but it's the best out there still. And Mirko Bortolotti leads the way, the gap 1.3 seconds over Jules Gounon, who is throwing everything at this.
Yeah, that's the same virtual. Oh, look at this, crabbing in one of the Lamborghinis.
Which one is that, and how's it happened?
There it is.
It's the Silver Cup leading car, can you believe it?
Oh,
so round goes Kiko Galbiati's car, Tim Zimmerman's car now, and Zimmerman is in the pits with broken suspension. That car has dominated Silver for the bulk of the day.
Yeah, I think that might have been a failure before he went off. I'd like to see that replay again just to see whether it was either driver error or failure, or the breakage was a consequence of both.
Well, here it is again.
I think that's a failure. But
Yeah.
it might have been a tire, but it could be that kind of suddenly, I think it might have been a tire, and then that's led to the car breaking.
Wow.
There it is, the tire indeed, and what a disappointment for the Grasser Racing team. They've done a great job here this weekend.
So drama in Silver, drama in Pro-Am. There's only one other class to go. So Mirko Bortolotti leads the way, 3.5 minutes on the clock.
Don't put the hex on it, David. Don't put the hex on it.
Well, Jules Gounon is still pressing on. He's lost a 10th, though, in the first sector. There in 3rd place, Nico Bastien. Then more traffic. And 4th and 5th, I think Albert Costa's got the best of Arthur Rougier now. So let's look for the Silver leader now, because that should be Ricardo Feller in the 3rd of the Emil Frey Racing Lamborghinis in the order. There it is going through. So that car was struggling a little bit in the first stint, but it's going to come good at the end. The leader goes through with 3 minutes on the clock. It's going to be 2 more laps.
And I think Ricardo Feller's got his eyes on that 7th position. Although it's, there again, look how he runs over the curb. So he's got Albert Costa, Alessandro Pierguidi directly ahead of him. And that gap was just, well, 0.3 of a second the last time past start-finish line.
Leaders go through then, 1.4 seconds. Bortolotti still in control here. And there, heading down towards the right-hander of turn 1 is the Phil Keane and Hiroshi Hamaguchi Lamborghini. So that now is into the lead of the class. Behind in 2nd spot, Chris Froggatt. Fabian Schiller, he's down in 3rd, trying to fight back. Schiller is only 1.2 seconds away from that Ferrari, but I don't think he's got necessarily enough time left, with only a lap and a half in order to get back onto terms.
Well, Schiller certainly will try to make up for that error, or the forced error, I might say, as the gap is 1.4 seconds across the line, and they're going to come across the line and have one further lap before the checkered flag's unfurled.
There goes 88, Jules Gounon then, up the hill, rides the curb, but he's just going to run out of time, isn't he? Bortolotti controlling all of this, as there, the Orange One FFF Racing team nervously looks on, but I think they've pretty much convinced themselves now that the upper hand has been theirs all day. It will be for another lap and a bit.
Yes, I mean, let's get across the start-finish line, go on to the final lap. And Mirko Bortolotti, who's driven an absolutely peerless race, as has done Caldarelli, as is Marco Mappelli, who was the driver in at the start, who gained the advantage for the team. I don't like the way they run the curbs, because you can see that little puff coming off the front edge of the splitter on these, both the Lamborghini and the Mercedes. Here we go, last lap.
So over the timing line they go, and a flash of the lights from Gounon now to try to distract Bortolotti down towards turn 1. He's tried everything else, might as well try that. but it ain't going to work, I don't think. But it's been an intriguing race, and these late race dramas have certainly taken their toll on the classes, haven't they? Phil Keane is currently leading in Pro-Am, and silver, number 14 Lamborghini, Riccardo Fella.
What's that, Ross? As the Zimmerman was just saying that the time, his position just falling off the timing and scoring finally.
So Gounod turns through, ready to drop downhill for the last time, but hats off to the FFF racing team. It has bounced back in style. It takes you back almost 2 years, doesn't it, to that dominant season that the squad had, but that's not missed a beat all day, that car.
I mean, we didn't see this performance in any of the practice sessions on Saturday. We saw it this morning in qualifying, where the team had been doing their homework, and that's what they used those 2 1.5-hour sessions on Saturday for. Their homework, and it's paid them consequence and the results.
Yeah, there was signs of the resurgence at Spa, wasn't there? And then penalties and a few dramas late race sort of dropped them down the order, but the car had been looking strong for the bulk of it. But here it's just looked impregnable. So Mirko Bortolotti is going to bring it home. This is Jules Gounod's view, so near and yet so far.
I mean, he's driven the wheels off the car, as have Mirko Bortolotti and Felipe Fraga. The Fraga stint was the one that maybe caused the team to lose quite a lot of time, but that was being countered by the 2 safety cars to allow the car to get to, well, within 2 seconds, but never any better than that. 1.8 was the best. Well, actually now, last lap it was 1.2 seconds as they came across the line, but victory.
A great win for Mirko Bortolotti, for Andrea Caldarelli, for Marco Mappelli, victorious in round 4 of the Endurance Cup. Jules Gounod second, with Felipe Fraga and Raffaele Marciello, and third in the background, Nico Bastian brings the car home. Now here is going to be a new champion, because to take sprint and endurance together, it is going to be a championship won by Dries van Thor and Charles Weert, with a round of each still to go. There's another round of sprint, there's another round of endurance, but if you take the combined points, they win the aggregated championship to add to the Sprint Cup win that they had at Brands Hatch a week ago. So Charles Weert and Dries van Thor take the combined sprint and endurance championship, and that despite the fact that they've been struggling for pace a little bit this weekend and a bit downcast. Well, 6th in the race, but a championship I think will make up for the fact they didn't win the race itself. The Pro-Am winner is home. That's Phil Keane, along with Hiroshi Hamaguchi, and a good debut with them for the Pro-Am honours, Stefano Costatini, and Silver Cup Riccardo Fella takes honours there, along with Alex Fontana and Rolf Eneiken. So Mirko Bortolotti takes the win with Marco Mappelli and Andrea Caldarelli, and the FFF racing team is back.
I mean, some people have said, had they not had those 2 drive-through penalties, and I think one other little incident in Spa, they could have won that race. But of course, ifs, ands and buts don't win. Today they won it emphatically, and that's what a team does when it dominates. It did everything perfectly. Pit stops, all 3 drivers across the range drove what they needed to, the best they needed to do, and great pit stops, as I say. So happy days, and there's going to be happy days even more, because the number 19 Phil Keane car, Hiroshi Hamaguchi, is going to win the Pro-Am category as well.
Yeah, double for the FFF racing team, exactly right. You've got to feel a bit for Fabian Schiller, having lost that Pro-Am lead on the marbles, again with the slow Porsche getting in the way, but again, comes back to Joel's point of ifs and woulds and maybes. WRT happy with the championship, even if the race result isn't what they wanted, but that's pretty impressive to win Sprint Cup with 2 rounds to go, and to win the combined with a round of each. And there's the Pro-Am winning Lamborghini. Phil Keane doing a very good job indeed. 2 different teams, but across the 3 classes, all Lamborghinis taking the honours in this penultimate round of the Endurance Cup.
And what a day's racing. It turned out, looked a bit of a slow burn at the beginning,
yeah,
but just builds and builds and builds, and certainly this last session, with all those safety car interventions and restarts, and, well, could you believe it?
Well, let's, as we wait for the cars to get to Parc Fermé, have a look at the provisional result. There might be a few more things for race control to look at, but Mirko Bortolotti, Marco Mappelli and Andrea Caldarelli take the win from Raffaele Marciello, Felipe Fraga and Jules Gounod, and then Maro Engel, Luca Stoltz and Nico Bastian home in 3rd. 4th, Norbert Siedler ahead of Giacomo Altway, with Giacomo Altway and Albert Costa, ahead of the sister car of Costa Lapalainen, Luca Giotto and Arthur Rougier. Looking further down, if you get to the 8th place car, Riccardo Fella Alex Fontana, Rolf Eichen winning in silver. Scroll further down to 21st and you get to Pro-Am. Phil Keane, Hiroshi Hamaguchi and Stefano Costatini taking honours there. So plenty of drama across the classes and plenty of late race incidents as well to shuffle the order, and of course still a further round of the championship to go. Now if you look at the combined championship of sprint and endurance, this is the situation. Dries van Thor and Charles Weerts are already crowned as the champions outright, from Raffaele Marciello, who lies second at the moment, and Nicholas Nielsen, Alessandro Pierguidi, and then Koen Ledegaard still third, and fighting for yet more points with one Endurance Cup round to go. But as they don't always do the sprint rounds, then they're slightly at a disadvantage. So the point tally they've got really helped by that great day at Spa. So, honours for the FFF racing team. A return to form, very definitely, and Andrea Caldarelli will be delighted and relieved in equal measure, I think, as the team principal. If the team isn't winning, he's got to explain why. Mirko Bortolotti posing for the photographs, and the rest of the field queues down the pit lane. We'll hear from the drivers, no doubt, and then, of course, they will make their way to the podium, the top three in each of the classes, the Pro, the Pro-Ams, and the Silvers. And our winning drivers are there. Andrea Caldarelli will talk for the team first, I suspect. He is with Gemma.
Great job by you guys, by the team. Well done, Andrea. Just a quick word from you, first of all.
Yeah, I mean, it's great. We really needed this result after triple. You know, we never finished the race where we wanted, and you know, closing with a pole to win is definitely what we were looking for, and we made it.
A little bit stressful towards the end there, watching on. I mean, that was all the drama in that last stint for Mirko. I think he's going to join us in a moment.
Yeah, you know, at least, you know, we had a funny race, so that's good.
Absolutely. And of course, Marco, your stint there, first of all, fantastic and textbook.
Yeah, you know, when you have a good car, everything is much easier. So it was definitely a good race for us. Thank you to all the team and all Lamborghini.
Well done to you as well. Mirko's just having a few congratulatory hugs with the team as well. I'll just grab him. Mirko, can you come and join us? Let's go. It's just over this way. Come with me. Mirko, if we can just pop your mask on. We saved all the drama for you in that last stint. Absolutely phenomenal. And a little bit stressful under all those safety cars?
Well, try to manage as good as possible. Just the dust was a little bit nasty there in the end. The whole track was dirty, so everything came into the cockpit. But yeah, fantastic. Great to be back on top. We managed to turn the third pole into a win finally. It was a matter of time, and finally the time arrived.
Congratulations, and great drive by all of you. Well done.
Yeah, hats off to Mirko Bortolotti. John made the point as we got to that last restart. He was going to be the pioneer on that dirty circuit, and it was the dust put down from the vehicle at the chicane, but also all the gravel, of course, on the road. And one of those things that the more incidents there were, the more gravel came onto the road at the Schumacher S, which created accidents, which created gravel, and on it went.
Yeah, when it's a spiral that you couldn't get out of. The only way you get out of it is to stop the race, clear the racetrack, and or put up a brick wall on the inside of the corner, so drivers cannot do that.
I go along with that idea. A tree might be a bit harsh. Let's hear from the second place crew. Jules Gounon tried everything, didn't he, to catch Bortolotti at the end. Gemma.
Boys, second place, you drove very hard the whole race. Felipe, just from the beginning there, from your stint, pressure was on the whole way through.
Yeah, I think it was a good result. I don't think we could beat them today, but still a good result for us. And yeah, let's see what the next can bring to us. But it was hard. I did everything. I gave everything I could. I think they too. And yeah, we need to find a little bit of pace to catch them.
And these boys all on form as ever, winding you up. He's got two masks, he's safe. Jules, you drove your socks off at the end there.
Yeah, but they were just a bit too strong for us. The car was amazing, honestly. If you ask me right now what could we do on the balance to go faster, the car was perfect. So they were a bit better, but that's also the rules of BOP. Sometimes you're better, sometimes you're a little bit off, but that's why we love SRO, because the balance of performance is always great. But yeah, P2 is always disappointing when you drive with such two good co-drivers and such a good team, but at the end you look at the field, we can be proud about P2. I think we are making some good points for the championship, and we will give it a big go in Barcelona.
Absolutely. Jules makes a very valid point there, Raffaele. You can't be disappointed with that.
Yeah, today second was the maximum. I mean, we always pushed quite hard, and the Lambo was just in control. So yeah, today it was impossible to beat them.
On to the next race. Well done, boys.
So you can understand the frustration, but second place in this level of competition, very, very good indeed. And another Mercedes third, of course, in the hands of Nico Bastian, Mauro Engel and Lukas Stoll. So this is how we are in the overall situation for endurance. So take this in isolation, and it's Com Ledegaard, Alessandro Pierguidi and Nicholas Nielsen who are ahead of Charles Weerts, then Dries Van Voor, with Kelvin van der Linde next, having missed the races here. So that's not accurate, is it? Because he hasn't scored today, Kelvin van der Linde, so he can't be on the same number of points as Weerts and Van Voor. Gounon, Raffaele Marciello and Drew Cadea come next as we head back down to the pit lane. And let's hear from the silver winners, Ricardo Feller, Alex Fontana and Rolf Ineiken. They're also now with Gemma.
Boys, a fantastic result once again. Alex, coming into this weekend, you said to me, silver is important, but overall is also very important. To win your category today is fantastic.
Yeah, today was great because in the end we could leave Ricardo, think, as well in the last stint of our class only, because we had two great results as well with the other sister cars of the team in Pro. So since two cars were already ahead of us in fourth and fifth, we could just think about our position instead, even though it's nice to have three cars in the top 10. Rolf did a mega job in the first stint to battling out with the Pro cars. Then we had a small contact that put us in the back foot since he had a spin, but despite that we managed to make our ground back, and with the safety cars at the end helped out our cause. So I would say overall a good race.
Absolutely, Rolf, you took a bit of a tap there in your stint.
Yes, it was quite difficult. I mean, at the start everything was fine, all was good, but then unfortunately I got hit and got spun, but in the end it was good luck. I just did a 360 and could move on without losing too much time. I think we lost 7 seconds, not too many positions. So in the end it was good luck, and then the two guys had to push back the positions. We tried our best and we did so. Especially Ricardo did a mega job in the last stint, and yeah, very good. Very happy for the team and also for Lambo with P1 overall and 4 cars in top 10. So
it's a dream weekend, absolutely. Yeah? Ricardo, that last stint there, you've been smiling all weekend. Did you enjoy it?
Yeah. This was one of the best stints in my career so far. I didn't know which cars around me were for position or were laps down, but in the end I didn't care. I just pushed flat out and it worked, and yeah, it's some nice fights and also very fair fights, I have to say, at this point.
Well done. Thank you, boys.
Thank you.
All right, guys, just one.
So the drivers in a moment will head to the podium as the photographs of the Silver Cup winners are taken.
Perfect. Thank you. Right,
yeah, just great to hear from Ricardo Feller there. I mean, he's a real racer, and he drove a fine stint, that last stint. So he's delighted with an 8th place overall, and the accolades that come with the success.
Yeah, and that Silver Cup entry, Rolf Ineiken again, who started as an AM, getting stronger and stronger all the time. Now there are the new overall champions taking their sprint and endurance efforts into account. There must be mixed feelings, because as a race result, 6th is a bit so what, but there's a championship that they've won here that's almost gone under the radar.
It has, and I mean, you want to win a championship by basically winning or being on the podium, but it's the way the system works. You've got to score points, and it's the same for everybody, and WRT have done enough to win by that single half point. Hey, can you have a single half point?
Yes.
Or just half a point?
Well, you can have 2 half points, which are a point.
It is. Yes. It's a very good point.
It's been a long day. The drivers then are heading to the podium, and there Charles Weerts and Dries Van Voor with a car under part fair-made conditions can reflect on a tough weekend, but a good weekend nonetheless for WRT. Let's look at the highlights of that race then, that began with, from pole position, Marco Mappelli storming away into the lead of the race, with on the outside line Raffaele Marciello and Earl Bamber in the Porsche taking to the inside line as the cars turn their way out of the first right-hander from turn 1 up towards turns 2 in the arena. Looking down from the high shots, it was a great stream of cars that descended on that first right, threading their way through that switchback, almost paperclip style section of the circuit. This is how it was on board. Rino Mastronardi with a really crowded circuit around him, but surprisingly, the first few corners, not the regular pinch points, no major damage, although there was this little bit of contact that did for number 77 of Adrian Amstutz, and a drive-through came, sorry, a 10-second penalty, I should say, came for the aggressive Aston Martin. Rolf Eichen was tagged into a spin, and the number 7 Mercedes copped a 10-second penalty in its pit stop for that as well, as number 32 of Robin Freins dived through the traffic, eager to try to make up places, and so too was the Rofco Audi of the Stuart Hall Benji Goethe combination, as that also hustled its way forward. Drama down at the foot of turn 8 with a rather bold Benji Highties damaging the Rinaldi Ferrari, and others being able to take full advantage of that and gain ground as they charged up the hill. An early pit stop though came for the number 4 HRT Mercedes, and that meant that it was a longer middle stint for Mauro Engel as Lukas Stolt failed early. That car ultimately coming home in 3rd place. Time lost in the pits because Earl Bamber had to overshoot the Porsche, and Matt Campbell forcing the mechanics out of the way to get that car into position as on track. We have this big battle going on between Koen Redegaard in the Porsche and Christian Engelhardt's, the Ferrari and Christian Engelhardt's Porsche, and further squabbles raged on down the order as well. This for the Silver Cup with number 7 Mercedes and the Allied Racing 222 Porsche there, all forging their way through to the front of the class. So Matt Campbell inherited the race lead as the next round of pit stops cycled through, and when that was done, it was Lamborghini, Mercedes, 88 in the mix, and battles going on in the classes as well. A bold effort by Antonio Fuoco through on the inside, and going after him, the BMW in the hands of Nick Yellerby as those two powered their way uphill. But Fuoco ultimately would be off the road and trigger yet more drama. Number 32 Audi given a bit of a knock out of the way as the last pit stops all cycle through. 63 Mirko Bortolotti, he would continue in the race lead despite the best efforts of Jules Cournot behind in the gap, coming down initially with the interruption to remove the number 10 BMW that ground to a halt coming through the chicane, and into the pit lane for more fuel came number 71 Ferrari. Fuoco would rejoin where he pitted, so he didn't lose out because of that, because of the full course yellow period, but he would lose out big time a little bit later on as Fabian Schiller muscled his way through into the lead of the Pro-Am class, and other good battles raged on around. But then Fuoco had this moment coming out of the Schumacher-esque, bouncing over the curb that put him onto the gravel and then into the tyres, and under full course yellow conditions a couple of laps later off the road as well went Mathieu Jaminet, so that triggered another safety car period, and on the restart Jules Cournot just able to clear Rick Broker's Mercedes as they dived down towards turn 1. And then the quest was on to try to catch the race leader. Fabian Schiller put himself on the marbles trying to avoid a slow Porsche and lost the lead and lost second as well within Pro-Am. Tim Zimmerman had this drama coming out of the chicane, a tyre and suspension damage as Bortolotti brought home the winning Lamborghini. Mirko Bortolotti victorious in the race outright, but our overall champions Dries van Thor and Charles Witt plus Robin Freins are in the pit lane ready to celebrate another title. They're getting good at this. They're with Gemma.
Charles, Dries, you guys are now officially the combined champions this year, with the help of Robin, of course, this weekend as well. I don't think you expected it coming into anything this weekend at all, did you?
Yeah, no, not really actually. I didn't. I only got told at the end of the race. But yeah, well, thanks to Robin to join us this race. You know, helping us secure the championship. No, I mean it's been a great season. We were very happy. Well, we only just know like 5 minutes ago, but very happy with it, and still one more title up for grab. So it's gonna be hard, but we'll go all in Barcelona.
Absolutely, Charles. Has it sunk in yet?
Huh?
Has it sunk in yet? You guys are the champions.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's a great thing to have. We are really happy. It's great. We knew that if we were doing good in both championship, the overall would be also normally quite good. So yeah, now focus is on Barcelona to try to achieve this Endurance championship. This would be amazing, but also quite complicated. So let's see, and hopefully we will be quite competitive there.
Absolutely. Still a little way to go for the season to be finished. Robin, have you enjoyed yourself this weekend?
Oh yeah, I did. It's been a while since I jumped in Endurance Championship, but obviously they are fighting for 2 championships. They secured 1, and Barcelona's up next. I'll be there as well, so hopefully I can make them happy again.
Absolutely. Bring more good luck with you. Thank you very much, and well done once again, boys.
New champions, Dries van Thor and Charles Witt, and their number 32 Audi, which was crowned Sprint Cup champion crew at Brands Hatch. Now the overall champions. The podium is underway here as out for the top 3 in Pro come. The 3rd place drivers first of all, Nico Bastian, Lukas Stoltz and Mauro Engel. 2nd place there, the Mercedes drivers again, Jules Gounon, Felipe Fraga and Raffaele Marciello. And then for the top step of the Pro podium, it is, after a long break between wins, Marco Mappelli, Mirko Bortolotti and Andrea Caldarelli. They step forward for the FFF racing team, and trophies presented. Trophies forgotten by Mirko Bortolotti. He gets the trophy now and makes his way forward. There will also, of course, be a representative of the team for the podium. The FFF racing team can celebrate after a convincing win here at the Nurburgring. Mirko Bortolotti, Marco Mappelli and Andrea Caldarelli win round 4 of the Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS Endurance Cup here at the Nurburgring. Everyone holds the trophies aloft for the photographs. And then it'll be celebration time. The champagne is there, and we might still be wearing face masks on podiums here, but the champagne spraying continues a long-held tradition, of course. So the winning drivers very, very happy with life, and will make their way now from the podium with one more Endurance Cup round in Barcelona still to go. And is that Lamborghini going to be as dominant there? Because they've just been so strong all day.
I mean, it's been a superlative performance across the board. I mean, they got the lead into the first turn and avoided the potential of a collision with that in the 88 Mercedes, which was always going to be a concern. And from that point forward, they never looked back. Just kept powering away. Everything worked metronomically. The two pit stops, the driver changes. Obviously concerned when you've got full course yellow and safety car interventions. That gap you have built up has been eaten into by the safety car. So it's the restart that you've got control of, but the key is that nobody can overtake until they cross the start-finish line. So that would have given, say, the last safety car intervention towards the end of the race, Mirko Bortolotti, the knowledge that he had Jules Gounon had to find a way around Rick Brokers. Clearly there was assistance within the family at Mercedes. Nevertheless, it gave him that little bit of comfort to know all he had to do was run at a pace, the pace that, in fact, Jules Gounon was running at, and he would have victory. The team would walk away after a magnificent effort.
Well, good effort from our top 3 teams in the Pro Cup, and now the drivers make their way off the podium and we get set for the next trio, because out now come the drivers for silver. So Marvin Dienst, Paul Petit and Oscar Tunjo take third for TalkSport WRT. For second place, Dennis Marshall, along with Alex Alka and Max Hofer in the Attempto Audi. And the top step of the silver podium is going to go to another Lamborghini crew, this time from the Emil Frey squad. And Rolf Eichen, Alex Fontana and Ricardo Feller take honours in the Silver Cup here at the Nurburgring. So the drivers to the podium. And for the Emil Frey racing squad, the Swiss team, there's also the checks to be presented by Pirelli for the season-long entrance in silver and in Pro-Am. And the Swiss squad, Emil Frey Racing, celebrating a very impressive victory, recovering after that time lost after the Rolf Eichen spin earlier on in the race. Silver Cup winners at the Nurburgring, Alex Fontana, Rolf Eichen and Ricardo Feller. So well done to the Emil Frey racing team, and they recovered very well despite that spin, that time lost.
I'd also want to say how they've recovered from the appalling carnage they had back a month ago at Spa. The team was virtually decimated. They've made a recovery. They've come back. They've won their class. And I'm delighted for the team that all the hours, the pain and whatever they went through to get the team rebuilt has been paid back here this afternoon.
Well, there the drivers pose for the photographs. Trophies aloft. And the champagne awaits then for the team. If Emil Frey rep has got any sense, yes he has, he's away, he's run. But the drivers can celebrate, and drama in the Silver Cup, whether it was on track or in a sense, if you like, with penalties, because of course that was also something that befell the third place car, which got the 10 seconds for turning around the winning car, and at the end it was 11 seconds back, so it could have been a very different story but for that 10 seconds in the pits.
It's an ifs and ands and a buts again.
Yeah. So well done to those Silver Cup drivers that will now head from the podium and reflect upon another lively race. So much happens in 3 hours. You've got to feel for Tim Zimmerman though, with what, 3 laps to go, 2 laps to go, that drama at the end of the race.
Yeah, that was very cruel because it was very sudden, unexpected. We don't know whether it was a tyre or a suspension failure that led to the tyre to go down, but certainly the left rear corner on the Lamborghini was clearly broken, and we saw the car go down the pit lane. I've seen crabs walk straighter.
Well, you've got to feel for Fabian Schiller as well and the Ram Racing squad, because they looked as though they were on for a class win. But in the end, in the AM Cup, Rob Collard, Sam de Haan and Fabian Schiller take third. Fabian got himself caught out by the errant-slowing Mikkel Pedersen Porsche as Rob Collard. For second place onto the podium now come the Sky Tempesta drivers of Jonathan Hui, Bruno Mastronardi and Chris Froggatt. And the top step of the podium is going to go to another Lamborghini squad, this time from the FFF Racing team once again, as Stefano Costatini, Phil Keane and Hiroshi Hamaguchi step forward as class winners. And Phil Keane may have lost the class lead on the track, but he certainly fought back impressively, didn't he, to take full advantage of that.
I mean, it's been a very strong drive all the way through, and Phil Keane, we know what he's capable of, put it into a modern GT3 car.
And he delivers.
And he delivers.
The Orange One FFF Racing team then takes victory in the AM Cup. Hiroshi Hamaguchi, along with Stefano Costatini and Phil Keane, take honours. And the champagne is already sprayed, largely over the vanquished crews, I think. But the Sky Tempesta and Ram Racing teams somewhat soggy as they reflect on second and third. So near again for Ram Racing. Fabian Schiller did a great job, really opportunistic, elbows out move to get the class lead, but then caught out by somebody else having a moment, putting him onto the outside line, onto the gravel, and although he saved it, he was a passenger pretty much.
Yeah, he did a great job in saving it, because anybody who'd gotten off on the gravel and off into the left-hand side of the circuit ended up damaging the car. So some consolation that they managed to get the car back and finish in third position. But you know, great to see Fabian Schiller in that Ram Racing Mercedes and dragging its performance up.
Well, it's been another lively race, that's for sure. Plenty of battles to keep us occupied up and down the order here at the Nurburgring. And the Endurance Cup moves on next to Barcelona. But here it is Mirko Bortolotti, Jules Gounon, Nico Bastian, the top 3 drivers. Let's hear from the Pro-Am winners though next. Phil Keane and the rest are with Gemma.
Well, congratulations, gents. A fantastic win, a great day for the team indeed as well. Stefano, we'll just come to you first.
Yes, my teammate did a great job for the whole weekend. This win is for whole team that work very well, and I'm very happy because the car was very good and very fast. But the pace of Hiroshi and Phil was amazing, and we can put the car in front and win the race. Thank you.
Absolutely. Hiroshi, you pushed very, very hard in your stint as well.
Yes, it was very hot, and it was very hot for an old man like me. But we brought the car in one piece and finished P1, so it can't be any better.
Well, it was decided right at the end as well.
Yeah, no, we dragged it out right to the end. I was a bit unlucky at the restart. I decided to let the Audi pass because I didn't want to get in the way of their race, and then unfortunately they managed to get a run on me, and luckily, well, if I'd have been where he was, I'd have been in the same situation as him. So to be honest, we were quite lucky how it all panned out.
Absolutely, fantastic result. Well done.
Cheers, thank you.
Thank you.
Cool.
So well done to the Pro-Am winners, Stefano Costatini, Phil Keane and Hiroshi Hamaguchi. And that sort of underlines, if you like, the fact, as we've been saying, that the FFF racing team is back with 2 class wins out of the 3 available to it here at the penultimate round of the championship. The next stop will be Barcelona in October to round out the season, and already the calendar published for next year. So the Fanatec GT World Challenge, powered by AWS, Endurance and Sprint Cups, looking forward already to 2022 and hopefully a freer season for travel. Now we'll have a quick look at the points in endurance after today, with Alessandro Pierguidi, Comme Ledegar and Nicholas Nielsen still ahead of Charles Wirtz and Dries van Voor. Andrea Caldarelli, Marco Mappelli, Mirko Bortolotti up to 3rd, and of course the absent Kelvin van der Linde just 2 ahead of Raffaele Marciello, Jules Gounon and another absent driver, Danny Junqueira, who's away racing in another championship today. But Lamborghini really has mopped up at the Nurburgring as we look at how the Silver Cup now is, where it's another Lamborghini crew to the fore. Rolfi Nyken, Ricardo Feller and Alex Fontana ahead of Alex Arca, and then Ricardo Sanchez, Rick Brokers and Ezequiel Perez Compact from the Mad Panda squad in the Silver Cup. And with Lamborghinis sewing up each of the 3 classes, really has been their day of days. And this is how we are now in Pro-Am, where Chris Froggatt and Jonathan Hui are 12 points up on Phil Keane and Hiroshi Hamaguchi. Then the absent Eddie Cheever with Miguel Ramos, Enrique Chavez next. They've had wins, those 2, in sprint, but not in endurance, perversely, this year, even though Barwell rather specialises in the Endurance Cup. But for now, from the Nürburgring, it has been another great race. Lots to talk about, lots to enjoy throughout the course of the 3 hours. And we have still 1 sprint and 1 endurance race to go. For now, from John Watson, Gemma Scott and David Addison, it's goodbye.